it was like fast, seeing the sun appearing from behind these mountains at Spain. It was fast. It was so fast, Yeah, so what the Grass Tyson is saying, what we observe, actually is, yeah, you can see it. It's so fast when the sun is appearing there, but the sun is not there. It's far away. But with perspective, it's, of course, it will appear more fast. And yeah, there's a lot of things. By the way, in the other day, like 1 week ago, Zenik, there's a guy, Zenik, and now he has Zenik 3.0. So he's a glober. He's an anti-flat earth guy, but he was posting something in others Discord channel, Earth Awakenings, and I was not, buying what he was posting. But then I did check some photos from that place, and I just debunk him. So let me see if I found. So he was posting something, So there are two mountains, and from the ground level, you could see like the other mountain. It's let me just post. It's more easy. Okay, so he was posting this thing. So there's a photo there, and you can see Mount St. Helens, 6,000 feet, and Mount Rainier at the background, 14,000 feet. So almost the double. So from that point of view, and actually the photo it was took anyway. So from that point of perspective, you could say these guys, these globers, are saying that the Mont Rainier at the background is going down because of curvature. But then I did check some photos of this location. I did post this one. So if you are, an altitude, more hike, you can see clear that mountain behind Mont Rainier is not is drop down, going down because of any curvature.
Yeah.
So you can see clearly, right? So and then there's more photos. There's this one. So yeah. And then at that time I was posting this, and there was a guy, a global guy, and the other guy, and he says, "Oh, perspective." So and I said, "So it's perspective, okay." And Zenik did open his mic, and he's saying, "That's because curvature, curvature." So I said, "So curvature is going up because if that mountain is more hiked than this." First mountain, at first at front. So the curvature is going up. Okay, he was contradicting himself. So he did not didn't did any research, So yeah. And he was posting the first picture. I did a post. He was posting and posting again, And I just debunked him with photos of the and actually there are three volcanoes. I don't know if they are extinct, but yeah. So about with the Mount Adams, Mount Rainier, and Mount St. Helens, and actually there's a video at YouTube of someone is flying. Let me see the video. Oh, maybe I have to get the link. But I will get. I think it's this one. No, not this one. I have to get. I did forget to save the link, but I will get it. I think I did post here recently. Okay. So these guys are posting things and they don't do any research, and then it was debunked simple like that. I will get it. Just a second. Okay, so here. Okay. So I did post. I'm gonna get the link. Okay, I have it. I did, because I did post here recently, so I could get the link. Okay, that's the link. You can see from an airplane flying those three volcanoes. So where is the curvature?
Well, I've been asking that for a couple of years now. Where is the curvature?
And Matthew Lawrence, he did post one picture. Let me see if I've saved it. Matthew. Maybe I didn't save it, but I did ask him to. He did post a picture. There's a mountain, and you can see the sun, and he was claiming something, and then I asked to him. So, you think that sun is going drop down behind that mountain? Yeah. So, and then I tell to him, I can see mountains from. I did explain where I was working, and I can see the mountains that are in Spain, and I can go to that top of the mountain, and I will not find any curvature beyond that mountain, so I will see more flat horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and I did ask to him, why do you don't go to that mountain? And if you claim that the sun is dropped down in behind this mountain because of curvature, then go there at that mountain and take a picture. What is behind that mountain? Yeah. Because people like of course, he's he did belong to this education system. So of course, this education system, it has a lot of deceptions. The globe and etc. Stars and talking about every more things. But these teachers are repeating what they tell to them to repeat, to the students. So they didn't verify the information. They don't even this guy, this mathematician guy, Matthew Lawrence. He called himself Matthew Weathers, but he doesn't. He don't. He don't. He even said he will not accept what we present to him, as a proof. So he will always deny it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just people. It's just some people. It doesn't matter how much evidence you show them. They're stuck in their belief system.
They are the system defenders.
Yeah.
Actually, I was thinking, yeah, in the movie The Matrix, it's just an analogy. But okay, so people are waking up. They know the truth, but the other ones that are sleeping, they will defend the system.
Mm-hmm.
They are living. And there are
Stockholm
people,
syndrome.
yeah, and there are some people like the Cypher's guy, Cypher. So he was wake up, but he preferred to the illusion. He was tired of the hard reality, and then he asked to. He made a meeting with Agent Smith there, and he wanted to plug in again, and he preferred not the reality and accept the illusion of this world he was living.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are people that some of them they come here and they say, "Oh, what does it matter if there is a globe or a flat?" Yeah. So yeah, because when you talk flat Earth to someone, they will see it in their minds. They put this flat on space, but that is the heliocentric model, and they put the planets around the same heliocentric model, but just with a flat Earth. But that doesn't make any sense. So.
And then they're like, "Oh, well, if you were on the edge of the Earth, then gravity would be pushing you towards the center of the Earth, and you wouldn't be able to stand up straight." And it's like, well,
Oh my God.
who said we thought that everything was pushing to the center?
Because they are working with the information they receive in the school, in the television, documentaries. These documentaries are full of CGI animation.
Yeah.
And
For me, I just went to BitChute and I just watched videos. I just listened, but everyone has their walls. And it's like, well, what about this? What about that? Well, people can't even entertain a thought without believing in it.
Yeah.
Well, I think I need to get going to bed.
Okay.
But it's good talking.
You too. Welcome to the server, and you are
Thank you. Yeah, I'll check in tomorrow.
Stay blessed, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Thank you. Will do. I got my
zombies. They live.
Yes, indeed.
I got my zombie apocalypse weapons.
Suit up.
All right. Take care, guys.
We'll see you around, bro. Peace.
Yeah. Cool guy.
Yeah. Right now I'm working on a profile picture thing for Fate.
Shamsi, how are you?
I guess he didn't hear you. I hope all is well with you, Miguel.
Hello, AI Ardent. How are you?
Horrible.
Sometimes there are horrible days, like raining too much, but there are people that they think, oh, it's a blessing, this rain for farmers, agriculture.
Yeah, so they complain about the rain, right? Then they recognize that the farmers like the rain, but then they forgot the part that if the farmers don't farm, they don't eat.
Exactly. That's the tough life. I know some old people, even ladies in his 16 years, they are still working in the farming, just to have something to eat. I'm talking more at the interior of Portugal, not at the coastline. But at the coastline, they are fishermen. They have to fish to sustain their families.
Who is Shaba Nubra?
Well, I have some things to do. I'll be back later. See you guys. Cheers.
Right.
Stay blessed. We'll see you around.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
If you talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take a any religion you want to pick? And could we say that that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas.
Yeah, fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're
What do you mean?
starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay. How big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
Need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think
You
so.
can take a napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not.
It can
Measurement
be
is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been observed?
A question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
any person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Do Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where is this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. It would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay?
Right.
People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
enough on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit?
No. I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. Wait.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at
was-
the pale blue dot. What does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? You know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it more fake.
Let's
But either way,
on that
You like
point.
a flat,
either way,
I'll try
man,
and show you.
looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I
What-
don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So
I was
what
gonna say
here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball
Well,
that's spinning?
nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay. So if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can.
How far away do
see
you
them a lot
you'd be
further.
able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About
According to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right? Forever.
what?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay.
Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes,
ceiling
that's the point, my friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something, or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, yes, because...
Have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center of view. That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be a hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there real quick, because he's saying something that most climbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size, and the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the top of my head. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right. So then
There's no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I
Sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit. Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. This is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellent.
Yeah,
well said, Drace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
if
5?
If you were doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times... What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
And that's going to give you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like...
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
Can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, What if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold,
that would be acceptable.
Lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
one of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable.
But
the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. The 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you not been
Have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
just true.
or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But
Okay?
why would she lie? There's no way she.
And
could
you may
possibly
die.
lie.
You may
I could've
die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No
No.
one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny? I just
wasn't
turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk from
Right.
here.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can solve.
headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glover logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
Hello everyone. Anybody here? Hello family with Effie from Flat Earth. Come on guys, we had two major important events and nobody is addressing them. Hybrid eclipse in Australia and the SpaceX biggest rocket launch, which of course it had to explode. Such a great event. It was so important to watch that bullshit rocket explode and not pay attention to the real event that happened. The hybrid eclipse. Because they can't fucking explain how they happen. Yeah. Well, Black Mankin, hello brother. Nice to see you in the chat. Yes, all of us. So, what's new about the hybrid eclipse?
What? What's new about what? Hybrid eclipse? Never heard of it.
Yeah, how do hybrid eclipses work on globe Earth?
They don't?
Exactly. And what they did, they used SpaceX to launch the so-called the biggest rocket they built to distract people's attention from
Can you believe
the
that?
greatest event. Yeah. I just saw on Sky
you
News.
kind of have to ask yourself when a company or whatever you want to call it, NASA, when they come across and they say this is called the event, when they name things like that, it makes you wonder, like, why in the heck would they do something like that? Because, that would maybe harbor someone believing that wasn't true. Why would you want that, right? But they don't. They make it, it's almost like it's deliberate.
But guess what? The rocket blew up in the sky, and they celebrated that it blew up. It tumbled.
Yeah, because they just wasted $5 billion on it. So that's exciting. Can't wait to spend some more money.
I
heard Democrats like to spend money against me.
It didn't cost $5 billion. It's impossible. Fireworks.
Well, yeah, I agree, but that's what they're claiming. Yeah, that's funny, right?
But they do say, "Oh, rockets are so expensive to build them," Just to, they do money laundering.
What's that? What's money? I've never heard of that.
Money laundering. They justify money.
Money gets dirty?
Yeah, money which they stole, they justify it by using, we built this expensive rocket,
But can't they just print stuff? Like, why would they do that?
Progress. We invested in mankind progress. Yeah, we helped mankind with nothing. All we did is...
we're going to Mars.
All we did is 30 seconds of CGI video for the news channels. And we justify $5 billion. Yeah. Done. It's a scam, a hoax. Everything.
What I find the most funny about all of this is that when you finally actually lay out the evidence to show someone that, look, this is really happening, so you can argue with me if you want, but this evidence proves it. It amazes me how they go into such a denial that they won't, first of all, won't look at the evidence. Second of all, will argue with you and tell you that it's not important what I'm talking about. Now, how do you figure that's not important? If I uncover someone or some company that's actually literally causing the death of other people, would you not think that was an important thing to talk about?
Yes, of course.
Right. So why in the hell is there such a bad attitude about it when people bring stuff like this up? It doesn't make any sense, right?
Because it's the belief, when you're crushing someone's paradigm.
It's a powerful thing.
Yeah. They are shaken from their foundations,
I think we all are.
Yeah.
I know I'm shaken. I'm shaken, like angry. I'm pissed off. And I don't even know what to do about it because no one else seems to even have the same feeling. It's like, you're not mad about this? You're not mad that people are dying? You're not mad that children are being kidnapped and sold to foreign countries?
They will say,
I can't change this. Why bother?
Do you know how mad I will have to be if that were true what you're saying, That's how they put it.
Right, but then they won't go and look at why I believe it is true, right?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I don't know whether this is some kind of brainwashing or thing, but it's getting frustrating.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss, man. Whoever said that, he was brilliant.
My thing is a lot of people are, well, at least most people that I speak to, I'm kind of an aggressive person, and I like to be right. So I do have this bad habit of rubbing it in. But beyond that, though, okay, if something is true, even if my best friend or my friend that I don't like, that rubs things in my nose, tells me something, if he tells me something is true and he seems convinced by it, my immediate response is to prove him wrong, right? That's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and find the evidence and say, look, this is where you're wrong. Why is it that no one does that when it comes to this kind of topics? Why is it that we all just get cognitive dissonance and just forget all about the fact that there's something bad happening in the world and that somebody ought to do something about it. It's just amazing to me that we all just sit on our ass and we bitch and complain about everything, but we never do a damn thing about it. It's getting frustrating.
Well, it's it's very serious because it makes them accomplice to genocide. So it's a serious accusation. There are no prisoners guilty of genocide. All these people who were proven in a trial, convicted guilty of a genocide, committing genocide, they have never been imprisoned. They always have been killed on the spot. You know?
No, they just hire them and put them in nests.
Yeah. They can't put them.
I don't trust a government that does stuff like that, and I don't really care if it was one person in that government that did that. I don't trust them. I just don't, and I don't understand why you would. Why would you trust anything that you see on that TV? Why would you trust it? You should not, because it's not true. It's just a story. It's just to convince you that there's problems so that you'll toil over it. It really is all it is. And then once you've toiled for a while, then they'll sell you some products that'll make you feel better about it.
It's very sad.
Yeah, it's called business. Business is evil.
It's not going to last long. I see also this war, you know. It seemed like it cooled off a little bit, you know. But now, all of a sudden, a so-called scientific research vessel, Russian scientific research vessel, patrolled around England, on the England shore, you know. And the Brits are now like all paranoia, all their news channels.
I have a question for you. Do you really believe that each country in this world is actually against each other?
No.
Why don't you think that, though? Why don't you think so?
Why I don't think so is because I'm going to the biblical side, you know. It's the battle between Satan and Lucifer, you know. There are two camps of evil fighting each other, and both of them claiming they are fighting for the holy side, you know. So no matter which one.
In that sense, when that happens with your friends, what do you usually do? You just cast out both of them, right? You don't bother with.
Yeah, well, you see, USA stands for the technocratic world, yeah, the progressist, with these ideas of New World Order, 15-minute cities, everything computerized, cheap, you know, payments, chip yourself, like brain, hand, forehead, whatever, you name it.
You know, it's possible that what we're being tricked into doing is entering into a program. If you really think about it, because accepting the things of the world as at face value, and then changing and augmenting your own mind and your own mindset. That's what it talks about in the Bible. I know I'm not trying to bring religion. I'm just saying, for me, that's what I believe.
USA, I see it very much like cyber dictatorship, you know. And Russia is actually Luciferian. It's with the Orthodox Church implementation, you know.
So which one do you think is not? Is there one that you think isn't?
You see, with this Russian Orthodox, I come from Orthodox religion as a Romanian. And I know how extremist our church is. It's very conservative, and they perform a lot of pagan rituals, you know. So I don't feel good.
Yeah, what's that all about anyway?
On their side. But at least, you know...
To me, that just reveals that they're not really religious.
They fight
or
for
whatever you want to call religious, right? Like believe.
They fight for family values, you know, like let the family be what it is. They don't accept sodomy, pedophilia. They tolerate homosexuals, but they totally don't accept pedophilia, you know, and child trafficking. So, but they will punish to death these people who commit these crimes, you know. And I'm not for that. I'm more for, okay, if you caught him, put him in prison, and put him in prison for good, for a very long time. Not like a crime. Give him 50 years of prison.
Does that really make sense, though? When you think about it, then somebody has to pay taxes in order to support that life. Why not just be done with it? I mean, if you can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the guy did it, right?
No,
that's what I'm talking about.
No, we can make special villages surrounded by high fence, you know, electrified fence. And,
so we can hide all the bad people.
Sorry, guys, I was a little bit itchy. I just wanted to ask, who are we locking up forever? The real sickos?
Sorry?
Criminals or evil people in general.
Well, it depends on what you define a criminal as, right? Not all criminals are immoral. So whom are we locking up?
We're talking about pedophilia.
Doing the
I was referring in the crimes.
Like doing the worst of the worst, the unspeakable stuff, keeping them alive or putting them down? Put them down.
Oh, yeah.
Amen. If you can prove that they did it, or if you caught them in the act, I say you just put them down.
Effing right.
And I know that sounds extreme, but...
Yeah, it's a JD type situation. You know who I mean? Where his apartment's full of ungodly things. Yeah, put him down.
Yeah. Put him down, but killing is it's the same. Taking life.
No,
you know?
there's a difference between murdering and taking.
Only if God orders you to kill someone, then you're doing God's will. You know. But I doubt that God intervenes in a state trial, and tells the judge,
leaving the creator out of it.
So if you knew your son was going to be murdered tomorrow, and by a certain person, would you not tell your son that person was going to try to murder him?
Well, I will try to save him.
So why would God do that? I
will do my best to save him. If I find out, then yes, that is God's message telling me, you have to do something to save him. But I'm not going to kill that guy before killing my son. I'm going to take my son away, and I'm going to try to keep as far away from my son that man, you know. So
well, I agree with you in the sense that doing the right thing is the right way to go.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if somebody tries to attack you or tries to harm you, I think that God expects you to defend yourself. I think this idea that we're supposed to just bend over and take it in the bum is just kind of bullshit. But that's just
not at all. Yeah. No, you do not. You're not a welcome mat for anybody. So. Yeah. Definitely stand up for yourself. It's called judging the wicked and doing the righteous thing, right? So if you know somebody's done unspeakable things to people, then why continue to victimize people by paying to keep them alive? It's just the right and humane thing to do is to put them down.
Yeah, this is all deliberate just to mess with our heads is what it is.
Their kind just put it in a electrified fence village, and they have a piece
If the guy tries to say, "Oh, my dad was like that," or "My mom was like that," then we just make the electric couch and we put them all on there and hit the switch.
Yeah.
Well, if I caught you committing a heinous crime in my presence, I'd just kill you. I don't know why you wouldn't do something like that.
Absolutely.
You see someone trying, like you put them down. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it sounds kind of like extreme, but dude, how do you protect?
That will probably be my reaction also, Pedophile, I'm gonna walk him in my boot, gonna make sure he's blood on the floor.
I think that kind of attitude is just kind of forgetting that, God is our Father. We got to think about it like a father. Your father loves you. Your father doesn't want something bad to happen to you. So if he thought by any means that something could hurt you or that he could protect you from something in the future, he would, right? Because he loves you. He's unconditional. It's agape, right? So why would a loving God, if God does exist and if God is loving, and why in the hell would he do that to you? It doesn't make sense. So we have to use logic and reason here, right? Even though some would say that God isn't logical or reasonable. But just because you can't prove something.
Here, I'll give you gentlemen and the listeners.
We all know the earth has a shape, even though we can't really prove what it is, right?
Oh, sorry.
Think about it. Go ahead.
I give you guys and the listeners another scenario. A mother at home with a child alone in the middle of the night. Somebody's breaking in. She has a gun. She's armed. She can defend herself and the baby, and she has to take that person's life because she doesn't know if they're armed, or maybe she does. Maybe the person has a gun and she sees it. So she takes that person's life who was invading her home. Even before the act happened, she was already forgiven in the eyes of the Creator. That person invading her home did not have a right to be there, and she had a right to defend herself and her child's life.
Good. Gentlemen, feel free, gentlemen, to take this conversation down to chill chat. Remember the room that you're in, please. The purpose of this room is for discussion about flat Earth or the fact that it's not actually a globe. I'm not trying to stop your conversation in any way, shape or form. It's just that you're covering some touchy subjects and you really shouldn't be. So feel free to take your conversation to a room that's not broadcast live, thanks, or just steer it back to flat Earth, guys. Thanks very much.
Yes.
No trouble. Thanks for bringing us back on track.
We got into this from SpaceX explosion. Let's get back to that.
Like the people that didn't die in the Challenger thing, but people believe they did? Like that, you mean? Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
The one guy owns cows and trees or something?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a farm.
Yeah.
It's a company that manages businesses or something, I think.
It's a front. Come on.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying, like the guy's actually still alive using the same name and everything.
But they use this SpaceX rocket launch to distract people's attention from this celestial event that took place in Australia, the hybrid solar eclipse. It's a mixture of two kinds of eclipses which cannot happen in the same time, but they did. And, they said on Sky News that this is actually a scientific event, the solar eclipse. And that's also fake. Eclipses are not scientific. The only thing we can do is observe them happening, but we cannot manipulate, control when they happen. So why do they say it's a scientific event? They dethrone the word science. They conflate them, these terms, these words. People have no clue what they hear. That's how I heard it on the news channel, on Sky News. They said, "Wow, it's a scientific event." Yeah. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm trying also to cook a soup. And
Was that eclipse? Did they know about that ahead of time, or did it just come out of the blue?
oh yeah, I said about this hybrid 1 year ago here in the chat, in the live stream.
Okay.
That we will have this eclipse in 2023. I forgot about it yesterday and I missed it. I didn't see on TV, but I saw it today, the news, about it.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought it was supposed to be in August this year.
And are they predicting another one in August or no?
No, I'm not sure. That's how I remember when I spoke here in the server, that this year in August there will be a hybrid eclipse in Australia.
I got you.
So, yeah, but... And funny thing is, in New Zealand or places nearby, near Australia, it was not a full solar eclipse, but it was only partial, and it was full eclipse only in Australia. And it shouldn't happen, but it did. Because, again, there's two kinds of eclipses which are taking place in the same time. When you're on, I'm not sure, we have some pictures in the server, like an eclipse which was in UK, and yeah, the Selenelion in USA. We were supposed to see the shadow on the bottom, but we saw it on the top, like the opposite.
Okay. Yeah. I've seen those photos.
Yeah, and this one is also, this hybrid eclipse is same kind of phenomena.
Right.
Yeah.
Are they saying? Are they saying what it was that was obstructing the sun?
The moon.
Okay, okay. Yeah. It's on the other side of the ball that we're supposedly on, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So funny. You have both the sun and the moon in the sky. Sometimes you have a solar eclipse, and sometimes you have a lunar eclipse in daytime. It's funny how that can happen. It doesn't work with the heliocentry.
Not at all, sir.
Impossible.
Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw something a few days ago about how the SpaceX got clearance to do the launching and stuff. And I was just in my head. I was
preparing.
Yeah, half of me was laughing and the other half was crying because it's like such a waste of money and, like you said, a distraction.
Well, it blew up and they are happy about it.
Oh,
The biggest rocket launch in mankind. There was no man on board,
Yeah.
and it flew up, and they were happy about it,
Oh,
And they're saying, "Oh, we are actually very happy because it reached that high, and this was such a heavy rocket that can lift so much weight, so much stuff up there, Like the I don't buy that BS,
Well, I'll give them one thing. At least they didn't put a dog or monkey or something. Like no living creature exploded. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a waste of energy, time, money, resources, and a huge distraction. And so now they're happy it exploded because their theory is what they can build it better to make it go further, or
yeah, they wish, of course, this is the plan. We need more money.
Fridge.
And they just justified $5 billion.
Well,
with the firework. So, I don't know, $5 billion for space. It's a private company.
That's cheap. That's going to Elon?
Yeah.
Right on. I believe that's his third government grant now.
Yeah. And of course, a lot of this money comes from NASA and CIA.
Not nice.
U.S. government, the military complex is definitely funding SpaceX. So
crazy.
Yeah. I will not believe that Elon Musk funded this space rocket alone. I can't believe he spent $5 billion on fireworks. So,
yeah,
just makes no sense.
I think the last one he got was $2 billion. I'm not sure if I think the one before might have been the same, and then now another 5. So there's $9 billion from the government given to one douchebag that everyone thinks he's so intelligent and they want to lick his boots. And I wouldn't take a fucking nickel from him.
Me neither, because that's the people's money. U.S. people. It's tax money, which they could do so much good in the whole world, not only the U.S. children,
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
You could build schools, you can hire teachers, but they don't want that.
Stop the inappropriate story time hours. Unbelievable. So yeah, I saw a thing about the abandoned Russian space program. It looked like they were trying to design another shuttle. I should have clicked on it and watched it, but it's hard to listen to that stuff.
The Russians, I think they quit everything, all the space program.
Yeah.
They are not serious into it anymore. They don't care. They know it's a pit hole, you know.
Yeah, they know it's flat. Fuck.
Putin is not interested in scamming the people. He's interested in building industry, you know, school, giving people good education and good healthcare system.
I guess so. I won't even try to fucking contemplate what's in that man's mind. Like, Russia's big enough. They don't need what they're trying to do. And we shouldn't even go into this conversation. So, like, they got enough land already.
Yeah.
Like, wake the fuck up, man. They're and not everyone there agrees with what's going on. So let's just get that straight. Like,
yeah, that's also.
I don't think any person should be in a position like that for that length of time at all. I don't care what their views are, or how good or bad they are. Why that much time for one person to make decisions for everybody? It just doesn't make sense.
Oh, you mean like Putin?
No, any leader. Nobody should be leading for 20 fucking years.
Actually, I say yes. It's much better.
I guess so.
Yeah, because when you change every time in 4 years, you hire someone without experience in a position which requires the most experience.
I suppose. I just think there should be limits on pay, limits on time, and if you're not achieving the promises you presented, then off you go. It's someone new.
Then we have elections, yeah.
Yeah, and if you're doing something wrong, completely wrong, no, you don't stay there. You're gone.
Yeah.
There's one person in charge for that long and they're doing completely jacked up stuff. No, that's not right. That's sorry. Doesn't work for me.
Why does NASA still paying that Hubble space program manager? Why do
they gotta spend money somehow?
If you called that bureau, in that bureau is supposed to be like 20 experts are receiving salaries from the government each month to be there at work and to work on that project. And I don't know, they have to be in that office. Yeah.
It's just
but they are not. When you call NASA, you will find only the manager and everybody else, technicians and everyone is somewhere else.
Exactly. Yeah.
So why does the American people pay someone for a job when he's obviously not doing it?
Well, it's not. I would have to say it's not the people themselves, right? Like, I think I've said it before. Whether we want them to build and drop bombs or not, they build and drop bombs anyways.
Yeah. I know.
So they take our money and do what they want. Like the douchebag in charge here gave $100 million to the 5, 6, 8, 9 XYZ group. Like, what do they need that money for? Nothing.
Yeah. The problem is
build a new homeless shelter, asshole. Like, fuck.
Yeah. I think even the CIA is a private company, is not a governmental.
Well, the CIA is a cocaine import agency.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it is. It is. They are They are the intelligence network of the largest drug corporation on Earth.
Yeah, true.
I'm telling you, for real. That's what the CIA is.
I know. Yeah. You're right. That's spot on. Yeah, I agree. So. No, we stand no chance with these systems. Everything points out to this bloody AI god, which will come and take over. But his coming is gonna be. They have to make it very imposing, you know. Like I saw YouTubers watching Google Earth maps, and they saw on this Area 51 buildings in the shape of a giant robot, you know, on the ground.
Wild.
Yeah, it's like they are building a giant robot there. And that robot is big, like, I don't know, 30, 40 meters tall, you know. It's like a 4 level building block, you know. Or 10 stories building block, you know.
Yeah.
So a robot as big as that, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. A humanoid robot, you know. And imagine, so you have like 3 or 4 apartments in that building block, a 10-story building block, yeah? You take one apartment with 4 rooms, and in that apartment you have enough room to install like 5 D-Wave quantum computers. And those computers are badass. Like,
yes, they're like $15 million each or something.
Yeah. And that means that all the internet from the world, all the human input in the internet can flow through the heart of that robot, and he see it all online, everything, all the devices, he can see them in real time, you know, and he can speak with all the devices in real time. This AI can speak with 1,000 people. He can address and have philosophical discussions with hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously, you know, and he's talking with them as if he were face to face with you, and you will not find him like taking time to think or anything like that, you know. Yeah. So this is the where we are today in artificial intelligence. So I recommend people look into Google NASA AI D-Wave quantum computing in artificial intelligence laboratory. This is a building, a special building, which is named like that, as I said it. Google NASA D-Wave Quantum Computing and AI Laboratory.
I was thinking maybe I should get off the interweeb so I don't put my dumb ideas and thoughts into the AI.
No, don't worry. This actually existed before in mankind. And it was known in Greek mythology is the oracle from Delhi.
Okay.
And this AI, Google NASA AI, has a sub-program from it, and it's called PredPol, Predictive Police, in USA. And this is the supreme commander of US, the Department of Justice. it officially was officially given full authority and command. The UK British police in 2018, they handed their full command and authority to this AI program, PredPol. Yeah. So, and they also, like, when you took the British police, they said this news in The Guardian in 2017 in the summer. They said that in 2018, the UK police, after Brexit, the UK police will hand its full authority to this American artificial intelligence program, PredPol, predictive police.
Yeah, like Interpol, but it's police prediction poll.
AI, I saw a documentary made about PredPol, and it was shown in this documentary how this AI is capable to foretell when a person is committing a crime. Before he committed, he can tell you what crime will someone do in the future.
So it's that Minority Report in real life.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. And this was on the news, like I watched it, I saw it, I was following it for years, all this. So it won't fool me.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Yeah, okay. My roomie got it.
Mm-hmm.
It was across the room, though.
Yeah, I'll have to go up. I'm going to have something to eat. I'll come back later. It was nice chatting.
It's Sasha, right?
Sorry?
That's Sasha, right?
No, Get.
Gemsy. Get. Okay. Sorry, brother. It's been a while since I've heard you in here.
Yeah, it's been a while, I know.
Well, eat well.
Thank you.
I'll probably still be here when you come back.
Yeah. Have a good time, guys. Love you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
AI. They'll start being able to let you know when you're getting older and senile that before you have to change your Depends that you're going to have to change your Depends soon. Depend change due in half an hour. Be ready. I should have known it wasn't Sasha. He has a little more of a crisp accent.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Any curvature been detected?
Who? What's it?
Any curvature been detected? Spinning, felt?
Not yet, but I think this Friday theirs might spin a little for me this Friday night. After the 5th or 6th shot, anyways. I don't even know if any Globers have even come in here lately.
Well, you have to invite them.
Uh-oh. We get such good intellectual arguments from them.
Put the 24/7 link on all your social media.
I've put her on my face gab quite a few times. I took Twit away. I just got bored of it quite a while back.
I heard Elon fired 80% of Twitter and it's still working fine.
My Insta scam is mostly just for my t-shirts. So, but there is a guy on Instagram I followed and I share and whatever. True Earther. He's sharing a lot of cool truth. Finally, I hadn't seen it on Instagram before him or them or the channel or whatever. For any of the listeners, if you want to check Instagram, True Earther. I should try to send him a 24/7 Discord shot and see if he could share it in there for us. One of my favorites, and I'll show it right now. Just gotta scroll to find it.
I have a truther on my Insta. His name is Kirby Foster. Do you know him?
Not sure. I don't think I've heard
Kirby
it before.
Foster.
I'll have to check it out. Kirby with a K?
Kirby, yeah. Foster,
Yeah.
F-O-S-T-E-R, with the space between. He's a truther and he has some flat earth.
I got a lot of flat earth stuff on here. Well, one of my favorite ones for promoting the channel. Really? I know I didn't get rid of it. I might have to look way further down because I got rid of a bunch of things that were like doubles and stuff.
Are we allowed to put somebody's Insta page on here?
That took me a while to find. It was way, way down. See if I could get him to share that one on his Instagram channel, the True Earther guy. It's about to pop in a second. Clear. Oh.
Tell me about your t-shirts. You do t-shirts? You make t-shirts and sell them?
Reload.
Is that like a side hustle?
There it is. That's one of my favorite ones from The Office. Send that to him, see if he could share it on his Instagram for us.
I'm going to send this one to this guy.
This is another one I really like because it's very people will recognize it from a recent PSYOP.
That one's better if it has the address right.
It's wrong? I didn't notice that. Oh, because of the Discord GG thingy?
Is that will that get you there?
Sorry, what's that?
Will that get you to the page, the Discord?
I'm not sure. I think maybe the top one, but I don't know if I recognize it. Or is it the bottom one that they want, not the top one? The Discord GG/Flat Earth. I borrowed that. Somebody made that. I don't know. I
don't think I've ever searched the 24/7 in Discord. Maybe we should try to search it.
I'm going to see how I refer to the YouTube channel that we have. I'm pretty sure it's 24/7 YouTube. It's 24/7 first. Maybe the one brings them to the channel and the other one brings them to the Discord. There. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream is how it's worded on YouTube. So I guess if they search 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, they. Whoops. Sorry about that, but I had to like the live stream before I left it again. Yeah, so I'm assuming they search 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I don't know if they add the 2.0, it'll bring them to the channel, YouTube channel, and then if they search Discord GG/Flat Earth, that'll probably bring them to the Discord room. But I'm thinking if they put the Flat Earth Discord 2.0, at least the Flat Earth Discord or Flat Earth live stream would pop up in the YouTube for the YouTube channel. Put a little YouTube thing next to the one. No, that looks good the way it is.
I see a Flat Earth Society here. I wonder if that's the server I'm missing.
Yeah, we don't want them to go there.
Oh, that's a chat in 24/7 Flat Earth Society.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just brought me to 24/7 where I did that. So.
Would that ever be weird if you woke up and all of a sudden the horizon was curving and the earth was spinning and what the hell happened? You're getting pushed against the wall.
I'm not sure how far we can see left to right. Let's say at the ocean. How many miles can we see?
Oh, geez.
Maybe like, I don't know, 12 miles? 15 miles? I mean, how much does it bend? About 100 feet?
In 12 miles, I would have to say, yeah, for sure.
I think it should bend upwards, I think, in 12, let's say 12 miles. It should be highest in the middle, I think, if it was curving. I mean, 100 feet, I mean, that's kind of, I mean, at the surface, anyways. And it'd be less at 5 feet of zero height, but it'd be more at 1 foot of zero height.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just know there's absolutely no curve or bend unless you're looking through a fisheye. I saw somebody posted a picture once, and they were trying to claim that, like, if you could even see what they're claiming, like the smallest little thing is, oh my goodness, I don't know. And then other times, like the Lake Pontchartrain, geez, it must be pretty small sphere you're living on. Complete that circle. Complete that curve. Oh boy. Like when the weather causes that bendy effect. The refraction, if you will. I think I forgot my after I said refraction. I like that one meme. I'm Bob. I'm new to the group and I haven't said gravity for 10 minutes. Beautiful day out today. I've already started some things that I've been putting aside for a while. Probably get them complete next day or two. Before Monday is my deadline time schedule. Get some things organized that have been neglected for a minute. Were you here, if you're still there listening, when somebody claimed they went to the equator and bounced an egg on a nail as proof for the globe? Oh my God.
How do you bounce an egg on the equator?
I don't know, but all I said was don't follow it. He's going to make flat earthers look silly, having them balancing eggs on nails everywhere and saying, see, you can do it everywhere, not just at the equator.
If speaking of the equator, if we were spinning 1,000 miles around at the equator at 1,100, would that fry us off in space?
Yeah, and I don't know how it would help balance the egg either. Oh my god.
I mean, it seems kind of fast. I don't know the math on that, but I wonder if it would fling us off into space.
You would think you would feel a little bit lighter at the very least. Like you could get on the scales and weigh 30 pounds less at least. At the very least, you would expect some sort of benefit like that by living there. And it's spinning so fast. Why do you live at the equator? Well, I'm actually 180, but when I get on the scale, I don't know.
What's the force when you spin the yo-yo around? Is that the centripetal force or centripetal force?
It might be a combination of the both. I'm not sure exactly. Centrifugal and centrifugal. Are they not one and the same? Mom and I keep laughing because we think it's like the Brits when they say aluminum. So
I thought there's a central pedal. Is there no central pedal? Did I say it wrong?
I thought you had it right. I just thought both sort of slangs meant the same thing, meaning when you're pushed against the outer surface of something that's spinning.
One is going the circle, which is like the acceleration. The other one is going away, being like a ping pong ball, pushes you away from the center.
So one would be on the inside of it, and one would be on the outside of it, I think. Of that spinning object, one force you would feel, if you were inside of it, at like a tube that was spinning, you'd feel one force, and then if you were on the outside of it, you'd feel the opposite, where it wants to fling you off rather than hold you to it. Like you wouldn't be able to walk to the center of it so easily as it spins faster and faster if you were inside of it. And then as it slowed down, you could walk to the center easier. But if you were on the outside, you'd feel like you're getting pulled away from the outer exterior of it as it spins faster and faster.
And near the poles, there would be absolutely no force because you're not being thrown out; you're just being spun around.
Yeah, you're being pushed against. Yeah. Yeah, you're not being pulled on, you're being pushed upon, I guess. You're pulled on when you're on the outside of it and pushed on when you're on the inside of it. And I would imagine being on the inside would be similar to wearing a G-suit in a jet. You would need that G-suit pump air into your, help blood flow and circulate so you don't pass out. On the outside, I don't know what you would do to reverse that, because wouldn't the blood be pushing rather than pulling or something? How do you reverse that? Like the opposite of an air suit. Interesting thoughts. Happy 420, by the way, everybody.
Oh shit, 420.
I've already had a few safety meetings today. Let's see what I can find here now that I mentioned it. Snoop knows the earth is flat.
Snoop Dogg.
Oh, for sure.
Somebody got fired for saying "shiz on my nizzle."
What the flat? What the funk?
Some news lady got fired for saying "shiz on my nizzle."
So much for freedom of anything. I don't know anymore. Like, I was joking with my aunt back. They're gonna pass a law soon. You can only fart on a Wednesday between this hour and that hour on that corner. Like, oh my lord. Everyone walking around holding in gas all week long. Fear of getting fined for farting. Well, I'm not having as much success as I thought I would. I'll just go with this one for the 420 day. I don't know. I'm deleting that. It looks a little schizophrenic. So fast. There was a better one I was looking at, but again, it didn't really say anything 420-ish. It's just doggy dog. That's the one Mark Sargent uses, I think. Flatman Can got fired or banned for posting a Snoop Dogg gif. Like, I don't know, that's a whole nother level of insanity. She said something, but that doesn't compute in my world. Regardless of, maybe, was it a combination of, no, you said it was because of that, so that was the reason. I guess I could relate. I got canned once for not chopping the hair off. When I was a younger, rebellious type. Not that my hair is short right now, but anywho. I don't think it's a rebellion thing at all. Sometimes I feel like having short hair. Sometimes I want long hair. I don't know. I'm waiting for Speculation Sunday. I got a good one. As Jesse Lee says, if the creek don't rise and the good Lord's willing, we might get to Speculation Sunday, that is. I wonder if they've done any experiment like what we were speaking of, having strapping people to the outside of something and spinning it. Probably. Tax money hard at work. I just take a quick moment to thank NASA for their contribution to humanity. Non-stick frying pans, Velcro, and Tang, fueling tomorrow's astronauts today. Thank you, NASA. Tang's gonna have to get a hold of me and sponsor my ass. So AI's predicting crime before it happens. Oh, so public office won't be able to pilfer public funds any longer. Interesting.
That's Minority Report.
Yeah, I know. Get Beget was chatting with me about it earlier.
They can see a crime before it happens. They arrested you before it happens. Awesome.
Uh-oh. Whoops.
As long as the crime isn't smoking weed.
Guilty as charged. I've smoked about a forest or two of it already. Probably smoke another couple forests before I'm done. In fact, I lose all my weed in a series of small fires. One's about to happen right now. Happy 420, listeners. Yeah, I feel terrible about people that are in states where there's draconian laws about a plant. It just boggles my mind. There's a gentleman named Bernard Noble. If you look up his story, it's quite sad. I put my name on a petition to help him get freed early, and he was, but he should have never been. He shouldn't have even lost a day of his life. Wasn't even a eighth of an ounce, not even 3.5 grams of marijuana. Anyways, yeah, the earth is flat. Weed is not evil. Neither are guns. The gun didn't get in the car and drive to the location and commit the whatever it was. So just wake up. Yeah, there's some states, if you have a history with law enforcement and marijuana, you're not allowed to, like, your Second Amendment can be infringed upon, apparently. And then in others, they're saying, no, that's not fair. Just because someone might smoke a J on the weekend doesn't mean they can't defend their home.
Are you trying to say cars don't cause drunk driving?
Pardon me?
Are you trying to say cars don't cause drunk driving deaths?
Yeah, like the car didn't get drunk and drive. Like, they do. I'm not saying they don't, but I'm saying you can't blame the car and then try to make everybody take a bicycle or you know what I mean? You can't own a vehicle because somebody got drunk and crashed and either died themselves or others died as well. So no one can have a car. Yeah, no, that's, what are you thinking? That whole train of thought is very odd. You just got to be like, think, man. Take a cab, call a friend, crash out. Like, what? It's that important? You really think you got to get in your car? Like, geez, come on there. It's not worth it. Plan ahead, man. Have the day off so you don't got to go in hungover. Showing up in a cab wearing the clothes you wore the night before. Folks, don't do what Flatman Can's done. Well, I mean, if you have to, do it, but, you know, if you're smart, you bring a change of clothes wherever you pass out so you don't show up at work wearing the same clothes. I don't know. Just don't ever drink and drive. Keep your home defense tools safe and secure, out of the reach of children. Use common sense. You meet someone and they're calling you their best friend for 3 months. Don't look grand. Like, I wonder what the 420 looks like down at the Capitol this year. It's dead as dead can be, or if it's...
Are they out there smoking?
Pardon me?
Are they out there smoking?
I don't know. I'm wondering what it is. Like I went a few years back and was just so dead because it was the beginning of that PSYOP situation. Nobody was, doing much of anything. It was right at the start, pretty much. And so that was like the lamest 420 year ever. And then all the other BS happened where he decided to let the cops trample people and shoot people and whatnot. And then there's been blockades. You can't drive past Parliament now for months and months and months and months, like ever since that all ended. So I'm just wondering if 420 this year is dead or if some people are up there. If it's rocking, my lazy butt should be there with a hand, like pile on my shirt.
They try to turn it into another January 6th.
On 420? Oh, geez, I don't know.
Yeah.
Potheads aren't that motivated. Relax, man. We'll just sit on the hill and smoke a spliff. You know what I'm saying, brother? Them dead politicians be locking us up for years, man. We need to stand for our rights. Or sit for our rights and smoke a spliff. You know what I'm saying, man? We have a sit-down smoking, man. Usually, by this time of the year, the snow's been gone for a while, and the grass up there would be quite nice to sit on. I don't know what it's like this year. We had some shit weather just last night, I believe. Yeah, I don't know when the next 420 will be decent and I can get rid of a pile of shirts, but hope it's not going to be too many frickin' years. At least they're available through other ways.
Tell me about your shirts.
Oh, I've posted them in here a few times. Excuse me, I do customize designer and novelty t-shirts. So yeah, I'll show you an example of a couple.
I created a t-shirt for myself as well.
So. I'd love to get a nice order for a big pile of Flat Earth tees. I have a Flat Earth t-shirt myself, but
my t-shirt is in Finnish language, so you won't get it. But it's based on the mockery about my big fat belly. So basically, let me check if I can find that order. I can show it to you. I think it's there.
It's an example of one of my novelty shirts.
Okay, basically what it's saying on the front of my t-shirt or my design is saying that the upper line is saying world is flat or earth is flat, and the second one is saying that my belly is round and I have a round belly. So basically when people are like first looking, okay, earth is flat but my belly is round.
So they might think it says earth is round, but as they get closer, hey, it says earth is flat but his belly is round.
It's kind of that, and also in the backside there is this. Backside there is this. It's almost NASA, But in Finnish language, ansa means trap. So it's a joke about Finnish language. Ansa is a trap. So basically, if you imagine a trap, word of trap inside instead of nasa there. So it's kind of playing with words.
All right.
But it's like I said, it only works in Finnish language. You have to understand that why it's there, how it's there. But yeah, but I have a couple of those T-shirts.
Nice. So yeah, I've been flogging shirts for quite a few years now. I'm going to show an example of another one of a series. I can do anything, like if you wanted some for a family reunion, or here's an example of one that was in my head for many, many, many years, and I finally got it out of my head and onto people's. It's got this is one of the ones that was busy today, along with 3 others that are similar. Commandments on the back, and but I'm sure it's probably not too crazy this year.
I think it's always going to be more crazier. Did you hear that? I live in Finland. I'm not sure if you heard that Finland joined in the NATO.
I have no keychains or air fresheners to hand out for free. I'm low on my pens to hand out. Like, I guess I wasn't really ready for this 420 anyways, even if it was going crazy. Like, I love giving out free merch just to get the name in people's eyeballs. Funky Tees, what's that? Or someone jump in a car, holy shit, I have one of those T-shirts. Friend's car I gave, or one of my representatives gave a free air freshener to. Or while, but I'm a little some money that I was planning to spend on the mugs or something else. Don't really need it. Already have 4 of them, but let's buy another one. Oh boy. Sometimes I purposely buy things 2 at a time instead of 1 at a time, because I know it's going to break at some point and I'm going to want another one, so I might as well buy 2 of them now, and when the first one breaks, I'll have a new one ready to. Steve.
How's it going, guys? I hope all is well with everybody. What's up?
I'm just taking a moment here to fix my stoner mistake. I was posting shit in Cogdis, and I thought it was posting it in the voice tech. And the other gentleman posted some images of his shirts, and I was wondering, why aren't I seeing them? It's because I was in Cogdis. But I'm just saving them so I can repost them in the live stream where I meant to, because another gentleman, I think it was Morpheus or Odious or whatever, that was asking me about my company, my t-shirts, and I was
Morpheus Ordos Decorum.
Yeah, I wanted to show him an example of a couple of my shirts, and I believe he's supposed to be DMing me information to get him to send me some popcorn, because I think he does the gourmet popcorn.
Yeah, he does.
I told him it's no rush.
I'd like to
So
place
the
an
one-
order with him for that as well.
Right on. So the one on top, I was mentioning, would probably do well if the 420 celebration on the hill is rocking this year, but it's probably dead. I got 3 others that are like have the same 10 hemp commandments on the back, but the front are different, but herb related. But again, I was also saying, and I believe I had dropped off, and I thought I was talking to the voice text, but I think I was talking to myself. This year, I don't really have any air fresheners or keychains to hand out, and I'm low on my pens to promote the company name, and so I wasn't really prepared, even if this year is a bit busier than the last couple 420s. But I'm getting some chores done that I've been putting off for a little while, getting them done before Monday. That'll change. Next 420, I'm going to be ready to rock. Maybe offer a couple people $100 for the day to come up there for a few hours and walk around the crowd, hand out some shit, and wear some of my shirts. Try to drive some sales. But yeah, still flat, still not spinning. How about you? Spinning where you are?
Scopes, like I said at the beginning, I'll repeat myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes.
Confirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Okay.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk. I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
How do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes, and you can actually measure their drift.
Wasn't what I asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question, because I don't feel like we've finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much, except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I'll do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds good. If you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying
he doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
okay, so
I'm asking
let
for
me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees, and you're going to measure Okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. But you said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh, it's not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up a PDF that has all this, that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your refutation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is a device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Right?
I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control room.
So may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true. You can.
So if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure that drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes,
You're
it's a yes or no
answer me.
question.
Listen,
May I?
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
It is
like I've been doing this for 4 years, dude. I know how all these devices
like
work.
Argument. That is
no,
retarded.
because you're
Stop
lying.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so we will see. I will get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah,
you won't do shit. You won't do shit. So listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15 degree per hour drift is what you already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it drift 15 degrees. Okay,
let's do this.
Camera, if we have to.
Yeah, okay, go
let's
for
do
it.
this.
Set it up, God. Right, set it up.
Let's do this, dude. Listen, I'm going to laugh, dude. When you measure 7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm going to laugh at you.
Wrong.
May I please interject?
Some more.
Guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah.
I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if you guys are interested.
How about I post citations? Will that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll post citations.
We can both post citations. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be...
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per mile.
That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset. I know you're upset, but you're just going to have to chill. We gave you your chance. And you were going to go and set up your gyroscope that you were then going to say, I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation. And we were going to say, okay, how do you link that? And you'd say, well, just because we know. Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not Dr. Bob, but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type of person. Sensible. This is the type of person that you get. Program. Who's been arguing this for years but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature, so they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
Fuck. I would just like to kind of bring it back to bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago. I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
No. Okie dokie.
Hello, hello. Anybody here?
What's up, Chief Dog?
Oh, what's up there, Mr. Mayhem? Hey, did y'all hear what happened with the Starship?
No, what happened to the Starship?
It just blew up.
Really?
Yep. It just blew up.
Where was it going?
Out in space, I guess. I don't know. Let me look into that one a little bit, see where it was supposed to go, what it was scheduled to do.
You're gonna postpone it for another 20 years or what? What they always do.
Let's see. Space X Starship. I guess they were just working on let's see. SpaceX Starship spacecraft and Super Heavy rocket, collectively referred to as a Starship, represent a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry both crew and cargo to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Starship will be the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed, capable of carrying up to 150 metric tons, fully reusable, 250 metric tons expendable. So my guess is they were going to launch it out into space, or what they say they were going to do, launch it out into space and let it float around for a while to be, just to say, hey, we got it out to space. And then, but they fucked it up. Like, what's his name? Oh gosh, I forgot his name.
It's usually because they forgot to carry the one in their math. That's why.
That's usually what it is, the fake one, the imaginary one.
They're like, oh shit. Did you carry the one? No. Well, there was a problem.
Oh. Or maybe they carried the one and they weren't supposed to.
Right? It's all a dog and pony show, man. That's it.
Oh yeah.
They almost didn't go to the imaginary place that doesn't exist. That makes a lot of sense.
They were going there, but it blew up.
It's like, dude, we're going to Middle Earth, but our magical carriage broke down.
And they're gonna all that taxpayer money gone.
It's gonna set them back another 15 years. Watch. And the NASA fanboys will be like, well, they can't go now because, I mean, they lost the technology in this painful process to build it back up again.
Is that what happened? It was on Challenger? All that technology?
No, the moon landing, the friggin' rocket. That's the one he said they lost that technology and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Pain. I mean, it's like it's just your job to do as an engineer. But yeah, so as soon as I saw it on the news that it blew up, I had to jump on here and talk about it, give an update. Is everybody having a good Wednesday? Is it Wednesday or Thursday? Thursday.
Hell yeah, dude! I just woke up. Make me 3 eggs over easy with some bacon. I was showing.
Yeah. I like scramble because it's easy. I should do an over easy one of these days just to do it.
Oh, it's so good, especially if you got crispy bacon.
Mm-hmm. And sprinkle a little bit of salt on that yolk.
Well, you can, but I think this bacon is enough salty. Like it's salty enough.
That's true.
I want to bring the flavors out without having to put too much sodium around.
Do you use the thick slice?
I prefer the thin because I like it thin and crispy.
Oh, okay.
Airy when you're biting into it.
Yeah.
But it's. I work for a company that produces like Applewood bacon, like the old-fashioned way.
Right.
Like they use original like wood chips. They don't use like liquid smoke.
Right.
You could taste the difference, you know. So.
Oh heck yeah!
It's like somebody smoking meats in an actual smoker versus liquid smoke. You can taste it.
Posting some awesome pictures that I've taken the last couple of days. I took this picture right outside Abilene.
What you got?
Abilene, Texas. And then I took this one this morning in
It's been some beautiful weather lately. I've been out there racing go karts with my parents.
There were some tornado warnings over here where my area was. The weather.
That's crazy.
The weather was hot last night, and when I got off of work, it was cold. So there must have been that pressure that was fighting against each other and causing that erratic weather.
Yeah, they got to call a warning, even if nothing's going to happen or whatever, just because of the possibility. And then that one was sunrise this morning. Sorry, it's loud.
If you guys out there think that the Earth is a globe and you got some evidence, click that link in the description. Come on in here. Talk to us about it.
Please.
Talk about it.
Please. Nobody's ever told us why the Earth is a globe, ever.
No, they've told us about it. They just haven't proved it.
They told us over and over and over again. After a year. I can't believe how many times I've heard the same arguments over and over. Were you here when Indio went through and was looking up keywords to see how many times it appears in the server?
Yeah, I was here. I was talking about it. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Let's see.
You guys who think the Earth is a globe, you're pretty boring with your arguments. I must say, nothing original. All the same old thing. Wasn't it like a Roman guy, like about 5,000 years ago? Like you don't even know your own freaking stories. So crazy. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Science? Wrong. Try again. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Well, it's easy, man. Ships go over the curve. That's what you guys say. How ridiculous. It must suck to be a glober right now in 2023.
I mean, for 90% of the people that say they're awake to what's going on in the world and haven't figured out that the Earth is flat, they get pretty triggered. when you tell them the Earth is flat. No, you can't be that stupid.
Yeah, we had 80s fans, the freaking numbskull, come in last night and was telling me, or because I was on lunch break and I didn't have much time to be on here. Otherwise, he would have been lambasted. But the short amount of time I had, just like his name insinuates, he was spazzing out. So, he started talking about because I was talking about surface curvature, showing in the black swan. He's like, "Yeah, I don't believe that." And the way he talks like a freaking idiot, I don't believe that black swan. And I'm like, "Oh, you're a freaking fool," because like the black swan is the demonstration that the Earth isn't curving anywhere.
Right.
I know that they're doing the math wrong. I'm like, how? Like, can you show where the math? I don't know. I can't show you. I just know they're doing it wrong. I mean, the way he talks, like, is moving his face, like when he's talking.
Sure.
So, I mean, it makes him sound more like a doofus. But then he, on top of that, doesn't understand anything. He doesn't even know. And then he's like, "Well, can you tell me why there's a curved shadow on the moon?" I was like, "Bro, why are you talking about the moon? Like all this shit in the sky has nothing to do with looking at the freaking ground. We're trying to measure for surface curvature." And he's like, "Yeah, but you still haven't answered my question. What is that curved shadow on the moon?" I'm like, "Dude, you keep going to the stupid moon. Like, we're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the damn curvature of the surface of the Earth." Like, and I kept saying that over and over again. And, he keeps pointing back to the freaking, and until somebody chimed in and was saying like, "Well, what is the curvature of the moon?" It's like, I mean, the, and,
you talk about that shit so much, dude. You're like, "No, we have to hold them there," and it's so true.
Yeah, no, I'm just like, you guys, we can't. Yeah, but we have to talk about the thing he's talking about. Like, no, we don't.
No,
we don't. Okay, he's talking about the sky, looking at the moon, and then him seeing a curved shadow, and the only thing that can cause that is something that's curved. And he didn't allow me to speak because he's spazzing out. He's like, "Oh, he can't answer my question. I got him. He didn't get it." I'm like, "You freaking idiot." I had to mute him. You can get a flat board, a plank, put it over a curved surface, and it would give you what? A curved shadow. Do you know that? Apparently not, because you only think that it can happen if it's a curved object that can get in front of the light and cause a curved shadow. So you, my friend, are an idiot. He's like, "You can't disprove my theory. You can't disprove my theory." Shut up.
My theory?
No, he's saying you can't disprove my theory, like as if he brought like the gotcha of gotchas. And like, dude, that's the stupidest thing. I mean, you talk about Aristotle looking up at the, these lunar eclipse and saying that we got a curved shadow on the moon and the Earth must be curved, like a dumbass. Like these old people and shit, they didn't know, they didn't pontificate on something that was like a revelation and then bring it to us and be like, "Oh, dude, these old guys, they knew what they were talking about." Bullshit. Yeah, they see the same shit that you see when you go outside. So the only thing that it was an older generation. There is nothing new under the sun. Hold on, dog. Hold on, man. I'm ranting right now. You gotta just let me get room here. I'm trying to run around. Let me run around here for a second. Now, you guys out there that are looking at these people that come in here and think that they're talking about something profound when they don't have any answers, you got to think about this. They haven't given us one iota of evidence. And so now, when they come in here and we display them like, "Look, can't you see that none of these guys who consider them pseudo-intellects, and they just come in here, spouting off nonsense," especially people like Ziggy Spaz, who's a dumbass, who I asked for Earth's surface curvature, and he provided me nothing. And then the only thing he's got is his zealotry. "Well, I just believe that it is. You guys have to convince me if you want me to come over to the flat side." And it's like, man, we don't got to convince shit. The thing that the Earth is doing is displaying itself to you as flat and stationary. And that's self-evident. We don't have to tell you. You can go and see it for yourself. Now, if you have some evidence that the Earth is curving in any way, then the only thing we need you guys to bring is demonstration of this drop over distance. When you bring that, then we can examine it. Now, if you have that, that is empirical evidence. Now, if you don't have that, if you have stories, well, let's look at the moon, or let's look at mosquitoes, or whatever the shit, like you're not providing evidence of the ground in which we have to measure. Now, that being said, does anybody have any evidence for the Earth being a globe? All right, go ahead, Sheepdog.
No, I'm just saying, like, when those people that were like, thousands and thousands of years ago, or even a couple thousand years ago, they didn't have like light pollution. They were seeing all that shit clear as day. They knew what the fuck they were doing. And all they all had time, like that's all they did all day long. They sat around and talked about what was going on. It was all about philosophy. They didn't have TV as a distraction or anything like that. Like they passed the time by sitting there having like long discussions on days on end. So you're right. And I hope you're enjoying your eggs and bacon.
No, I'm enjoying waiting for somebody to come in here. I finished my eggs and bacon. Now it's time.
Now I'm hungry.
Now it's time to open up a can of whoop ass on some of these Globers that come in here. Now, mind you, it's a case by case, so hopefully it's somebody that's egotistical and prideful about their globe. Because this ain't going to be no fun, man. If somebody comes in here, well, I'm not really sure. Well, yeah. Go look at some of the articles we have on the bottom of the Discord. I want somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe, so much so that they will stand on all 10 toes and proclaim it. Hey, Earth's a globe, and you guys are fools. I want that guy. That's the one I want. The real prideful guy.
Not someone who's 99% sure.
If you guys are prideful and you think the Earth's a globe, come on in here. See what you got. Put on the gloves and see if you can go a couple rounds with me. If you can. Oh,
it's been a while.
Or maybe your precious globe, there's no evidence for it. Ooh. Yeah,
How long has it been, Miggy?
What?
How long has it been since you had a true Glober debate?
Oh, that's been like years ago, I would say.
Really?
Years ago, yeah.
Dude, look at that. You Globers are slacking, dude. You Globers are sucking.
No, the rest of these candy asses don't hold any they don't hold any excitement for me anymore. I used to be thrilled coming in here. I created the Friday Night Fights. I created the Flat Earth Arena. And when it became something, like from my idea to like what it was awesome. And we had like really awesome debates. And of course now it's really I don't know, maybe it's just this generation, or like people are just, they don't have the scruples, the gumption. I mean, it just, you feel like everybody's so passé, you know? Well, I don't know, whatever you guys think, it's just whatever, man. It's like, you guys are just pushovers, man. Anybody can tell you something and you just believe like sheep. That's it. That's all you guys got. You're a yes man that nod your head to everything that somebody tells you.
My favorite is when like 3 of them come in at the same time, 3 or more, and only one is doing the answering. Everybody else is following suit. It's like, you don't even have a fucking brain. You're letting somebody else decide for you. Kind of sad.
Let me get on my good mic.
Sorry.
Y'all be listening to the stream like, oh, I'm going to prove him wrong. Oh, come on in. It's weird, but it only gets lively when I'm not here. Lucky Globers. You're so lucky. So lucky, dude. I'm at work listening to your dumbass in here spiraling.
Maybe when you're
Maybe I'll shoot you a DM whenever it gets like when people start coming in. I'll just play, hey Mickey, they're here.
No, yeah, I mean, but I'm at work, so I couldn't pop on here. Either way, I mean, I'll be in here, but I just can't chime in.
Yeah, no.
I was talking to the flat earthers last night that there's a lot of flat earth misconceptions that they've been doing, a lot of speculation that sound as a matter of fact, which is I was kind of warning everybody, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. You guys are saying things in here like chemtrails and all kinds of shit, and you don't got first order evidence. I was talking to Helio last night. I would say like this. If you're about to say something that sounds like speculation, and if you're going to come out and say it in this live stream, you are going to get put to the test if you're a flat earther. The AE map, the dome, chemtrails, whatever it is, you're going to get put to the test. Even you, flat earthers, in here. We've had a lot of people saying things and not a lot of first order evidence. Big problems.
Yeah, I try to save that for Speculation Sunday. The rest of the week, I'm like, let's get back to flat Earth.
Well, and I said this in a very generalization. If anything is being said and it doesn't have first order evidence, then it cannot be put out as matter of fact, because that's what usually happens. People that come in here, they don't understand like what is real, what is not. And when you're saying chemtrails and ice ring around the earth and you don't have any first order evidence, then how you sound to them is just like the way somebody telling someone about the globe. Same thing.
Yep. No, I agree. You gotta stick to what you can physically go out and partake in. You know, if you make a long distance observation, bring it in. Prepared to have it fucking dissected, but bring it in.
Yeah, and I think everybody in here understands that we pride ourselves on that.
Oh, we do. It got to a point. I even noticed, I was late to the. I was just gonna say I was late to the show, but like everything that I've noticed, like whenever we make an observation, they want height of the observer, they want the temperature of the day, they want the visibility.
Let me use a case in point, right? Right. I got the live stream, YouTube live stream up right now, or Helio Skeptics YouTube live stream. Take a look at this. Green Flowers just posted, chemtrails most definitely real, bro. If you're a flat earther, Green Flowers, then I need you to produce first order evidence that chemtrails are real, bro. Go ahead. How are you going to do it?
That
Good
white
luck.
thing, that white line in the sky.
You get to listen. The clouds that those, the contrails that those planes leave behind. Go ahead, present them that they're chemtrails. How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? That's my question to you. You're going to show us the exact chemicals that are being used? Perhaps, a pilot that's actually pouring the chemical mixture into the fuel, into the freaking place where they're going to be dispensing it? What is it that you're going to be able to show us that we're going to know it's exactly what you say it is as chemtrails? And this is the problem that you guys who are in the truther arena get yourselves into. And it makes everybody look like fools along with you. And we're not going to lump ourselves in with you lot who say this. That's why this server is not that. The chemtrail real server is that way. Not here. That chaps my hide, man, when people are saying things like that.
No, I hear you because I've heard you kind of like, let your hair down a little bit and talk to us about some of the things that like
fit
in the back of your mind and everything. So you're not saying that like they're not things that don't cross your mind, but you're going to stick to the evidence. You have to stick to what you prove.
You damn right. So here's the difference. When you speculate, let's say if you're on Speculation Sunday and you're throwing out your speculations, it's just that, a speculation. When the guy says chemtrails most definitely real, bro, what does that mean? It's leaving no room for it to be a speculation, isn't it? Now it's saying that chemtrails are definitely real.
Yep, no black swans.
So how are you going to prove it?
Data from the government that did admit the chemtrails are real, so I think there's a merit.
No. Prove it. No, prove it.
There is a government official saying that
I don't care what they say. That's not the point. Flying, check this out, man. If the government, just like you said with like a lot of people that look at Richard Byrd when he went to Antarctica and said there was more land outside of the South Pole, what are people saying nowadays in the Flat Earth community? That there's more land beyond the Southern Pole. Why? Because Richard Byrd said that, and he was a part of the military expedition that went down there.
I get it.
Right.
I get it.
So we're just now going to believe them on this instance, but on other instances we're not? Like, what are we doing? Or that's the definition of cherry picking. That's cherry picking. If you can't provide evidence yet take somebody's claim for it only because it suits your agenda, that's cherry picking. Because you're only picking and choosing the things that actually you like to hear and that would prove your points. But in no way can you provide any first order evidence that that's real. You just like, well, it must be because they're doing bad shit, so this is some bad shit.
Hey, Mayhem, how many years did it take for you to put that 3 points together? Because I mean that there is so much precision in that conversation.
Yeah, it was like maybe a month or two, but
Really?
it was a month or two, but years of work, right? We were already talking about it like in the server, so it was something I just like put together from the already information that was out there. So it was like, yeah, it wasn't something that was like hidden. But listen,
it wasn't easy.
No, because like I said, I ran it through a bunch of people, so it was we were talking about it like for about a month or so. So it was, you could, if you wanted to, I think Helio Skeptic would have the conversations that we used to have about the 3 points back in 2.5 years ago, so you'd have to look for them in the archives, but it's there somewhere if you really wanted to dig for them. And it's not even on this channel we're on, it was on another one. Anyways, back to the point. I really want to drive home because of the fact that people are in this server, they consider themselves to be truthers, and on this particular topics of these like conspiracy topics, there's no first order evidence, and we're just sounding like, we're paranoid people. And the reason why I want to make sure that everything gets covered in a way that people can actually use it to a place where we're presenting things. It's like, I'll give you an example. And I said it last night. If you say that there's fluoride in the drinking water of, let's say, whatever town, right? And you say, look, there's fluoride in the water. And it's fluoride is a poison. Now, if you were to say that, and then you were to tell people, look, watch out because this is true. There's fluoride in the water of this specific town if you live in this town or whatever. And if somebody was like, yeah, that's a conspiracy. You're like, no, because I have first order evidence. I can show you if I go to this one place, I can get some water and I could run it under these like chemical what do you call those litmus, things where it'll show the chemicals that are in this, in the water. And so something that would show up, let's say if you're testing for it, would be fluoride. You could see if there's fluoride in the water. But like, here's the thing, right? If you have that kind of evidence that could demonstrate that there is this chemical inside the water, that's first order. Because you're not saying that it's a speculation. There is actually fluoride in the water. So you were not just speculating on it. So that is very different than somebody saying that the clouds that they see the airplanes making are actually chemtrails. Now,
yeah, that would be pretty hard to substantiate. But I want to say good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. Mayhem, good morning to you. I'm doing much better. But I like the convo already. I'll be mobile today, though, on a flat ground. bicycles and other rolling devices require to be offset from the horizontal plane. That's how their technology works. All right. Go on. The clouds.
All right.
Yeah,
So
how are you going to prove
let's-
clouds that they are chemtrails and they have that particular things that you're saying? Now, they look really strange to me from my point of view because I'm near the coast. They have some interesting technology going on around here. Like they have these vertical liftoff helicopters, big freaking huge ones. They travel around.
Let me finish real quick, Sunday. Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
So basically, when we get into the conversation of what is first order evidence or what is a speculation, it's very different how we present it. Like when we talk about speculation Sunday and then talking about, let's say, chemtrails, I don't like mind people talking about like, look, I think a lot of people have been talking about this. This could be the case. And that being said, there's a lot of suggestive words that are used around what you're presenting. That's great. Go ahead and do that because, hey, it could be the possibility that chemtrails are something that are being done. What I am saying, though, however, is when you're presenting it as a matter of fact, just like the gentleman and like Flying was saying, no, there should be some real like conversations like they're doing this. It's like, I don't care if the government's saying it. I don't care if how are we going to test for this? Who's going to be the arbiter of this? Like, you know, it's just like the fluoride in the water, right? You can actually go and see if there's actually this fluoride in the water. How are you going to see the chemical mixture that's being used and poured into these planes and what place they're being poured into? And also, like, what are the compounds of that chemical? Like, you have to know specifics and you have to know details. You have to actually be verifiably someone who can check this out for yourself. You can't just say something. That just can't work. That just can't. I can't say that, you know, whatever technology is flying above our head is use a specific type of propulsion or whatever, and I don't know what it is. I could just be saying based on somebody else's kind of theory, and then I'm saying it's got to be true, man, because you know the government's been doing this type of whatever, and I make a whole story about it. So how is anyone going to provide evidence that that's true? That's the thing. When we are people who are critically thinking about the topics of the shape of the earth and then lean towards making speculation sound as a matter of fact, it's going to make everybody look like fools when there's somebody who comes against it and then tells you, you know, because they're opposing, right? You guys are conspiracy theorists, nutcases who can't provide any evidence. And go ahead, provide evidence at the chemtrails, and you're going to pull up videos. Look at my video, bro. It tells you right there, the guy's saying it. And you're like, yeah, he's saying whatever he's saying, but how are you going to prove it to everyone that's listening? They're just going to have to take you on faith that the guy is saying something true? Okay. So what does that do for everybody? Now everybody's just believing based on the story that someone said. Nice. That's really cool. But that's the thing. If you're not putting everything that you're saying up to that level of scrutiny, and you know that if it's not verifiable, then why would you pass it as a matter of fact? You can't do it. There's no way. So the only thing you can do is say that it's your speculation, and which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to caveat your speculation with a prefix of saying that it is. Otherwise, everybody taking it in will be using it as, you know, well, you know, this person said that this is chemtrails and the chemtrails are real and blah, blah, blah. Follow? It's most important, especially when you're in this server, this forum. Just can't be doing it, guys. No way.
I do think some people have certain descriptions that they have in their profiles that are kind of dramatic also. So if they might say something is certain, it's like not really like that.
Well, you know, and I would say this, man. You being somebody who's a critical thinker has to challenge yourself and others. Like, we hold each other accountable. So, like, I don't know, if I start saying, like, the lizard people are roaming around us and, you know, I saw somebody blink sideways or whatever, you know, I don't care. Then you're going to have to hold me to that. Like, how do you know? Like, where was the evidence of this? Like, did you come up with this all by yourself? Or what was the conditions here? What was the story? And then once you investigate and you find out it's somebody saying something, then you're going to be like, well, that's just a speculation. You can't use that as a, you know, we're in front of an audience that's taking everything in we're saying and either judging us on based on that, because that's what's happening, right? Everybody's judging us like that's listening. We got almost 20 people listening right now on the YouTube live stream, and they want some evidence. So where is that evidence? Is evidence to us going to be the same as evidence for the Earth for the being a globe? Like those guys, all they do is point us to live streams from YouTube. They're gonna, the Earth's a globe because we have an ISS, a freaking tin can that flies around the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour, and it's been in a decaying orbit for over 20 years. Yeah, right. I mean, and there's so many things wrong with that whole story, and in the video, the green screen, the wires, the bubbles in space, like you name it. There's all kinds of stuff wrong with that. But if they haven't proven to you in the first instance that actually is real, then there's nothing for us to even talk about at that point to make it seem like that's something, a point of discussion. Well, the ISS, let's see how that's real. Well, you can't even get to low Earth orbit. How is that possible? We haven't provided any evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container, unless you do.
But we do have a lot of newbies coming to the server, and they have some impressions in their head, which kind of block their ability to even think critically. So you have to sometimes indulge the silly things that they believe in, even if they're not entirely factually actually provable, but kind of dismiss their logic and whatever the suppositions are that show they're just suppositions.
Listen, I'm game for that. I'm game for that. I don't care. Like, you can do that. You can do that, and then later on come in with the truth. Like, you could take them through the logically consistent points that we have, and then later on bring in the truth. But at some point, you do have to bring in the truth. That you can't have gas pressure without a container. So you can talk about the point about the ISS bubbles in space and all that other jazz. Like, that doesn't matter. Like, you could still talk about that, because all they do, like these globers, they circumvent that with saying like, well, it can happen, man. That's just the way space works, or whatever. They'll say something that goes around your consistent point. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they're used to, making excuses. Well, how can this happen? Then you show them a video of somebody in the ISS, and it looks like they dropped something. You're like, dude, there's no supposed gravity up there. Like, how are they dropping things? And you're like, well, that's just, it was because of the angle that he had that device, and then they moved it, and it like popped out of his hand. So with the force of the thing ejected, it shot down. You know what I mean? Like, they say stupid things. And then you just, like, there you go. Because that was their excuse for why it looked like it fell. Or the wires, and they'll just, like, there's videos debunking those flat Earth kind of like logically consistent points. Like, that's not wires, bro. That's just like their pant had like a certain thing, or they got caught up in some wire or something in the ISS. We'll make something up, and then there goes your point of saying that it was like wires they're using green screens and stuff. Even though that's the case, but those other guys make up excuses, so there's no way you can get them on that. So eventually, you're gonna go back to the original premise of like asking them to provide evidence for the gas pressure without container. See what I mean? You always go back to that all the time.
Yeah, of course, I agree with that. You gotta always hit them over the head with the truth in the end, but like, you gotta set them up sometimes.
I don't care. Like, you can do that. Like, we've had lengthy discussions, and I think it's good for the audience to kind of hear it being fleshed out anyway. And sometimes it's better just to go straight to the point, and then go from that way. Let their cog disc kind of be exposed, because when you get hit with the truth right away, and it's like a trapdoor that you open and they fall into the shark tank. They have no escape. They're just being devoured by the truth. So it's like,
the gas container is the one that kind of gets people right away. Like, they start to spiral after that one.
Yeah, the guy whose name was Froggy that was in here, I ran the 3 points through him, and immediately he didn't know, like, his mind was trying to grasp the information, so he started to spiral like really hard. And with everybody here, was just coming at him with like other points. He just couldn't get away from it. It was a unique discussion to see how the mind reacts when it has nowhere to go. And so it sees like buzzword. It says buzzwords, you know, like scattergunning different things, and every which way he went, it was a story that it was built up in his mind. Like, of course, that the heliocentric globe Earth puts in there. Yeah, it's a huge thing. That's why I bring this topic up. I'm doing it for you guys who are out there. If you're a truther, you consider yourself a truther, then I think that's something you should take on in your own stance of like how you present truth to someone. If it's not something you can verify or it's self-evident, then it can't be first order evidence, can it? It's just a speculation because you want to have like this I guess rhetoric that you present with your presentation of like a multitude of different things that's wrong with the world. And so when you present it to someone as in this is wrong, that is wrong, chemtrails, ice wall, you can't go past the 60s parallel, like other things, if there's no first order evidence, it's hard to present that and then you back it up by saying this is true. You can't do that. You're going to have to only say it's your speculation. And you can't use false equivalencies either. Like, because this thing happened, this also is happening as well. You can't do that. There's a lot, I'm telling you, there's flat earth misconceptions, there's false equivalencies, there's all kinds of stuff. And if you're not critically thinking about what you're saying, you're not holding others accountable for what they're saying, then you're not doing anybody any favors. Making it harder for everybody in here. Like the argument that the darkened parts of the moon look like the world map of the earth, and that's like some truthers are running with this and they're taking it on as like this is a matter of fact. It has to be. It's like, well, just like I ask people, what is the path of the sun? Well, it's a circle. How do you know that? I don't know. It has to be. No, it don't have to be. It could be doing something else. You only see it from horizon to horizon. If you go to the north and you see the sun going all the way to horizon and coming back the other way, how do you know it's going around in a circle? An exact circle. So anyways, just for anything that people say, it has to be run through the validation points. Because if you sound like a glober when you're presenting something, there's a red flag there. That's what I'm saying. If you sound like a glober trying to present your information about chemtrails, then you might need to take another look at the information. As in, how do I know this is exactly true? Something that can be verified. Because I sound like a glober right now when they're presenting something. Oh, it has to be false equivalence because they used to do this thing and that thing in the long time ago, and that's how this is the way it is right now. Nope. And, it might sting your pride a little. It might, because you were hanging on to this conspiracy for quite some time, thinking that it's the truth when you don't have any verifiable evidence behind it. It might sting the pride, for sure. Why not? But you have to kind of reconcile that within yourself. And then filter out what is truth and what is my speculation. I mean, you can even make it as like, draw on a piece of paper a line in the middle, and then put speculation and put the truth. What you can verify, what you cannot. And see how many things fall into the category of the things you cannot verify and the things that you can.
I agree. It's a very important distinction to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I am not one opposed about speculations. I'm not. I actually think they're healthy. You're supposed to talk about stuff. But that there's a place and a time for that, and there's also an understanding that we have as far as people who are talking about the truth, right? We have to be able to decide and decipher with discernment. That's a lot of D's. What is the truth and what is not? You guys see where I'm going with all this? Like, it's for the benefit of like our presentation of the truth. Like, otherwise, we sound like paranoid people. Like, this is happening, that is happening. You know?
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, of course.
Like, I want to, and I feel like sometimes I want to build people up to the point where they're so surgical with the truth that they can dissect just anybody coming through with any misinformation. Just anything. Anyone, anything. I've always said this is the strongest words you can tell somebody. Prove it. And then it's up to the person who made the claim to show you the evidence. Because they gotta provide evidence, right? First order. How is it possible that this is the case? You know. So what else we got in here? Looks like we got Donkey Bong Yo Mama. Donkey. What's up, man?
We do have a lot of people on here, and they have their unique quirks. So I don't know if it's that possible to like have everybody be influenced by this type of thinking. But yeah, I see this definitely to go.
Listen, people are who they are. I don't care like where they're coming from, but when they're in this forum, there's an understanding, or there should be. And if not, we're going to reiterate that understanding over and over and over again. Now, it doesn't matter how long it takes until people understand you can't be saying things that are speculation as a matter of fact. Just, you're not going to be able to do it in this forum. You go to another forum. You go, if that's what tickles your fancy, go to another forum and then have your way over there. Talk about all the chemtrails you want and saying that is the absolute truth, my brothers. And say it as loudly and as from the mountaintops. You're not going to do it in here. Until you provide first order evidence of that being the case. Then you can. It's a learning curve if you're in here. There's a lot of truthers come in here. Yeah, man. Government's out to get us. Bilderberg Group, Illuminati, secret FBI, like all this other kind of nonsense. Like, yeah, boogeyman's out there. We know that. But when you start pointing fingers at certain boogeymen, then you're just misunderstanding the agenda. Like what you're getting agendas being pushed on you every day. Like from the news, from everywhere. People. Yeah, that's another imagination donkey. Go ahead and say it. Like, just talk about it. If I go to the moon, would you guys say yeah when I get there?
Yeah, the magic. No, I was serious. Like, I don't know where you cross the line where you say what's true versus what's fake.
Okay, what is that true? You just asked a question, is that true? I'll show you.
It's not true yet. It's not true yet.
Okay, then how are you saying that we're denying something that could be true when I'm telling you, is it true or not? And you said, well, it's not true yet. You just answered your own question.
Right. Okay. But what I was saying was, like, let's say I'm already on the moon. I take a picture of myself, come back to Earth, and I show you the picture. Will you say that's real?
If it's your hypothetical, then yeah, it's your hypothetical, right? Sasha, you got a hot mic, bro.
Can you imagine saying, let's say anything. You can say anything. This doesn't prove anything.
Hypothetical means you could say it whatever you want, and I would just agree with it because it's your hypothetical. Is it true? No. It's just your hypothetical. And then in that case, I can agree with anything you say. You could say I'm riding on a freaking unicorn, a rainbow unicorn that flies through the air and spits out Skittles. And I'll be like, okay, I'll go with that. Because it's a hypothetical. It's not real. Now say something that's real and then try to make it into like a scenario where it's true, then you're going to have to provide evidence. Such as people can go to the moon on rockets. Do you get me, Donkey? Like, what else you got, man? Because like that, I don't know. You so far, you think this is the stupidest thing that people are ever doing on the internet, talking about flat Earth. From what I gathered from your previous conversations. And perhaps you still do. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm just not sure where you cross the line when it comes to pictures.
Well, where across the line is that verifiable, what's been shown to us in pictures?
Because people went there.
No. Dude, if you see a picture of King Kong climbing the Empire State Building, are you going to say that it's real because people can go to the Empire State Building?
Oh.
Okay, then. That's my point. And I just proved it once again to you. How many more do you need?
Donkey, did you say if you go to the moon, does that will be enough to prove that moon it's that you was on the moon? How to say?
This is even different. Like, you would have to just say that Empire State Building doesn't even exist in the first place. Like, it doesn't. If it didn't, because right now it does, but if it didn't, it would be equivalent to the moon. Because we don't know what's on the moon. Like, we haven't really been there. We haven't stepped on it, unless you believe the whole story. But
so, and one
you personally haven't done it, so how can you believe others?
Yeah, so in one part, the Empire State Building does exist, but the other part, which King Kong is climbing it, doesn't. So on the one hand, I could show him King Kong is climbing the Empire State Building, which is, in his example, he understands the Empire State Building does exist. You can actually go to it. On the other hand, King Kong does not. So you just got it's, and so I'm trying to tell him this, like, if somebody shows you an image of something that is real, and then shows you something that is not, like, how are you going to know the difference? You can't outright dismiss it, right? You're going to have to. What are you going to do, Donkey?
But I want to elaborate at his question, Miggy. He said, if I go to the moon, would you guys say, yeah, I went there? I would say yes. I would say yes if you have everything recorded, but I need to trust you also. No. But look at the, no, Miggy, I didn't finish. But look at the devil. It's very difficult process to go to the moon, and when you will go to the moon. Let's go only to the. Let's go to the beach.
Yeah, I know, Sasha, but like on his example, it was a hypothetical, sir. So
okay.
The example of a hypothetical is only something that happens in your mind. So in a hypothetical, anything can happen. So my answer to him was, yeah, anything that you say, I would agree with, because it is a hypothetical, meaning that it does not exist in reality in the first place.
Of course.
So you can't. So therefore, anything that he says, you could agree with. If I shown you King Kong in reality, would you believe me? Well, of course, it's a hypothetical. If you showed me something that was not real, that it's real, of course. But that's the thing. Now you're going to have to take it into the realm of the really is.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that one. And now I want to compare, let's show the curvature. If I show you there is no curvature, why you should to believe there is a curvature?
Oh, that's on Donkey. You're gonna
it's on Donkey. I'm asking him, if I show you there is no curvature, why you believe that there is a curvature?
That we went over.
But we don't need to go to the moon. It's here. It's it's reachable. We can do it. To the moon, we cannot do it.
You're not coming through, Donkey, if you're speaking.
No, I think he's just.
I'm just thinking.
Are you stumped? Are you stumped by the wisdom?
He's in shock.
Oh, it's not that I'm stumped. I'm just like.
Well, it sounds like it because you're not responding.
Maybe because Plateta doesn't claim anything about the sky.
All right, so how would you respond to what Sasha just said? Are you listening even?
I'm listening. I'm not playing any games right now.
All right. Well, what is
trying to figure out bruh.
Well, bro, what? Like, how are you gonna respond to what he just said? Like, he's talking about surface curvature. Like, go ahead.
What over it is? You guys said there was none.
No, we said something, but what did you say? Like, you have to be the one to say it. If you can't agree with it, then where did he go wrong by what he's just said? Your hypothetical question.
Wait, hold on a second. Okay, I'll answer it.
Go ahead.
I haven't seen any curvature, so that I'll tell you. Is that fine? Is that acceptable or no?
No,
Absolutely.
That's all right. I didn't see also, but I wanted to double check. It's not only about seeing; it's about measuring, because maybe we cannot see because Earth is big, but we can measure because it's big.
Well, I haven't done any measurements.
But other people did it. Did you see that once?
Like the black swan.
Like, what is black swan for you?
First of all, do you know what it is before?
The oil rigs and the horizon in there.
That is black swan for you. For me, black swan is everything what is not white swan.
Yeah, do you understand what he just said, Donkey? First of all.
Oh.
Okay, so explain what you
That
meant.
means every observation what's showing there is no curvature is a black swan. Doesn't matter if it's Santa Barbara or Croatia or UK.
So do you understand that part, Donkey?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. It's not just one location that was taken by this one person and doing this observation measurement. This is also anywhere you can actually do this. So a black swan would mean that the globe Earth is speaking of the Earth being in one way. There's no curve. There's no a reason why you should think the Earth is flat. But at the same time, if there's one instance anywhere on Earth that can show you this, then it becomes that black swan anywhere. Not just that one location or that one image that we show with the oil rigs, but any place on Earth that you can demonstrate that the Earth isn't curving like they say. That becomes a black swan. That's what he's saying. So it's not just that one video, that one image that we always talk about. It's used as an example of everywhere on Earth.
Yeah.
That's why we talk about it. And a lot of times that gets skipped over. We don't talk about it in that way, like I just mentioned it. But that's the way it should be said. This is an example of what you can do anywhere on Earth. Anywhere.
Empirically, I could say in that, but like philosophically, I can say that all swans are black in this case. Because white swan, it's something what is curving, that would be comparison. But there is nothing curving. That means there is no white swans at all.
So it would be the opposite that Sasha would say. He would be like, okay, now we got all black swans. Prove me that there's one white swan. Show me that the Earth is curving anywhere. Because we don't see that. We don't measure it. He just flipped it around. So now it's always the onus has always been on the people who advocate for the claim that the Earth is curving. Now he's just showing you that if we really wanted to steelman the case for the flat Earth, we could say now, yeah, this is what we have, and now prove otherwise.
And do you know what will be interesting in this research of years of flat earthers, blah, blah, blah? It will be interesting that you have, for example, only that Santa Barbara, that you speak about Santa Barbara, and maybe some another 2-3 things. And then you have like a white swans, and you're speaking about 1,000 videos showing the curvature. But it's not like that, it's opposite. You don't have any example of showing curvature.
That's right, because I haven't done it yet.
No, I'm telling you, you don't have, not you, nobody did it.
Not just you, anybody else.
Oh, okay.
There isn't anybody else that can actually provide the evidence that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they say it is. Let me open up some other mics because we got some people jumping in here. Yeah, just hang on for a second, Donkey. We got Tap, who's looks like a flat earther for a while. Tap, welcome back.
Hey man, what's up, Mickey? Yeah.
I was telling Helio last night because you had left by the time I came in here, but that I know you and stuff. So you did have silver, and you were helping out with the precious metals. Like I remember that.
Yeah,
but I'm the one who actually was talking to you when you were on the fence, the very first time you came in.
Yeah, the very, very first time. Yeah, I mentioned that as well. Yeah, it's amazing. You introduced me to the 3 points and everything. Yeah, it was great. Honestly, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna update your roles because I'm gonna verify you right now that I know who you are.
Thank you very much.
What were the other roles you had? Because you were at silver. Right.
I was a silver. I had a bunch of different things, Cogdis VIP and stuff like that. So just like
Cogdis VIP. What else?
I don't know. I mean, those are the only important roles, the only ones that I remember. So,
Okay, so Cogdis VIP, Silver FE, Flat Earther, and I will give you valued as well because you did a lot of good stuff in here with us. So
thank you very much.
I value that. Yeah, no, just continue to do the good work that you did, man. I was gonna do that last night when I came in here, but you had taken off, so I couldn't do it.
Yeah, that's all right. No worries, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you just keep up the good work, man. Coming in
Thank
here
you,
and
man.
stuff.
Sweet.
At any rate, see, we got Donkey in here who's still kind of skeptical that the Earth is flat and stationary. So we've been talking to him for actually, it's been about 3 days already. So he's been coming in here often. For you guys who are just joining us right now, we got Max Smart 86. He's becoming a valued member of the community. Let's see, he's got valued. Max, I'm gonna upgrade you today, man, to silver, bro. Is that cool? I'm giving you an upgrade. Yeah, you're silver as well, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming in here, being a valuable member of the community.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thanks to the rest of the crew.
I'm taking out the
Hey.
Yeah, I'm taking off the seem sincere role because you are sincere. It doesn't need to be seemed anymore.
Agent Maxwell.
Let's see. Is there any other roles you want? Do you want Cogdis VIP so you can go in there and chat with the Cogdis people?
No, I'm good right now. You know, I gotta learn my way around the access I have.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, there you go. Silver, FE. You're one step underneath gold. That's as high
Congrats,
as I can get
Max.
right now from everybody, but yeah.
I really appreciate that. I didn't know I would feel this way. I think I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank my first grade teacher. My mom.
Freaking Max, dude.
Welcome to the Backup Dancers Club, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are like this.
Yeah, Max.
Entrusting people with this like role, it means like it's a big deal to our community because the critical thinkers and the intellects in here, like we highly regard those who have actually like put in the work to demonstrate to the public that the Earth is not a globe. So, kudos, man. Did a good job.
Yeah, Max has been doing good work here. You definitely deserve the role, and I wanted to go back to Tap. I remember Tap and I were both silvers at the same time.
Yeah, Helio just didn't remember him. Sonny, Helio didn't remember him last night. That's why I was listening to the conversation. I just couldn't jump in. But
yeah. Well, for me, the Silvers is a singing group that goes back to the 70s. They had a good song called Hotline. Hotline. You guys don't know that.
Take me back. Hold on.
Young folk don't know about that, Max.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what. Hold on. Am I still open? Hold on. Yeah, I'm hot micing. 1 second. My bicycle bag, man. This is new brake pads all around. Back to Tap and Max 86 and all the others. Everybody coming up through the hierarchy, through the ranks, if you will. Here in this server is really special. I feel like I'm kind of a mid old timer here. I was here during the arena, during a lot of hot and heavy duels for they're trying to recapture their own minds by losing their minds, believing the fantasy globe. It's been it's been great to be a part of this whole thing and the epic conversations that have happened in the last 3.5, 4 years. Thanks for letting me share.
I missed the arena. It was really amazing. Miggy, do you know when that's coming back?
The arena? I was thinking about kind of doing a second version of it, like on my channel. I was actually contemplating, just having like where we can host, some of these Globers, like 2-on-2, 3-on-3 or something. Like me, Indio, and like Jedi or something. Like going at like head to head with these guys. Like whoever wants to come in there.
Yeah,
But it's
that'd be amazing.
I was thinking about it. Yeah, well, I was. So the arena does still exist, but it just I haven't like put it into. I need to put the work into like how I'm gonna revitalize it. Let's say because it's definitely not gonna be the same as it was before. Because as far as like we are like, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to say right on topic and current. Just do it like a little subset of whatever show you're already doing. Like if you're doing like live streams or whatever, things like that, do a live stream where you have a panel and it's just reviving the arena.
Yeah, the way okay, so here's here's my thought process behind it, okay? And I'm just gonna my rundown, or at least what I'm cooking right now. This is what I'm cooking up. Let me put this in the look at live stream voice text. Okay, so these guys right here have already earned their stripes. They've actually got, if you see their names up there, these are the people in the server right now who's actually made somebody rage quit or like they silenced them in a debate, like a globe earth, flat earth like debate. They silenced them or they rage quit because they were overwhelmingly coming at them with truth. So those guys right there would be the only ones speaking in, let's say, in this idea of the new arena that comes up. So in order for you to participate in this new arena that I'm gonna like start moving forward, probably putting it on my channel, I would invite these wig snatchers because they're legendary wig snatchers, right? That's the tag they have. So the theme of my channel is a wig snatcher club, right? So if you wanted to participate in that, the only requirements that I would ask is that in this live stream, you have to capture a moment where you actually silence someone or they rage quit because you were coming at them with so much truth. Like and it has to be organic. You can't force it. You know, you can't say, okay, I snatch a wig. Yeah, just the wig has to just, you have to, like, it has to happen organically. Where they don't say nothing to what you have to tell them, or they rage quit that I just can't deal with this anymore. I'm out of here. And they leave. So that is a wig snatch. Both of those scenarios I just mentioned.
So check it out. Like my situation's unique as usual. I'm not on that list, but it doesn't matter. I have the role, and I only have the role because I did earn it, and I feel special. I'm a special 3-point wig snatcher. Go look for yourself, and nobody touch that. And that's all I'm talking about. I'm going to be mobile. Yeah. It's really cool to have my setup. I don't know if you know what I mean. Have anybody ridden e-bikes with, like, you can have Discord fully right at your handlebars and be riding around? That's what I've been perfecting this craft of doing this for years. Yeah, anyway, I digress.
Good for you, man. Let's see who else is in there, because we were speaking to Donkey Kong, and I was just kind of doing a few mentions and then going over a bit of things on my channel, just so that people can get acclimated. Yeah, thank you, Sonny. So people can get acclimated with the. Go ahead, Sonny.
Oh, he's muted.
All right. So yeah, the list was so that you can get acclimated with the people that are going to be on the Wig Snatcher Club. And like I said, all you got to do is take a snippet of the live stream. Just go to Helio Skeptics live stream, the YouTube channel, and then clip the part where you actually had that certain particular moment where you actually had the guy not rebuttal you or they rage quit. If you take a snippet of like your debate between you and them, and then you send it to me in a DM, I'm going to make a video out of it. And I might put some background music to you actually doing it. Because I want to put them on display to the people who are doing the work in here. You see?
I go to the Wig Snatchers Club every day and like whatever video you have and watch the majority of it. And I think we should all do that.
Yeah, let me paste the... I'm just going to put my channel in there. But like... the first video that I've ever done was Heretic, and it's called The Wig Shop. So let me see here. I'm gonna copy that and I'm gonna put in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, no. In all honesty, it's going to be a really, really great way to number one, promote activity within the server, so people would want to get in on it. Number two, sort of boost the confidence and promote more and more of that confidence that people lack, because we have in the server, I've been here for a while. I know that there are some really, really talented individuals with the way that they compose themselves whenever they articulate themselves. They really know how to get a point across. And it's just they're too scared because there's either a higher rank talking or there's like someone who is a lot more confident than them talking in the VC, so they sort of ease off a little bit, where it shouldn't be like that. Everyone should be able to get in, and everyone have this civil conversation with one another, and everyone should be able to display their full potential at all times. You know what I mean? So I think this is going to be a great way of boosting some people's confidence where they really need it. It's going to be a great thing if we were to bring it back in the way that you just mentioned. I think it'll be amazing.
Yeah, I think we're losing Donkey. He's going to go play some Warzone. That's fine. We'll talk to him whenever he comes back, or at least the panel will whenever they get back on here.
I mean, earlier on, Donkey Kong was saying that he speaks to NASA on the daily, IRL. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he's been here three days in a row so far. He was pretty spirally when he was in the first day, laughing and just saying how stupid this all is. And the next day he came in here, he got VC verified by somebody. Oh, Wolfgang VC verified him, and I jumped in and he was already in here. I was just like, you know what? I don't care.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, it seems like he's returning to his spiral state. Now he's in detention. God. Lord. Yeah, but who else we got in here for these conversations? We got Angel.
Yeah, as far as the opposing side, I don't think anybody's opposing. In here, we got all the usual suspects. We got Elijah that's joined us. He's probably cruising the streets of New York at the moment. We got Batman all the way from Australia. Flat Lloyd Wright. He's probably got us on just listening to us. Flatman Cans, I know he's listening to us. Flip is in here. Flying has joined us. Grim is in the chat. J-Star is here. Jimmy V. Mary Gillett. What's up, Mary? You got Morvis, the popcorn maker. Obvious, intelligent. Obvious. This guy, dude, I just want to say, man, last night, how like we always talk about how to present to somebody like the why would they lie question. He did it like the same way, and I said it last night when I came in there after work. I was like, like usually we talk to people about like it's a method of control, and sometimes we say things like, well, they're hiding God, and it's just like other things that we mentioned, right? But it was in the way that he said it, it was just like, I don't know, it hit different. I was like, yeah, this sounds pretty like on spot of what we would say if somebody was like really thought about how to say it in an organized way. So I don't know. I just props to Obvious for that. And I'm mentioning it now, so
yeah, glad you enjoyed it, Miggy.
No, it's just how you said it.
I listened to it back and I was like, this sounds like shit.
Really? No, man. Like,
I was trying like what kind of jumped out at you, as far as being
it's
different.
Okay. So like when you're sitting down with somebody and they're just like talking to you, it's like you were having a conversation, like a normal, like you weren't pushy. You weren't like, dude, it's a control. It's for control. Like you were just like, look, I just want you to see it in this way. Like if this were the case, and you just made it sound like, damn, like yeah, like you would convince anybody with what you. Anyway, it's
okay.
Maybe if somebody.
I get what you mean. Yeah, I mean,
do you have
the personality for it to kind of listen to it that way?
Okay, so do you have the sound clip of it?
No,
Obvious?
I don't know. No.
You don't? All right. Well, if you do happen, like, I would like the kind of the way he was talking and then your response to that. I think somebody could probably analyze it. I mean, I would, if you find that sound clip, man, just DM it to me or whatever. That way I can show people what this sounds like to normally it sounds organic is what I mean. It's not like you didn't use it as a script or you didn't memorize it and you're like, I'm going to say it this way. It was just like a natural thing that came out of your mouth. It wasn't.
Yeah. Well, if it came across that way, that is the best way to get it across organically.
I might be making too much of it, but anyway, so Obvious was in here last night. But it's just like the good work that everybody does in here, man. Like I see it happening, and it's just amazing because it's like after all this time, even though Obvious, like he may not agree like with a lot of the biblical things that people say here, but he comes from a understanding the Creator is is a real thing. You know, like you can't deny that. So, but he doesn't put a name or anything to it. So to him, it's like a fundamental understanding. In order for you to have creation, you have to have the antecedent, which is a creator. So yeah, it's pretty cool. We got Plum Bob in here, Quetzalcoatl, Sasha, of course you heard him, Sheepdog, jump back in here, and Tap, who's been away for a while, and it seems like he's been through a few iterations of his accounts got taken down because maybe he's speaking truth. I don't know, but he's back.
It's whenever I get the email from Discord, it tells me your account has been terminated for yada yada yada, and it talks about spreading misinformation. It says, yeah, your account has something about misinformation, and you know, it's just I guess they're trying to silence me. You know, I mean,
right?
The email's free is great. You can just create a new email, put my phone number back in, password, boom, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Here we are.
Yeah, they'll get you for just taking part in other servers that are talking about stuff that shouldn't be talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know what that means. Delete all the other ones and just come here.
Absolutely. I mean,
just kidding.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
No, I mean, no. You seriously, you've got a point. I mean, some of the servers, they talk about misinformation very, very openly. Well, quote unquote misinformation.
I'm not saying they are talking misinformation. They're just talking against the topics that Discord really doesn't like.
Yeah, I know. It's you know, it's what happens, you know. But you know, I mean, going back to obvious, the thing that Mickey said about that, you know, being able to talk about something, and make it seem like, oh, you know, it's just right off the dome. It's just, that's what it takes whenever you're a professional. Whenever you really know what you're talking about, when you understand the topic, you know, like the back of your hand, you can just recite it, to the point where, to the naked eye, to the naked ear, someone who hasn't heard it before, is able to, you know, like, get that experience, and envision the fact that you're saying something, and it just seems so natural, like it's rolling off your tongue, you know.
Yeah, it didn't sound like, you know, like some people have to like memorize certain things in here, like what we say, in order for them to get like a pattern. It didn't sound like a pattern. It just sounded like something anyone would say about like how to show someone that the why would they lie question would be something understood organically. Like, well, think about it, you know, if it was something that was these entities were doing to the whole world, you know, why would they be doing it for? What would be their motive? And he, you know, he went down a list of like the things, and like I said, we all do it. It's just the way he did it yesterday was, I don't know, it just sounded, I don't know. You guys have to listen to the clip, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's magical. Seriously, whenever something like that happens, it's truly magical. It's like, you know, you wouldn't believe that it's just right there. You know what I mean? You get it, right?
Yeah, even Timbo chimed in. He was like, yeah, I'm down with that. Like, I couldn't speak up because I was at work, but I was listening to him, and I was just like, just nodding my head like, damn, that's on point right there. Like, yeah, because I've said it too. It's just, I don't know, like you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know how you present it. But once again, like, we are having a discussion here about the topic of the shape of the earth with anybody that's out there listening. If you think the earth is a globe, or if you're on the fence, or if you know the earth is flat, click the description on Helioskeptics YouTube live stream, and then come on in here. Nightbot is also spamming the link, so come in here and talk to us about that. I'm looking at Mary Gillett's response. Mary, did you put something in here? Like you talked to somebody?
Yes, I did. I have been a little more bold, but like that's why, you know, I do come on here sometimes so that I'm prepared to be able to have an answer to everything. Like, I listen to you guys, but it doesn't always stay in my brain. Because I want the actual facts and proof, and not just theories, you know? So this guy said something about that they've known for for over 2,000 years, because they figured out, let's see, what did he say? If it was proven 2,000 years ago, then today should be able to demonstrate. True. Then we would be able to demonstrate and prove it today.
Yep.
Yeah,
I agree.
see, there's a difference between what the person's saying and, our actual observable reality. So, I can say, 50 years ago, if I was, of course, if I was older than 50, I wrote a book, predicting that we are going to die in 2080, right? Let's say 2080, everyone's going to die and we're just going to, it's the end of life. It's the proving the claim that I'm making, right? If we live past 2080 and I said, I've got all the mathematics and everything like that, can you prove that this mathematics is accurate? Well, obviously not, because we're still alive in 2080. In this instance, this person is saying the Greeks have known that it isn't flat for over 2,000 years. Well, how do they know? Are they able to prove it? Are they able to verify it, demonstrate it, test it, repeat it again and again and again? Make this method of testing, make this, this knowledge that they have public. How did they figure it out? Because if 2,000 years ago, they had the technology and knowledge to figure it out, why can't we do it today?
Right.
No, I feel like also what that person told you, Mary, it looks like it was a backhand comment that he said. And the Greeks, the guys who wrote the Bible, like I guess he was making a jab at you or something for that.
He's
like
being sarcastic.
Being sarcastic, but saying
Yeah.
the Greeks, the guys whom you talk about and that say wrote the Bible, kind of like, as in if he was using it, like, did you mention anything about the biblical context to him? And so he used this as a way to say, like, the same people whom you rely on for information to tell you about the Bible are the same ones who are telling you that the earth was a globe, right?
Yes.
That's kind of what I got from what his little backhanded comment there was.
Yep.
Which it's just pretty sneaky, but it's still not going to get away from the fact that he's going to have to provide evidence, right? So, and then they can say whatever they want, but then they're going to have to go back into the place where they're talking about empirical evidence, which you'd have to demonstrate that the Earth being a globe is the case. So
yeah. Well said.
I mean, if you want to respond to that, Mary,
what are the variables? What functions are within the variables? What happens in the math? Just deconstruct it, because once you deconstruct it, the devil is in the details. You find that they have nothing.
Yeah, let me just unmute Lilac real quick. Lilac, welcome to the server.
No sense.
Lilac, are you there?
I'm at studies, but I agree with you.
Oh, are you muted?
Lilac. No,
Okay.
you're unmuted. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Lilac. No?
And they're gone.
Bunch of giggly school kids. I knew where that was gonna go.
Oh yeah, that was a spiral within 5 minutes.
More like 5 seconds, bro.
They probably think because you muted them, they have listening perms or something.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Mickey. I missed. I remember when I first came to the server. My first few times going to the server. I don't know whether it was ladies' night that this happened, or it happened quite frequently for it to stick. But there was something like, "Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Toilets on the left, drinks at the front." It's like, I forget exactly what it was. Do you remember?
Yeah, that's when we say, "Welcome to Flat Earth." Snacks in the back.
Snacks in the back. Bathrooms on the left.
Bathrooms on the left. DJ's spinning requests.
On the way.
DJ's running late.
Are not in the house.
DJ's spinning requests or on the way. It just depends. Like, the party hasn't started yet, but that's what we're saying.
Depends where he's at.
That's a lot of fun. Starting when all that started, everybody was fired up. Was making music. It was a great time. Oh, shoot. Oh no! Don't break.
But the party is still going. So for all of you guys, like I said, and don't forget, guys, I dropped the link to my channel. Don't forget to sub to me, as I'm already at 97 subs, man. I only started last week, so you guys have been amazing. That helped me out.
Let me also let you guys know that go to his channel and you see 2 videos. Usually we click the video section, but actually you can find all the videos that he does in the live section. So you click the live tab, and that's where all the videos are.
Yeah, it got separated. YouTube did something different, so.
Let's see. Where can I find your disc? You're not your disc or your YouTube. Right here, the Wig Snatcher Club.
Live stream voice text.
Got it.
I'm at 97 subs, so I'm about to breach 100, which is cool.
Well, you're about to be at 98.
Thank you for
no problem.
for everyone.
No problem.
Oh, I got 100. What the heck?
Oh wow! Look at that.
Nice. Did you count as like 3 or what? Like what?
I don't know. No, I didn't even subscribe yet, bro.
My freaking tap is like, I'm gonna show you. I got my socks. My sock accounts will give you 100.
Heck yeah. No.
Yeah, but check out, like I was mentioning, the wig shop. Anybody can be a part of the wig shop. If you, like I said, if you silence someone in a debate in here, and it's got to be in here on audio, not in text. So if you silence somebody, they can't say a rebuttal back to you. They don't know how to respond to you. That's a wig snatch. Or if you make them rage quit organically, you can't force them. Like, you know what I mean? Like they have to leave because they just couldn't rebut the truth. And if that happens, take a clip of that moment that you've done that, send it to me in my DMs. And then I'm going to make a video specifically about you and probably put some background music to it. And then you'll be in the wig shop. And then I'll give you the legendary wig snatcher tag. The legendary wig snatcher tag, like I said, it comes with only a certain amount of people that have actually done this. So the people who have done it are right here. This is the list. And this is the tag that you will receive. Yeah, you get that tag. And if you have Discord Nitro, so if you have Nitro on, it'll put the little swords by your name once you get that tag. So that's another, I don't know, it's kind of cool that you get Discord Nitro, but that'll be up to you. You don't have to get it. But if you do get it, it'll put the swords by your name, like my name, as you see there. So anyway, yeah, it's got to be in here, though. It can't be in another stream. It'll encourage people here on the 24/7 to, get in there. Put the gloves on, man.
I cannot seem to log into my Google account. Oh Lord. Okay. All right. Let's
Forget
do
your
this.
password?
I didn't forget my password. No, it's telling me to open the app on my phone. So I opened the app on my phone and it's just giving me the spinny circle of death forever. It doesn't want to work. 424-903. 424.
Hey, don't say it out loud, bro.
No, it's a code. It's just a verification code. It's all good.
He's
I got 4 numbers to figure out now.
It reads on my address. Back. P Sherman 32 Wallaby Way, Sydney. There we go. Okay, subscribe 101. Boom. Beautiful. We got it.
Yeah, thank you, man.
That's no worries. And also just to top it off, I'm gonna boost the server.
Damn.
Boom, boom, boom. Boost. 2-4. Boom. Boost. There we go. Done.
So yeah, you're gonna start coming back in here more often, Tap?
Absolutely. Absolutely. On the daily.
It's good to see. Well, then there's something you can aspire to get that tag, man. Legendary wig snatch. But like I said, if you put the gloves on when somebody's in here, just make sure that they organically are silenced or they're organically leave. Like it's got to be that.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. I mean,
the reason,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, I was gonna say the reason why it's difficult is because your own teammates will then start to white knight for the person. So you're gonna have to contend with your own teammates to make sure that they're not jumping in. Meanwhile, you're talking to the person. So it's kind of hard because in here, the people might be like, dude, just let him talk. Like they're not gonna allow you to get the wig. So it's you gotta work the room in order for you to get it. So it's a difficult process, but once you do, it's a beautiful thing. So like Heretic did it, like he even did it yesterday, but I'm so busy I can't get that clip.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and then honestly, it's an open platform, so anyone is able to hop in whenever they want to. You know what I mean? There's no, you're not allowed to talk while I'm talking type thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. But no, and in all honesty, I completely get it. See, if it counted for real life, I've made teachers quit their jobs. I don't know if you remember me telling the story about my physics teacher, ex-physics teacher. I still haven't seen him since, but this is when I was at my old school. I brought up the topic of flat Earth back when I was really, really into it. I'm talking like pressure metal takeover times, right? I brought it up to him. I was like, "Yeah, what do you think about it?" And he was like, "Yeah, well, I was watching a documentary the other day, and I'm pretty sure we're all familiar with the documentary that I'm talking about, Behind the Curve, right, on Netflix, and they're disproving the flat Earth, etc., etc." And I was like, "Well, yeah, I mean, there could be other reasons as to why he saw a dip through those little holes, They never showed us the ground. They never measured the ground before they made this experiment. We didn't know if it was level or not. Camera angles, all sorts of things we need to take into consideration before we make an assumption like that." And then I emphasize, I'm not disagreeing with you or anything. I'm not saying that the Earth is flat, but hypothetically speaking, if this was going to be an accurate test out of everything that as a physics teacher, you understand that every variable needs to be everything needs to be accounted for within the experiment in order for it to be valid. He agreed with me. He said, "Absolutely, yeah, I didn't even think about that." He was like, "Yeah, well, I'll go look into it later on tonight." I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." He was like, "Yeah, you're right." The next day he comes over to me. He's like, "Yeah, you're right. They didn't show us all this information that they missed out. Maybe the documentary is false after all." But we carried on having the conversation. Then we looked up, at the stars and then the sun and how it moved over. We looked at gas pressure. We looked at everything. And then one day he just stopped coming in completely. I asked the attendance manager. I asked, "Hey, has this teacher been in school?" They were like, "No, he actually resigned." I was like, "Oh, why?" He was like, one of my favorite teachers. I'd love to have a conversation with him, even if it wasn't about the topic. I'd love to just chat with this guy because he was honestly amazing to talk to. He was like a good person at heart. But I'm glad that if he did resign for the reasons that I'm thinking of, it's a good thing because now he's awakened a bit more to the truth, and he understands the reality of the world that he lives in. He understands more about it, and that's basically it.
That, or you gave him crushing depression.
maybe he was a guitarist. He was a musician like me. And we always talk about all sorts of different things together, but he just stopped coming in one day. It was out of nowhere. We were in the middle of exams as well, which kind of sucked. But we had another teacher that came in. She wasn't as nice. But yeah,
it's a shame you didn't manage to keep in touch out of school.
I know, yeah, no. I mean, you know how they are with that sort of thing. It's like safeguarding and stuff. You're not allowed to have contact with students outside of school because it's a risk.
Yeah.
It's a risk, but it's whatever. At the end of the day, I'm happy. Hopefully he's happier now than he was after the shocking realization that this 15-year-old boy at the time was smarter than he ever was. But yeah, no. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you were 15 at the time. That makes sense.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm 16 now, so that's not much of a difference, right?
Oh, it was only a year ago. Oh.
Yeah, it was only a year ago, year and a half, actually, I think. It's like towards the end of lockdown, we started coming in again, but, the masks, the distancing, all sorts of shenanigans.
Sounds like you put him on the right path, at least, though.
I hope so. I hope he took what I said into consideration. If he was influenced by the 15-year-old boy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a big problem in the world, is that, everybody thinks they know it all, And adults don't want to listen to youngsters, and youngsters don't want to listen to adults, but sometimes you need to pay attention because there is stuff to be taught.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone should listen to everyone. Nobody should, because of age.
It takes a lot of humility to be, a well-qualified physicist and put that aside and listen to a 15-year-old, and engage on something.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, everyone should listen to everyone. Realistically, if they're talking about a topic and they're passionate about it, you should really listen to everyone and whatever they have to say. Obviously, I say passion. We're gonna have trolls. We're gonna have people who are like, claiming these things that obviously aren't the truth. So we don't need to listen to them. But if someone has passion and someone has a point where they could be right, it's good to listen to them, and it's good because it may, open up. Sorry, give me a second. It may open up another, a path or like an insight.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many moments in my life where I've been discussing with someone that's older than me, and I can just recognize immediately that I'm not being taken seriously purely because of my age, being lower than yours.
You're younger than me.
No, I'm talking in general. My own interactions in life, with elders and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
They will just shut you out because you are younger than them, and that just automatically means that whatever's coming out your mouth can't possibly have any sense to it in their minds. Or it's just an easy tactic for them to push you away if you are saying stuff that's uncomfortable to their beliefs.
Yeah, no. I mean, honestly, I've experienced it. You've experienced it. A lot of us, have when we were younger as well. Even for the older folks in here, I'm sure you've had a moment where you're saying something to someone. They're like, "You're a little boy. Just stop. I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for 20 years, whatever. I know exactly what I'm doing." And then they struggle, and then they finally figure it out. But you would have had it. If he would have listened to what you would have said, he would have done it. An hour earlier. It's something that we've all experienced, or I hope a lot of us have experienced to understand what's going on and the problems with people today. They just don't listen to people. They don't listen to each other because they believe they have some sort of authority because of their age or their gender or their their experience or something.
Yeah, that's kind of another misconception with people, is they think that I'm old now, I'm an elder. That means I have some authority and wisdom to give. It's like, if you didn't study and learn anything in your life and realize anything, then you don't have any wisdom to get, and you're as good as the children you're trying to lord it over,
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
which is a big problem in the world, The elders are not wise and the children are not interested. And this is what we're fighting.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to bring this up, but I've also experienced this firsthand in the server as well. Because of my age, whenever I talk, generally speaking, I don't sound like a 16-year-old. I do sound young, which is good. I hope I do sound young, but I don't sound like a 16-year-old boy. Like a young boy. It's whenever I tell people my age, they freak out. And they're like, "Wow, you're really wise for your age. You're really smart." I'm like, "Yeah, well, thank you." But it's just, if you understand the topic and if you're passionate about it, you can talk about it for hours and hours upon end. And that's the reality of things. But there have been moments where I'm saying something and I get cut off by someone because of their age, or because they're like, "Oh, don't listen to Tab. He's just a silly youngster. He's a troll, etc., etc." I get looked at that way because I'm young. So it's heartbreaking, but
yeah, it's unavoidable.
Yeah, so it's something we have to deal with, and we move. Because eventually these people will realize that it's good to listen. Good to listen to people. As well as as much as it is good to talk. It's good to listen, because then you can pick up things. You can learn things from people you wouldn't expect to learn things from. It's But who else
you have to engage with the people that you disagree with, because that's when you're going to learn the most.
Absolutely.
Everybody just sitting in their echo chambers,
Yeah.
Not going anywhere, just stagnant in their minds.
Yeah, I mean, even regarding the topic of the server, the flat Earth, I'm sure if you were to, put two subjects to the test, one person who learns a topic individually, isolated, and they just keep on reading the information from a book and making these experiments and tests for themselves, and someone who goes out and talks to people and gets in these conversations, debates, these discussions with other people, I feel like the person who, does the latter, who does talk to these people, who gets in the conversations and debates and engages in the discussions that go on, particularly here in the server as well, they will have a much better understanding of the topic. They will think of more different things, more different reasons. These rebuttals from Globe Earthers, whether they're reasonable or not, if it's something that, they haven't heard of. Some people haven't heard of the Cavendish experiment, and that's one thing. And you may seem stumped if you haven't, gone into the conversation before, if you haven't read up on it and you haven't read how it is set up and what it is actually trying to prove. Well, there are assumptions. So based off of the assumptions that are being made, the quote-unquote experiment cannot be deemed valid, right? Because you can't test something with an assumption as one of the main bases, right? Because with this test, there's a formula, and the formula contains a little g. So it's completely out the window if you're trying to prove gravity with gravity, right?
Well, assumptions get a lot of flack in here, obviously, but I'm not against them.
No, yeah, absolutely not.
That you can't assert something to be true and proven when its basis is on an assumption, but I do think you need to kind of start with some kind of idea and then go from there.
Yeah, because you have the idea, and then it's to prove it. How are you going to prove this idea? I have the idea that you can have gas pressure without a container. Well, how? Prove it, right? That's where we go on from there. But if you're, claiming that, this proves gravity. Here it is, formula, gravity, right? you can't do that. That's not how it goes, right? It goes against the rules. But yeah.
Aristophanes is obviously the biggest culprit here. And it's like, I assume the Earth's a globe, and I'm going to calculate for it. I'm going to observe a few things, and then I'm going to make some calculations, and therefore the Earth's a globe. It's like, no, it just doesn't work that way.
Unfortunately.
And nobody has done the calculations since. There's no need to do it. It's settled fine.
No, absolutely. He assumed that he did it once. Why would we need to do it again, right, guys?
Right. No, as Mayhem would say, people like you, Tap, give us hope. Because, man, it was kind of gloomy there for a little while.
So you're only 16, Tom?
Did you need to say something?
I think he went AFK. I was just going to ask him, what's the deal with his peers and whatnot? Has he got other Flyers friends in his school and stuff? Is his kind of, groups open to the discussion, the ideas? Tying into what you're saying, Sheepdog, that, young people of the future, so...
Yeah. Like here at work, working out in the oil fields, a flat smacks one of my coworkers. We're up on the deck, and we're looking off in the distance. And like, how far do you think that fucking hill is over there, dude? I don't know, 35, 40 miles. And I'm like, you don't see no fucking curvature at all? Really? Doesn't look like it, does it? And I looked at him, and I put my hand out. And I said, that bitch is flat.
Got him.
He just went right back out there to looking off into the distance. And I was like, don't just look there, dude. Look all the way around. Look how many hills are off in the distance. That one's 30, 40 miles away. Look at that one over there. That one's like probably 50 or 60. And you can see the basin.
Damn. You work in
granted,
inland rigs or offshore?
On land. Now, granted, it's on terrain, so you're going to have going up and down. But when the terrain is generally flat, it just makes you question it. Obviously, water is the ultimate test. then when you bring water into it, you got to invoke how your vision works, how lenses work, how your eyeballs see things.
It's all about planting them little seeds, and then they'll go away and they'll be like, fucking sheepdog had a point earlier. And the next day, you have a bit more of the conversation, And eventually you get them in here and they get fucking snatched.
Well, even if I don't get them in here or don't have the conversation with them someday, it's curiosity is going to make you do. At some point, you're going to say, you have that choice. You're like, either I deny everything I just saw, or no, like what Google is telling me is not what I see. I'm, it's trying to tell me something, but I know what I saw. I know what I'm looking at every day. I'm out there looking at. What?
We have Ziploid in the VC down here at the bottom. Ziploid, I just mentioned you in the live stream voice text. If you can hear me, please type. I just wanted to know if, because there are a few reasons that you could have the listening pass. Either our person at the VC checking the person who was, asking the questions and stuff, felt like it was better to give you the listening pass, or you just wanted that as a personal, wish. So, if you would like the verified, you can feel free to hop up to the interview VC. I can have a chat with you there, or someone else can, and we can get you the VC verified role if you're up for that. But yeah, because we would like to have a conversation with some people in here. Keep the live stream going.
And you're talking to a 16-year-old too. So.
Yeah, you're talking to a young boy, right? A young, innocent, stupid boy. Right?
Young, innocent, stupid. Not stupid. No. Young and innocent.
That's it. No, I mean, honestly, I'm a fresh seed. Again, I don't know how many of you were here for, I guess, the start of it, but Miggy Mayhem was the first, or one of the first people who ever talked to me about this topic when I was on the fence, when I was still questioning this, that, and the other. What if, but what about this? All these images, all the blue marble, and all that. That's
a happy medium.
Yeah, right.
In between, maybe we're not getting
right. Exactly. Like when I was there, you know what I'm talking about when I say there, right? Miggy was the person to sort of open my eyes, talk to me, and give me the basics, and he just hit me with it. Like it wasn't like a long-winded explanation on everything, on how everything works, the calculations and mathematics. He was like, "Here are the facts. Now I want you to take them, and I want you to make your own observations with them." Instead of feeding me with a silver spoon, right? He taught me. Right?
Did you go on a trip to North Carolina on a vacation or something like that? Was that you?
No, that wasn't me. No, I've never been to the United States.
You've never been to the United States? You said?
No, I've never.
You're not from the US?
Oh,
I'm not. No, I'm from the UK.
Oh, you even have an accent, bro. Man.
Right? Yeah, no, I don't put it on. I don't put on.
Whereabouts in the UK? You're down in England?
Well, oh, yeah, I was born in England, but I live in Manchester now. Central Manning.
UK accent.
You hide your
there comes the accent, right? Here it is. I'm talking
about. There it is. Yeah.
There it is. You guys got it. No.
He's working on his universal accent.
Oh, of course, right? We've always got to be able to shapeshift. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
absolutely, dog.
Well, half of it's relating to the person you're talking to. So, like, having the same accent or the same tone or the same type of language, the lingo that you're speaking. If they understand it when it comes out of their mouth, they understand it when it gets inputted back into their ears.
Thank you, Grim. Seriously, you should listen to what happens when you put me in a call or in a room with an Australian person. It gets out of hand. It gets wild, right? No, but
you get that English, man. You got a funny English accent.
Oh, so start talking like this, right? Nah, absolutely, bro. I just start talking the Aussie accent. Nobody realizes, right? Nobody understands that I'm not actually from Australia, bro. But, I get told that I have like a sort of TV Aussie accent. So like I can't put it on that well. It sounds like the
just fucking showed up
people on the TV, right? Just saying fucking Australia. Crikey, mate. No. But yeah. Thank you, Grim, for diverting my attention there to the debate text. But yeah, Ziploid. All right, so I'm happy just listening. Yeah, if you are happy with just listening and just I guess paying attention to the conversations that go on here, that's completely fine. But at a later date for future reference, if you would like to sort of get your roll up, you can ping a silver FE or a gold plus or a moderator or whatever whoever's on right now. And tell them, hey, I'd like to get the VC verified instead of this, or I'd like to get this role instead of that. You can hop into the interview. They'll go through the procedure. Or I'll go through the procedure with you myself, and we'll just check if you're, if you're ready for that role. Obviously, we don't want people who are, on the fence to have the globe earther role if they're not, truly a globe earther. So, if you're here and if you'd like to present your points and tell us why you believe you deserve the globe earther, the flat earther, or even the VC verified role, we'll happy to slide that over. As long as you're a genuine, honest person and you have the respect, the level of decency that we're all showing here, you can see that none of us are just talking over each other and shouting over each other, and it's not a I'm louder contest, right? We're all having our own conversations at our own time, presenting our own points with our own previous experiences, or talking about the topic one at a time. As long as you can follow those basic rules, it's all up there in the welcome. But as long as you can follow those basic rules and be a decent human being, you know what I mean? You'll progress in no time. You'll have the roles you want. If you can just, be patient. That's all it is.
Being a decent human being seems like a real struggle for most people nowadays.
Oh yeah, I know. You'll be surprised. Every time I do a VC verification, I always mention just be a decent human being. That's all it is. Be nice, be respectful. If someone does something good, compliment them. Say, yeah, no, that was really good. You kicked ass, bro. Just like thank you. Yeah, that's all it is.
If you're gonna be mad and troll and spiral, just raise quick. Come back later when you're not pissed off.
Yeah, honestly. And one thing I agree with, I don't know if everyone here also agrees with me on this, but the cognitive dissonance is, honestly, and it's an amazing place, I believe. Purely because it's not like, oh, you want to troll, ban, you're gone, you're completely off the ropes, right? It's a sort of like a jail, right? Like a place for reformity. It's a place where you can talk about it, let some steam off, and this person, I'm arguing with this person, I'm a troll and I'm arguing with this person, and I'm gonna say, oh, if all flat earthers are stupid, yada yada yada, right? And then, oh, this guy texted, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Well, yeah, you can. Let me think. Oh wait, you can't, right? But why? How? Then the questions start coming in, then the realization, and it just clicks. What if these flat earthers are actually talking the truth? What if they know what they're talking about? What if they have a point? And what if they have done the experiments and the tests, and they have verified that the earth is indeed flat? What do I do then? Right? So it's just right there. That's the point. That's where the cognitive dissonance chat is truly a beautiful thing, because it can, instead of sending someone away forever and ever and ever and not letting them come back, it is somewhere where it has the opportunity for reformation, right? You can get into conversation. People can say, okay, yeah, I'll have a genuine conversation with you about this, let's go. And then it's just, you can bring people back. You can, sort of awaken people and give them the realization, disprove their claim. And, instead of giving them, giving them the silver spoon, you can set them off, kind of like what Mr. Miggy did with me, right? Instead of, giving me a fish, he taught me how to fish, right? You heard that expression, right? Like, give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you'll feed him for a lifetime. Right? Yeah. It's honestly a beautiful thing, and you can teach all these people to fish if you have the right way, if you have the right knowledge, the right confidence, the right amount of time, the patience that you require in order to have faith in these people. At the end of the day, we're all here together, and we were all at one point. We were all at this point at one time in our lives. You know, no matter how much we wanted to deny it, we were all presented with flat Earth, and we all, you know, immediately thought, oh, well, these guys are wrong, or these guys are stupid, or, you know, some people hated them more than others. Some people may have had no basis over them, and then, you know, they're here and they realized, oh, well, I used to believe in this, now I believe in that, or now I know that this is the actual reality of things, right?
I went down like every rabbit hole, and then when I went down my ancient mythologies rabbit hole and the flood and everything, someone was like, "Hey, you know what all those ancient mythologies have in common?" Like, what? They all knew the Earth was flat. Fuck.
Right.
So for me, it was a little bit different. Everybody's got their own little, you know, their own little way that they woke up. I can't tell you how many people on here. Oh, it took me 2, 3, 4 years before I finally realized the truth. And I mean, it takes time. You know what I mean? Like, you come in here and argue with us all you want. We're going to ask you for the evidence, and we're going to present you with the evidence that we have.
Absolutely. I mean, even further than that, we don't need to present anything. In all honesty, I believe if you're truly, you know, understanding of the topic, you don't need to provide any evidence, any pictures, or anything like that. You can simply tell a person, "Hey, get a balloon, blow it up, or go outside, right? Do this observation for yourself. Do this test for yourself. Blow up a balloon, pinch it at the mouthpiece. What do you have? Gas pressure in a container. Let go. What do you have? No more pressure, right? So you do require that container and that pressure. In order, you know, you require the barrier around it, right? You require a container. That's as elementary as it gets.
And like, go out. Like, when in your life have you ever felt spin? Like, you're supposed to be spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Like, when do you ever feel it? You don't feel it. And it's not just a spin. There's that circular motion where you're going around the sun, plus you're blasting through space in a spiral. It's the most absurd thing ever.
Right.
You know what's funny? Even though they teach this heliocentric model and indoctrinate all of us with it in the Western civilization, they don't teach you how it operates. They don't really give you the dimensions. You don't go into details. I mean, unless you're a person who's inquisitive and has some sort of interest in cosmology or astrology or something like that, you generally don't even know too much about it other than that it's supposed to be a globe, right? So I find it very interesting that, you know, most of us, when we came into it, we were ignorant of all of the dimensions and all of the other things, but somehow we want to hold on to it. Like he was speaking of the cogdis, right? You want to hold on to it. And so if a person is looking for truth, then they'll be sincere. They'll be interested in your responses. But if a person just wants to argue, then they're not going to let you finish your sentence or complete a thought. And that's what most of us deal with in here. People who are very disingenuous when they come to have these discussions. Very rarely do we find a guy like Tap or others that are genuinely interested. But, you know, the ratio seems to be increasing a bit.
People are running out of excuses is what it boils down to. Like, what they bounce around the circle and they hear, you know, like, where's your proof? Because, like, there's got to be proof for the globe, right? We're asking for it. What we observe and what we see is not what we're being told. And then what we're being told, there's no evidence.
When you shake a person, you know, foundation like that, they want a replacement because they've had something. You know, when you quit cigarettes, you start chewing gum or working out, or, you know, when you're changing your food from one thing to another, you know, there's a weaning sort of process that goes on, and you need a replacement. And so people need a replacement story, and unfortunately, we're not selling stories here. That's not what we're doing here.
All right, bro, we're back to the old ways. Where's the edge? Who says there's an edge, man? Well, there's a dome. Who said there's a dome? What if it's covered and it goes on forever and we just don't know? Like, that's
And
just the
that's
way
the
it was made.
nature of the person that generally comes in, and that's the nature of persons generally in speaking. They want to know. They want a replacement. And this is where you run into trouble. You know, even when I've presented quite a few of my close friends with this evidence over years. This is not something that I'm new to, right? I'm new to the discussions and the forums and things of that nature. But I'm not new to the idea and the discovery of the truth. I've been looking for the truth my entire life for whatever reason. So, anywho, I express these things to my friends, and yeah, of course, they mock me, joke at me, you know. However, I'm persistent in my arguments. You know, where's your proof? I mean, where's your oblate spheroid? Where's your picture of your oblate spheroid? If you believe that this photo is accurate and you believe also that it's an oblate spheroid, well, something's wrong here. Let's just start there. You know, simple things that mess with them that they generally accepted as truth, as we all did. Pictures, you know, movies, stories, you know, not facts, not numbers, not things you can test and measure, not actual science, but science fiction. So people need a story. They don't like not knowing. So that's what makes it difficult to break through, because my friends know. They know now. You know, they don't present any more jokes because my jokes hurt more than their jokes. So, especially when you have zero evidence for what you're claiming and you're starting to look ignorant and like a buffoon, and, you know, and when, you know, like, you know, it's harder to convince someone that they've been fooled than it is to fool them, right? This is what Mark Twain said or something like that, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. Right? People have that pride.
And Leo Tolstoy, I think it was Leo Tolstoy, said, was it Tolstoy? I have to look it up. Go ahead, keep talking. I'll see if I can find it.
So, you know, you have to deal with that persistenceness of the nature of man, and, you know, the society that have been, you know, that's been constructed around them with all the answers. Everything has been answered. You know, you know, the only thing that hasn't been answered is the question that nobody asks anymore. And, you know, so when you feel that everything has been answered and there's nothing to do, you kind of start to lose your will. You kind of, you know, it puts me in a very precarious state, easy to control and manipulate, you know, easy to introduce fear to. So, you know, you keep them in this state, and this way, you know, that it's hard for them to come to these truths. It's hard for them to even know that there's any truth out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I agree with what you're saying, you know, especially with that quote that you said, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. That's truly powerful. That's honestly something that, you know, well, personally, I've never heard that before, and I think it's great. But, you know, another thing that you said earlier on than that, it was your friends that would, you know, they jokingly mock you, you know, and sort of like, you know, jokingly tease you and make fun of you, you know, for, you know, having this perspective and for, you know, understanding your observable truth, whereas they believe their, you know, their teachings from schools and other, you know, public sources and stuff like that. But the key word, you said that you were persistent. Now, persistence is something that you'll see in someone who's genuinely passionate about anything. It will be persistence. You know, a musician will be persistent in practicing their instrument, or persistent in singing, training their vocal ability, or, you know, training their knowledge and their understanding of the music. An artist will be persistent in picking up their pen or pencil or paintbrush and drawing on that canvas, just as a flat earther or someone who would like to spread the truth and, you know, inform people about the truth will be persistent with passing on this message and, you know, making it understandable, having the ability to communicate and pass on this knowledge, and, you know, give them the sort of ideas, sort of set them afoot, you know, give them the fishing rod, right? Teach them how to fish. right? It's honestly it's great. Persistence. It's a beautiful thing to see, because a lot of people lack it, and a lot of people would do better. Inside the server and outside. Musician or not, artist or not, fisherman or not, right? A lot of people would be better at what they do if they were to be more persistent about things. If they were to try more, if they were to put more effort in to whatever they're trying to pass on, whatever they're trying to do, it would be great to see more people try like that. But unfortunately, we don't have that.
Persistence is a virtue, like any other thing, right? And it's something that was taught and practiced when I was growing up. They always taught you that practice made perfect. If you fail, try again. They had that little engine that could. I think I can. So, in my era, in my generation, they told you that you're going to fail, but to continue to get up and do it all over again. Now, in today's society, I don't see that same message being passed along to these kids, right, and to the younger folk. It's okay for them to quit everything, to start something and not see it through. That's not okay. That's not a good quality of being any sort of good standing citizen, right? So it's a different era that the younger folk are growing up in. And so when they talk about persistence and being persistent, you don't see that drive as much anymore. But the one thing that has been constantly persistent is this truth. This truth is persistent. And this is why we keep finding it. Because it's not going anywhere, because it's the truth. And it is persistent and consistent and over, verifiable, testable, measurable by the numbers that have been given to us by the educators of the world. And not to say that the educators or anybody's in on it, because nobody's in on it. What they've been taught is what they believe. Nobody digs into it. They don't have the facts any more than we did. Right. They are just as ignorant as we were when we stepped into this and started finding out that it's 93 million miles away, and that a light year is 2 trillion miles, and that a trillion seconds is 31,000 years, and all of these numbers. That's like, wait a minute. We really didn't know, the numbers like we know them now, that the radius is supposed to be 39 and that the, circumference is supposed to be 25. We didn't know these things.
I know.
Not
a
like
light year is 6 trillion miles, but I digress.
6 trillion. Thank you for the correction, because it's not like I'm going to memorize that and say, look, knowing around it enough is good enough for me right now.
So hey, check this out, Max. So Leo Tolstoy says the most difficult subjects can be explained to the most slow-witted man if he has not formed any idea of them already. But the simplest thing cannot be made clear to the most intelligent man if he is firmly persuaded that he knows already, without a shadow of a doubt, what is laid before him.
Your mind say the same thing in a bunch of different ways, and it's up for us to pick up these messages. Because these guys are some of the great minds. This is why their work is consistent.
Look, I know where that quote comes from. Hold on a second. I'm going to grab the book. 1 second. All right. I forget I'm hands-free. 1 second. I got the book right here. All right. Off you go, you.
The book of quotes.
Mighty right. Anyway, here we go. Give me 1 second. I got the book in hand. I'm going to read it first. Then you'll get the context. It's exactly where it comes from. And 1 second. I'll be right there. Here we go. Page 567. In this particular edition. 567. Here we go. Let's see here. There is a principle which is bar against all information, which is proof against all arguments, and which cannot fail to keep a man in everlasting ignorance. That principle is contempt prior to investigation. That quote is by Herbert Spencer. Thank you.
What was it, Leo?
What's the circle on that? What year did he come? Herbert Spencer say this?
You'll have to look up Herbert Spencer's history. I think he's from the mid late to late 1800s.
Oh, well, I got to look it up when you saying that's the person who quoted it all. What the hell, bro?
Listen,
There's no date when that was written.
He was picked up on, this is from the book of Alcoholics Anonymous, the big blue book, and this particular edition is the 4th edition. The copyright of the original copyright would have been in the 1st edition, so it would have been from 1935 is when they wrote it in the original edition. So the 1st edition was, you can look up the history yourself. It's the book of Alcoholics Anonymous, and they've discovered some things. They went and talked to Carl Jung, J-U-N-J, and they got some information from top spiritual leaders, authors like this Herbert Spencer was an author and a great orator, apparently. I could be wrong on the orator part, but nonetheless, literarily speaking, great men of great renown as far as all their fields that they asked for help in. They asked the medical people. The medical people said, you're doomed, in our opinion, unless you find a spiritual solution to your problem. So that's what Carl Jung said also. So I won't go on. Do your own research. You could look up the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. Fascinating history, and fascinating to read about other people's challenges with things like alcohol, which is unique in all of its properties and all of its repercussions across psycho, and social strata. Thanks.
Just walking around here on this sunny day in New York. Ended up in Washington Square Park with all the New York University students and everybody and their grandmama selling some sort of marijuana, whether it's an oil or food, flowers, whatever. It's amazing the diversity of this organization. And you know, that's like the true American spirit at work right there. Like as far as that goes, so that entrepreneurial spirit of that's the true barter system. If you think about it, I mean, otherwise people would stop doing something that wasn't working, and so that everybody and their mama sees the value in this medicinal plant that has been put here that cures almost every ailment. I digress. I was circling around to the big blue book, but so I was saying that because there were, I don't know, about 2 dozen or 3 dozen police officers out there as well, and the police officers having to tell people that you can't sell it, so, but they're not arresting anybody, they're not confiscating anything, they're just telling these folk it's not legal to sell it. You have to have a license, and you don't have a license, and everybody's, being compliant and gracious with the law. And the law is just, because you can still smoke it. So, people are lighting up and, and enjoying it, but you can't sell it, right? So Someone said, "Isn't this much better than having to go to a bar and having to, break up things?" And so,
Yeah,
in
but
comparison,
listen, nobody's stopping anybody from trading it. Trading is not illegal. You could trade anything you want. Like if it's legal to smoke, I could trade some of mine for some of your smoke. Like, what variety you have? Okay, well, I got this one. You want to try a little of mine? Yeah, you could trade it. That's a barter
they
system.
tried that in the Washington, D.C. area, where it was the same sort of law, and people were selling you like a bag, but inside the bag would be the marijuana in the same amount or whatever. So there are loopholes to it that people try to utilize, but if it goes to court, that's not going to be weighed in. That's going to be, tossed out more than likely, unless you got a hell-ass lawyer, that's connected,
If you just use the barter system in common law, so it's like this. I have something that is in my possession, and you have something in your possession that I would like to trade you for this, from this one to that one. That's free commerce, and no one has the right to stop that in any case.
No, I don't dispute it in principle, but when we're talking about in this particular specific sense, it's not going to be regarded. It's going to be looked at as skirting the law, and they're not going to allow
You don't
that.
have to show your hand. Well,
But in any event, it wasn't any big deal, right? Everybody was okay. There wasn't any problems. People were still selling things. The cops went by. It was no big deal. And the only thing I was getting into is that that was a much cooler environment where everybody was inebriated off of marijuana, as opposed to people being inebriated off of alcohol.
Alcohol, which is so freaking bad. Oh my God!
With alcohol, it has a totally different sort of effect, right? So the effect of it is totally different, and it's just weird that this is the one drug that they choose to push. It's in every movie, every television show. You got to be cool. You got to go to the drinks with your boss. You need to get a six-pack at the house, yada, yada, yada. It's in society, and it's ingrained in society. Now, I'm not against alcohol, but I am against a major fucking drug dealing pusher pushing it on the community. That's what I don't really, I can't really wrap my head around that.
Like, that's annoying. The pusher, like the ones that make the commercials for booze on TV. Yeah, those people. I know. It's annoying. And I'm just talking about the established media. That's funny. So I'm about to make my 20-mile.
So this thing that is so toxic for you is pushed in every celebratory event that we do. You have to have drinks at graduations, at funerals, at births, everywhere, And so because they've sewn it into the fabric so much, it's like that doesn't seem right, And considering what it does to the body, to the organs of the body, it's crazy. Now, like I said, alcohol is fine to a degree. Everything, what's the term? Everything in moderation, So, but it has the properties to be addictive, and that's the thing with it.
Well, yeah, the alcohol has a different effect than heroin, let's say. The repercussions, well, you can look at the repercussions in many different ways, but the overall repercussions for the alcoholic who is doomed to continue drinking beyond his own willpower. Heroin is much like that too, but I think relief from recovering from alcohol addiction, I think, is the most rare, because a very small percent of a 1 percentile that even start into the process never get past 5 years. But that's sad. And so I feel fortunate because I was one of these, and I feel that I'm cured. I can drink. It would be one of those cases where they say, if you can drink responsibly, turn around and drink responsibly. Our hats are off to you. So I'm not saying they need to tip their hat to me, but I can drink one day and not for another 3 months.
The best thing I recovered
Just have
from, one of the greatest things I recovered from was cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance in all areas. It can be, it can be in all areas.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for a lot of people to break that.
Yeah. Well, look, Cogdis is going to be with us. Like, no matter how long ago we started in the truth seeking. Let's just take Flat Earth, for instance. It's going to take many years to undo. For me, I really got to give myself a break because 58 years, folks. That's like several long-term relationships, children, raising children to adulthood. They're adults now, and now it's going on a quarter of a century ago.
Look, Sonny, I got a buddy of mine who, he's 55 years old, man, and he didn't think the Earth was flat. It was funny because he said, "I can prove to you that it's round with sticks and shadows." And boy, I said, and he said I could do it in my backyard, and I said I could also prove to you that the Earth is flat in your backyard. Okay, so therefore, if you want to go by that, then we can say that neither of our results are conclusive, right? I said, so shadows, do you know who did it? And he couldn't quite remember who this person was. I said, I know exactly who you're talking about. You're trying to invoke Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, right? It didn't prove anything except for angular light rays. That the rays of the sun come in all kinds of different angles, not just parallel, right?
Yeah.
So but now, that was months ago. Now he's like, I think you're right.
It has to be forced. Actually, it has to be forced to go parallel. Like it doesn't naturally no light here in this medium, as far as my understanding. And anybody correct me if I am wrong. I'm about to go ride 20 miles. Should be beautiful.
Oh, heck yeah. No, I mean, when you look at the sun, what's up?
Hey, Jenna, it's Max. I was saying, what's funny about that Aristophanes stories? I never heard it until I came into these sectors here. I never heard of this guy. He was never taught in school. Never saw him in an encyclopedia. Never heard of his name. I heard of Kepler, Copernicus, everybody else. When we was a kid, it was Columbus who discovered it wasn't flat. Yada yada yada. So but I never heard this Aristophanes dude in Sticks and Shadows until about maybe 5-6 years ago.
Which makes me wonder if he's even a real character, right? Like, it makes me wonder if he's even real or if he's just as made up as, like, Superman.
You know why I didn't teach in school?
I'd have more faith.
Why they didn't teach in school?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Why?
It was likely because at some point somebody, whether it was a kid or a parent, would have been like, I did the Sticks and Shadows test in my backyard, or I did the Sticks and Shadows test at the beach, and it works on both the flat and ball.
Yeah, that's funny. That's why I said what I said. I was like, we could do experiments, we could do tests. I could do my tests in the backyard. You could do your tests in the backyard, and after it's all said and done, both these tests would work on a purported globe and a flat Earth. So therefore, that would make the test inconclusive for either side of the argument, right?
This is why I don't believe it.
You remember what Carl said? You remember what Carl was saying? Carl Sagan was saying. He was saying the Eratosthenes, Sticks and Shadows, it would also work for a flat Earth, but it only means one thing: bends the board. Earth is curved. Bends the board. That's your manipulated variable? I'm gonna bend this poster board, bro. Yeah, a donkey's in there right now, and he's like, in the voice text, and he's wondering about gas pressure existing without containment. I said, there's no example that I know of gas pressure existing without containment. Okay, it's in the word pressure. If there's no containment, what does the gas have to press against, right? As a natural law.
The vacuum, bro. It's pressing on the vacuum.
Pressing on the vacuum.
And gravity is holding it down. Between the two of them, that's where we get this pressure. Between the vacuum and the gravity, boom, we're right in the Goldilocks zone.
Golly. So
you don't get it, dude. The universe formed just at the right scenario, just for us. We spawned from space amoeba and stardust.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're all stardust. They're all stardust. Man, it's shoot.
It's in the word pressure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Max. Press. What does it have to press against if it has no container? See, Donkey
It's so logically sound, it drives them crazy.
Yep. Pressure. It's in the word pressure.
Yo!
What are you doing? Can you chill out? Jesus.
What's the matter? Was that Donkey?
Police having a meltdown right now. They can't handle their newfound reality.
Donkey,
they just came to us for just to do that. That's what they keep.
No, they can't. They can't handle the psych ward rec center area.
I think that's where they came from. Listen to how he's screaming.
Sounds like nervous breakdown. What the fuck is that about?
I don't know. Was that Donkey Dog? Look.
Maybe they off their meds. I'm not sure. But that sort of behavior is intolerable and insufferable and should not be done again.
Person should be muted until they provide reason for their very strange behavior, even on a sunny scale. I'll write
That's
them
called
outside.
baseball coping.
I made it out. I locked the door. Here, put the key.
You know what's really funny? You guys want to hear this really funny story relating to gas pressure, right? And I was debating with somebody, and they said if you blow a piece of paper across the table, what made the piece of paper move? Wasn't it pressure? Wasn't it your air pressure? And I'm like, it's not the same as gas pressure, dude.
Isn't that weird that they use that? That's so retarded that I would be.
Your lungs is the container. Your lungs is the container, and you're expressing that air pressure out of your lungs.
Yeah. Same thing with a fan. Listen, a fan running on its own, blowing room air, is causing pressure in front of it. It has surface area of those fan blades. Hello? That's how they actually make thrust happen as well.
If the fan was in the vacuum, there'd be nothing to blow, so the air pressure is here.
That's heavy.
Yeah, I'm like, so you think that? I think that their whole the point that they were trying to get at, right? What they were trying, and I could tell what. Oh gosh, who's beeping?
Anna, let me ask you: do we know who it was that screamed like that?
I don't know who screamed like that. Was it Donkey?
It was Donkey Kong.
Like that?
It was the guy that's spiraling the chat.
Whoever is like this, they have to be muted until they can provide some sort of explanation for that.
Yeah, they were muted.
Yeah, that was Donkey. Does that
to make sure that we're taking care of that?
Is he?
He should be.
Okay.
Hey, that was Donkey Kong that did that.
Because I started.
Because I was listening on the live stream, it was his name that lit up screaming.
Okay.
Yeah.
I sent him a link to like the mental health hotline, and maybe he'll call it.
999.
It's like 1-800-GET-HELP or something.
1-800 flat. It should be.
Probably scream on that, and they'll just put him on hold.
Yeah, this is the guy that we're getting to?
He's been in lobby for a couple days. He came in, like, you know, how they all came in, you know, with their confidence and their condescension, you know, because they use ChatGPT or Google or whatever, and they think that can improve the globe. And then as time goes by and nothing happens and they get no further after a couple days, you know, this is the mental breakdown they have.
Donkey, if you
seemed like he was making progress.
Yeah, he is making progress. I think he makes more progress when he talks with Jedi. Jedi's like his best friend right now. But yeah,
Well, you have the wall, right? So they're making progress up to that mental wall, and then the closer they get to it, their mental state degrades farther and farther.
it's like going up a hill, and he keeps backsliding down. Donkey Kong keeps backsliding.
Sisyphus, yeah. It's a good analogy.
Oh, good evening, guys. How you doing? What's this about Donkey and Jedi being best friends? Apparently, he's got some kind of demonstration of gas pressure without a container, which I'm eager to see. Is he showing it to anybody else?
He did show it. It was like a graph.
It was a graph, yeah.
He seems to like you.
It was a graph.
Yeah, it was a graph showing the pressure.
I'm convinced. I'm convinced to show a graph.
Why don't you post it for us all again, Jenna?
I mean, I don't know why, but I was quite excited to see what he'd got, but now he's got a graph. So I'm a bit disappointed, to be fair.
Did you see, the graph?
No, I haven't seen the graph yet. Has anybody got it?
Right here. Here you go. I'm gonna at you at Chris Jedi.
I have a graph of like Swedish bikini models that are in love with me over time, and it is like a serious exponential upward curve. But I have a graph, so they must be true, right?
Oh God, absolutely, mate.
So there's the graph.
All you need is a graph with some statistics, either one.
That's the 1976 U.S. Standard Atmosphere model. It's a model. It's not a graph of anything. It's a graph of a model. So these aren't based upon like measured values. These are based upon a model of what it would do.
Yeah. I've just seen. Yeah. So according to our model, this is what. Oh, okay. Brilliant. It's fine. Not a problem. I've got a graph. Where is he? Why is he muted? Why is he not even here?
Oh, he was
saw him
muted
here about like
because he came in yelling "Yo!" because I said Donkey was asking. I was just reiterating, talking about how Donkey was asking if there's an example of gas pressure that can exist without a container, and I went on to explain that no, there's no example that I know of gas pressure that can exist without a container, right? And he busts in with "Yo!" and got muted. Because he came in way too loud, way too fast.
Yeah, and then he went in lobby and tried to start in there, and I sent him to Cogdis. So he's in Cogdis presently.
Last few times I spoke to him, I was kind of surprised that he managed to, say anything, because it sounded like he was on ketamine or something. It's like really tired. Let's put it like that. Overworked. He's doing some kind of, or he's been distracted. Sorry, because he's been doing some work or something. So whatever, I don't know. So I'm surprised that he come in like faster. I think that's the first time I met him. He come in at a bit of a pace, as they always do, a bit of ego, a bit of pride. This is easy, blah blah blah. Not listening. So I was glad that he'd got to a point where he'd slowed down a bit. But if he's spiraling again because of a fucking graph, then what the fuck?
Yeah, that's kind of what it's about. I think. I don't know. I'd like for him to tell us, but he got himself put in trouble.
Screaming at the top of your lungs without saying anything, unprovoked, is an assault on almost everybody who got headphones in their ear.
Yeah, dude, my ears were assaulted. Hey, shout out to St. Samuel Robotham in the YouTube chat. Says Jenna is one of my favorite mods. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Salute to you, friend. Fantastic. I love it when I'm people's favorite.
Well, Donkey Kong thinks you're. Have you ever noticed that, like, when you start taking space away from them, is when they start going bananas? That's like the younger they are.
Yeah.
Is it funnier He's Donkey Kong on his screen name, and he's going bananas.
Yeah.
It's like taking the child's dinosaur toy away from him, right? They really don't want to give that shit up. It's like taking a space rocket away.
They're taking the ball away from the kid.
Yeah, they kind of cling on to space a little bit harder. I get it. I understand. I remember what I was
future.
like as a kid.
That's the future they're being sold, right?
Yeah, mate.
Shit, I ain't give up space.
It was all space
for all of that. I'm just a flat earther. I'm still going to space one day.
When the American dream is gone, that's all they got left, right?
That shit's
They're going to
hilarious.
skip over the American dream. They're going to leapfrog that and go right to space.
It's the hardest thing to give up, you know, when you grow up in science fiction. And so I do understand the cog disc because I had to go a bit through it, you know, and I'm very reasonable, logical, rational. And it was like, wait a minute, that means space doesn't exist? Get the really? And so, yeah, that's kind of a bummer. It's a letdown, you know, because space got some fantastic stories, you know, and it's the salvation for when everybody fucks up the Earth completely, you know. So now that that's going, maybe we're going to have to start taking care of this place. I don't know.
Yeah, but Max, like, people around our age never realistically thought that we were going to space. It was never sold to us like that. But it's being sold to these kids nowadays, 16 to 20. It's being sold to them like that. Elon Musk is going to take us to space. We're going to Mars,
What do you mean?
bitches.
Damn, Indio, I didn't really think about that.
Why haven't we
You're
been to
right.
the moon yet, though? Wouldn't it make more sense to bring us to the moon just to prove that it's real?
That's what I'm saying. I've been like bitching for
They've done it already. You guys just aren't old enough to remember, but they've done it already. I'm
That's
sorry
right.
you guys
Support
aren't
trans,
old.
right? It's on the moon.
Give us. We want space tours. We want space tours.
Translunar space has a whole. So it's so funny because they used to call it cislunar space, and that was the name. I'm dead serious. I'm not making this up. Google cislunar.
Tell me you're making that up, India.
No, dude. Google it. Before this whole trans thing, rainbow alphabet soup thing in the 70s, it was called cislunar space. Oddly enough, there was 3 white males in all the cislunar space. 27 cis males in cislunar space. Now they're going to call it translunar space, and it's going to be all trans, whatever.
Oh my god!
You can't make this up. I swear to God, the powers that be are just trolling humanity, dude. They're just trolling humanity.
It makes perfect sense, Indio, and I.
Yeah, I still thought I was going to go to space, man. You know, that Millennial Falcon, I saw Star Wars. I was hook, line, and sinker when I saw that in the movies, boy.
Shit, damn, that makes too much sense, man. Cislunar, translunar, yeah. That does not surprise me. That's fucking freaky. Yeah, I remember as a kid, it was like, they didn't try to sell space to us. They didn't try to, it wasn't like a place that any of us thought that we could ever go, right? Like, I never thought that I'd be able to go to space, but they got these young kids thinking that, oh yeah, Elon will have a private program and you can go to space or whatever. They got this big ass like gondola balloon, and they ripped this idea off of Auguste Piccard, and they're like, yeah, you can spend up to 12 hours at the edge of space, right? For like $50,000 or some shit. That's the edge of space. It's always the edge of space, guys. Why is it always the edge of space, but not actually space, right? We've reached the container.
Like at the end of the atmosphere, or what they call the atmosphere, or do they mean the edge of what they call space?
I would say the edge of the atmosphere is what they're talking about. They're like, well, this is about as high up as the container can let us go.
It's just, yeah. They call it these weird names to try to convince you.
Yeah, but they're trying. Yeah, it's friggin' August Picard. He's already done the thing. He already went up like 10 miles or so in a balloon, and then they're trying to act like it's a new thing that they're about to do. And I'm like, okay.
Didn't they take a balloon around the world in 80 days? Didn't somebody do that already?
I know there's some sort of movie about it. I don't watch a
think it's
lot of movies or TV. So.
around the world in 80 days. Maybe Jules Verne or one of these guys. I'm not really sure.
Jules Verne was stuff like Journey to the Center of the Earth.
20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and
Yeah. Yeah. I read those books. I read the fuck out of those books as a kid.
All right, guys, really quickly, I do apologise for interrupting. I've been talking to Donkey and Cogdis. He's going to unblock Obvious. I think he's already done that. Yeah, he's already done that. So he's unblocked him, whatever issues. I've told him that I'm not interested in his tit for tat. I'm not interested in who started what when. I don't give a shit. So I'm going to kind of vouch for him in this instance because I want him out of Cogdis and I want him having a conversation on live stream about his fucking graph.
Can you ask him
And I
not
want
to
to
like
tell
scream?
him why that fucking graph is what can probably talk and then you can ask your question afterwards. So I'm just being clear and concise, mate. So if everybody has that agreement that we can remove him from Cogdis, then can somebody do so whilst I'm still pottering around? And then we'll have that conversation with Donkey when he's back in about 5-10 minutes. Just because it's interesting, right? We might as well do it. You good with that, Indio? Timbo, you muted him, you're fine. Obvious, if you could let me know, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm all good with it, man. There was no tit for tat. It's just unnecessary blocking.
No, I was telling him I don't want his tit for tat. I'm not interested in what he's got to say about who started what post started when. Not saying anything about you. I didn't even bother scrolling up in the live stream, mate. Wasn't interested in that.
Fair enough.
I was more interested in him unmuting you and then him doing that one thing, and then I can vouch for him on the live stream and say, look, let's get him out of this. So I would, it weren't that.
As long as he doesn't blow everybody's ears out again, that's all.
Well, that's also part of the deal. So don't be a dick. You'll get muted again. You'll end up back in here. I can only vouch you for so long. Don't make me look like an idiot.
Yeah, he likes you the best, Chris, I think. Dr. Khan likes you best.
Well, I kind of understand that. So let's see if I can use that and if he can respect that. And hopefully free that respect the rest of the server.
Yeah, I think you were the
If
first.
not, then...
Yeah, he understands that, but he doesn't like being reminded of it.
Well, let's see. Let's afford him the kindness, right? So, Heretic, you're there, Bodger.
Who's in trouble?
Right, hopefully you'll see join us at some point, and that'd be cool. Cheers, guys. I appreciate that.
You got your work cut out for you, Jedi.
I don't mind the challenge.
He's full Cogdis mode.
That's all right. Like I said earlier, I've spoken to him on a slightly maybe different level when he's had a different maybe attitude, or I've caught him when he's tired. So I've had relatively good conversations with him. Yeah, he has shown instances where he could spiral. If a man wants to spiral in front of me, maybe I can make him not and understand why the things he's presented is not anything to present. It was all right yesterday when I spoke to him about his experiences on other servers, when he's gone and asked questions to other servers, and the bullshit that he's gotten back, he realised it was bullshit. Right? He didn't take kindly to that. He came back with our answers, we explained our answers, he understood why those answers weren't answers. So can we do the same thing again?
Yeah.
He said he's going to ask people, do you know what I mean? He's interested in some way. If he's spiralling, good. Maybe he can look himself in watch himself in the mirror as he spirals and see if he likes it about himself.
No, the only reason that he got himself in that sort of trouble is because he came on unprovoked. There was no conversation. There was no anything between him and anyone else. He just opened up a mic and just started screaming out of the blue.
Fair play. Like I said, let's see what happens.
Hey, I did unmute him from CogDis, so he should be able to join now.
Okay, buddy. So he's got his roles back again, yeah? He's got his voice verified role and his globe earth role or whatever role he had. Is that right? Thanks, Morvis, by the way, for doing that.
I think he lost VC, though.
Yeah, I just unmuted him with the bot. He should have gotten whatever roles he had before.
Coolio. Thank you, mate.
Yep.
Yeah, Resolve revoked his VC. I don't know if that means he can't speak now. In chat.
Okay, I put VC verified. He had Pretender Clown and something else on there. So I'm not sure if either of those would give him perms, but he should be able to come in no problem and talk to him.
Cool. Thank you, mate.
Yep.
He's even sent me a friend request. Oh, bless him.
Doggy, are you going to keep us waiting? Can you hear? Can you hear it? Hopefully it doesn't keep us waiting.
I sent him a message saying he can rejoin, and he sent me a reply saying, bet. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Bet is the kid slang for, okay, you can bet on it. I'll be there. Like, yeah.
Fuck me. I love it when I make myself feel bloody old. Sweet, thank you.
Always having to keep up with what these kids are saying, and I'm like, I'm 30 years old now, like, and you got these kids are like 15 years old. They're just making up new words. You know, like yeet and YOLO, and I don't even know.
Donkey, you're back with us, man. Can I mute your mic, yeah? We've got control and shit.
Please don't scream.
Alright, it won't happen again. So Chris, you saw the picture I sent about with the graph. I asked them, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? And they sent me that. So then I phrased the question again. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container in physical reality? And one of them sent me a bunch of pictures of Earth, like from the top, and the Orion Nebula, and etc.
That's not satisfactory, is it? You do realise that a graph based on a presupposed model. Yeah. And then pictures from space about nebula and shit is just ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, it's interesting when you go and ask them for shit, and they just give you more stories. They definitely don't give you a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. If they could, they would. They don't. Sorry, man. Say that again.
Bad. What I was saying is, I asked for an experiment, and they gave me that.
Yeah, it's not good enough. Yeah, we understand that the only way to demonstrate pressurized gas is to put it under pressure, and that's in a container. I understand that. The graph about it, you understand that.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah. So what happened earlier? Why did you get muted?
I got overwhelmed in chat. one of the guys was telling me to unmute the other guy, unblock the other guy. Afterwards, when I was already at Cognis, I just got
You understand when you start muting people, it makes the live stream harder to moderate because you can't hear someone and they might be talking. So, as a general rule, we don't let people mute each other, especially when they might have some kind of status or respect around the server. That's really not going to fly. And that type of control that you think you're going to have as well, you're just going to end up in Cognis, and it's not a nice place to be. And so, yeah, maybe a bit of spiraling, maybe a bit of a slap on the wrist, maybe you understand what you've got. Maybe, yeah, it's been an interesting journey for you, mate, for sure, over the last week. That's for sure, man. But you get it, you can't have gas pressure without a container, so that's everything about space then.
So there's no way for a Glober to demonstrate that gas pressure without a container.
No, of course not. Of course not.
All right. You want to move on to a different topic since we're already pretty much done with that? All right. So
that's really, have you got a topic? So we'll put a pin in it. We'll say that every piece of evidence they say that comes from the vacuum of space can't come from the vacuum of space because the vacuum of space can't exist. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So no stories about that then. Yeah. What have you got?
Can we talk about the NASA pictures?
The NASA pictures? Why are we going back to fucking space?
No, wait, hold on a second. Wait.
Pictures of what? Pictures of stuff in the sky that they're classified.
Okay, one of them yesterday showed a picture of like, does it look like the same pictures? It was on the moon, and it had like a little small building there, and a guy, sitting on a rover, an astronaut, and then it's like a flicker between showing the background and then showing them they appear there again.
Okay. So you're talking about the magic trick and how they stop us from thinking about how you have gas pressure without a container, and then all of the stories within it. All of the CGI, all of the images, all of the malfunctions and things that don't look right. Let's look at all of the International Space Station footage of the guys inside the capsule on like harnesses and all of that CGI. Yeah, there's lots of stories about the vacuum of space, and it's interesting how it's done. But you can't have it. So why talk about it?
Okay. Then let me ask you this. Is the moon, since we agree that the Earth is a closed system, is the moon outside of the system or inside the system?
It's either one of the two or not actually physical. I don't know. Nobody really knows. And I say really know, nobody could know. They might think they know, but they don't. But yeah,
the same
I don't know. Yeah, more than likely. And then by extension, the stars. And also what you would call, quote unquote, the planets or wandering stars, those other things that seem to orbit, go around the sun. And I say that because we can witness transits of Mercury and Venus across the sun. Apparently that happens. I haven't seen it, but apparently that happens. If that was to happen, then we might have something pointing to, well, they go around that then. Right? That's not hard to understand, but that would probably put all of the things not in this system, as in within our atmosphere, but maybe a system or two beyond ours. Again, that might, I don't know, it's maybe where logically you go if you have transits of things in front of the sun. But yeah, probably not within the atmospheric system, outside the system, but I don't know what that system is. Lots of questions about the sky that we can't answer. Lots of stories about the sky that can't be true.
Alright.
What about the ball bit? We keep going to space without evidence that the Earth is a ball, right? So, is the Earth a ball? Well, the evidence about it from space can't be trusted, but let's maybe look at the Earth. We've done that, haven't we? There isn't a ball, is there? That horizon, that's not physical, that's optical. You have two oryx, black swan, right? There's no observed curvature, water over distance, right? It's level and flat. Yeah, we've done that bit. practical usage of the surface of the Earth that's flat then has to be to navigate across it using navigational equipment, angle measuring tools. So it's flat then. It's flat and space isn't real. What? Do you want to go into the moving bit? Well, we're not. The Earth doesn't act like it should do if we were a fucking moving ball. So we've been through that. No evidence for either, no direct measurement, just point at the sky and say they go across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. Way. So lots of lies, but the truth is we're flat, it's stationary, and space doesn't exist in the way that it's told. Questions, comments, concerns?
I do. So, where do the rockets go then?
Away. Well, yeah, this is interesting. So they used to go away, now they seem to go up and come back again. But ultimately, you view most of them on the TV screen. Even if you go to NASA, watch a rocket go away, it's interesting that NASA's close to the sea, but you watch a rocket go away until it goes out of view, you can't see it anymore. Turn on the TV, they tell you what happens. We all understand about TV and them telling you what happens. You know, hashtag all that crap we were talking about earlier about manipulation and CGI and shit. So they go away. Where they go, we don't know. Or we'll be pointing to it with evidence. We don't have evidence. Some people like to say the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know about that, but definitely away. Yeah. Probably come back again sometime later. Maybe there's more than one with the same name across the side. Challenger, maybe there's a few of those. Yeah, Apollo, maybe there was a few of those. Just change the name on the side, whatever. But they go away. Not going to space. Some of them come back now, though, don't they? Watch them go up, watch them come back.
Yeah.
Question is are they going as fast or as high as they tell us? Could they go as fast as they tell us? You know what the Concorde was, or is? You know what Concorde was, right? Supersonic transatlantic airplane that had a really pointy nose and was really sleek. You know what the Lockheed Blackbirds S-70 whatever it is? You know, the super spy plane. These two planes.
I know what that is.
And that's
yeah.
The super sleek. Yeah, over Mark 2 for the Concorde and a little bit faster, or a lot faster for the Lockheed. Super sleek things. Concorde, pointed nose. We know what that black thing looked like. When you compare it to the Challenger attached to a huge fuselage, aerodynamically, that ain't going to go as fast as I tell us it's going to go. Right? You just have to look at it and think about it a bit. But yeah, when we watch things go up into the sky, we're told how fast they go, how high they are, all of that type of shit. It's interesting.
Yeah. That's like the next question. Yeah. Oh, okay, what the fuck? Okay, so you're kind of lagging for me. Do you want me to come back in and come in?
Depends on the moon.
He's lagging for everybody.
Okay.
Do you believe?
You're still lagging. Oh shit.
Don't ask why Saturn has a ring.
Let's try that again. So what was your next question?
Able to hear you now.
Cool. What was the next question?
Okay, so how do I explain it? I don't want to seem like I'm a clown here, but like, okay, so what about UFOs? Because I have seen one. I know everyone has not seen it. I'm not like over exaggerating, but like when I was in the car with my dad, we were going to Missouri, and I look in the sky. We see this supposed thing, and it just vanished right off the bat. It was an airplane. It was so fast. It was just staying at one point, and then it vanished right off the bat. I should have took a picture of it, but it was too fast for me to pull out my phone and then do it. Quick to react.
You explained very well. You saw the unidentified flying object in the sky.
Yeah. I didn't know what it was. I'm just asking you.
And how we can explain something what you saw?
If I only took a picture of it, if I had a quick reaction, then yeah.
Right, and also, like, how does a flying object prove the globe in whatsoever? Like, how?
Well, I thought it was a UFO, so I was just kind of curious. Like, do you guys think aliens exist?
We do realize there might be some objects in the sky that are not identifiable, and whatever is the place where they come from may not be verifiable. That's all it is, and then from there on you can speculate.
And that object, it's how to say that some alien, it's inside of that object also.
Remember, Donkey, what Jedi just explained to you? The narrative is that these UFOs, you know, they're extraterrestrial, the aliens from whatever amount of distance away in the cosmos. But Jedi explained to you gas pressure thing. Any story coming from the medium of space is automatically false. So whatever you may be seeing in the sky, that's
what
not
aliens has
the
to
origin
do
of it,
with
essentially.
What aliens has to do with the flying objects in the sky?
I guess when we're, you know, really taking things away from people, questions just start popping up because, shit, we've all been told about UFOs and aliens since they started saying they were going to space, and we had TV screens and books, right? The culture started creeping in about these things in the sky. We had the Roswell incident. We've gone through the 60s, 70s, 80s. We've all understand what UFO hoaxes are. We understand that this is the secret that maybe NASA have wanted us to think they've been keeping from us because it's interesting. Some like to say that maybe there are things in the sky and they are extraterrestrial, but it's because the things are extraterrestrial but not from this plane of existence. There's lots of stories about in ancient history regards gods that came from the sky. Maybe these are the gods that came from the sky. They say that they had vehicles that they travelled on, for example. That you see that in lots of cultures. Maybe these are those things. Maybe they realised that they were going to be around and they decided to call them aliens because it was a good way to hide them. I don't know, but they're obviously not from other planets because other planets don't exist. But other things in the sky seem to exist, right? NASA seem to have tried to keep this secret from us, apparently, whilst leaking it all at the same time. Yeah, whatever. But ultimately, yeah, it could be us, even with our technology. Maybe our technology's gotten that much more cleverer. So, for example, we understand these drones and shit we have now, quote unquote, now that we've got, now that we can see it, now that they give them to us. But maybe they've had them for a while. So, yeah. Things might exist. Who knows what it is?
Yeah, what about what we haven't seen?
Then I don't know what I haven't seen.
How long do you think they waited to show us the actual apparent space they've been showing us at the start? They've probably had that idea sitting there for 100 years, probably.
You mean the technology we're not aware of, Satoshi, right? When you say what we haven't seen, right?
I think that the main thing is for you to get to the point where you know that the Earth doesn't have a spherical shape, and the implications of that would lead to the answers to the questions after.
Yeah, I mean, UFOs are not an exclusive phenomenon to the globe Earth, basically.
We're obviously kept up with a lot of secrets, right? Lots of things we don't know. We don't know what that building is, how long it's been there. Everyone's got an image of a pyramid, hopefully, in their head, or some kind of Aztec building, right? Some ruin that's said to have come from, who knows, right? I don't know where these things come from for the start off. Lots of stories about what may have happened, and they seem to like to cover these stories up and say, no, it weren't that then. Definitely can't be any quote-unquote religious idea of what happened before. Maybe the world looks like it has been through some type of catastrophe where things have been ruined, for example. I don't know. Maybe the story is about, what they want to keep us from knowing, maybe the Bible. Maybe those stories are actually true. Maybe they're more true than we realise. Maybe there's a lot more truth in that type of shit. Maybe the sky is something different. Well, it has to be, right? Because they're not planets, right? That moon is maybe not what they say. That thing over there might not be what they say. Who knows? But somebody was saying earlier about it's hard for children to let go of space because space is really interesting. I found it hard to let go of space. Space is really interesting.
It is interesting still for me.
Yeah. But when you understand what the Earth actually is, you do realise that you can now start at kind of scratch, look up at the sky at now new wonderment because it could be fucking anything. And if you've got logical sense and you've got a curious mind, you might start to understand what the Earth actually is. And maybe that's a little bit more fantastic than the bullshit that we've all been told. I get it though, space was interesting. My name's fucking Jedi, I like Star Wars. But I can let go of it.
Same dude.
Yeah.
What's your favorite character from Star Wars?
I've got quite a few, to be honest with you, man. I was a bit of a Han Solo fan. I did like Han Solo. It was cool.
I like Luke Skywalker. And Skywalker.
To be fair, no. Darth Vader, Anakin Skywalker. I do like Darth Vader. He's the original bad man.
Yeah.
So, Donkey, is the Earth flat yet? Come on, have you figured it out? You know what a triangle is, right?
Triangle?
Yeah, you know how a triangle proves the shape of the Earth, right?
The globe or for...
Well, actually, yeah, I should rephrase that. You do understand that a triangle demonstrates that the Earth has to be flat and can't be a ball, right?
Yeah, a flat surface.
Yeah. Good man. It's interesting how we use that to navigate across the Earth, right? It's quite a simple tool, really simple to understand. Mm-hmm. So where's this ball then?
I was going to ask you another question regarding about the triangle that it needs a flat surface. So I saw from the other server, from the EA server, one of the guys who does Celestial Navigation, they had like a picture of a ball and then a triangle with it, and then they said this is the proof that the Earth is a globe using marine sextant. You familiar with what I'm talking about, or no?
If you could grab the picture or whatever and post it, that would be helpful. But I think I know what you're talking about, and no, that's not the case. You kind of need to understand, right, the calculations and why we do them. Specifically, why we need to know our altitude above the surface in the first fucking place, right? It should kind of ring bells, because the calculation that we use with that knowledge takes us down to 0 altitude above the surface. So right on that line. We then have to understand that that line projects out to the ground position of the star and is met at the ground position of that star with a 90-degree angle. The ground position of that star can be in excess of the horizon and indeed thousands of miles away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? That's how far that 90 degrees from you on the surface of the Earth, because you have to be on the surface of the Earth to create that line, with that knowledge of the altitude that you've subtracted to be on that line. Now, we have to understand that also that that's just one star. Every single star has a ground position that you can draw a straight line to and get that 90 degrees on that GP, ground position of that star, underneath that star. When you've got that knowledge, point at the star with your sextant and get your elevation angle up to it. Now, first of all, when you do this, you're going to get where the horizon is. You're going to point at the star of your sextant and get your measurement then. And then you're going to subtract your altitude, take it down to the surface of the Earth and get your actual angle, right? But every single star that you see in the sky has got a 90-degree ground position to you, and they could be hundreds, if not thousands of miles away from you. Every single goddamn motherfucking star. Now, that can only be achieved on a flat surface. You try and get in every single ground position 90 degrees to you on a curved surface. You can't do 1, you can't do 1,000. So I don't care if you draw a triangle on a ball, you're going to be drawing a tangent down, line to the horizon, subtracting your altitude to take you down to 0 altitude, drawing your fucking triangle, getting your elevation angle to any fucking star you want using a flat surface. That's how you do it. Pictures and people saying that's how it's done isn't always truthful. People understanding how things done and explaining to you coherently is how it's done. Having experience with these things is how it's done. Do you understand, Don Pierre? Say fucking triangle.
Oh, I forgot I was muted. Fucking triangle.
Just a triangle, man. So that's how a triangle in navigation proves the Earth has to be flat. Can't be anything else. Has to be flat.
All right, so I couldn't find the picture, but the guy actually does it in the video here. I'll post a link.
That's fine.
He uses the globe and he has a compass and he kind of goes all over the place.
I'm using the globe, the angle measuring device. To measure, here's a question for you. To measure that angle, where have you got to be? If you're going to be on a curved line, or do the mathematics take you down to a flat line? Do you reduce your altitude? Do you do a dip correction angle and replacement? Yeah. The trick is always in the maths, mate.
Okay.
And then the trick is also, because they present math to you, for you just to accept the math. You know the Earth curve calculator, right? Have you heard us speak about those before?
I don't know the problem I have with that video, Donkey.
Oh, wow.
I've been through this with somebody else before, and it was about a laser test, okay? And Timbo, if you can post a laser test in the live text there, that'd be great. But somebody was saying that they did a laser test over one of those globe decorations, right? And now my problem with that is that's not the real world, is it? A decoration on a table is not the real world. So why in the ass are we doing measurements on a freaking decoration, a classroom decoration, instead of going out into the real world and doing tests like the laser test that I mentioned, which was done over water? It was like 26 miles or something like that. So yeah, trying to test something on a classroom decoration is complete crap. That's not the real world, right? Like that's just a model, a decoration. So you should, like, these tests need to be done on the real world over like real Earth water, not a freaking classroom globe decoration. Yeah, take a minute to watch that laser test. Awesome. It's a real test done over real Earth, not a classroom globe decoration.
Hopefully Donkey will think for a bit. I'm going to bounce to leave and go and do some other stuff. You guys, I'll catch up with you soon. Have a good evening. Take care.
Peace out, Chris.
Take care, man.
See ya.
Jedi.
See you.
Hey, does Saint Samuel Robotham ever come into the VC? Just wondering. Let's talk about the if I don't know, then no one can know. Okay, Timbo. Yeah, never seen him before. Yeah, they're in the YouTube live. But he says, I love the if I don't know, then no one can know mentality Flurfs develop for themselves. It's so intriguing how Flurfs create a new reality inside their minds. I'm a psych major and a flat earther is a gold mine for the research I need to do. This channel is awesome. So it sounds like this guy is not exactly a flat earther, and that's fine. Whatever. But St. Samuel Robotham, do you know what Antarctica has? Do you know anything? Have you ever been there? You ever explored? You ever gotten a chance to go that way to maybe see if there's more lands like what Admiral Byrd had talked about? I would be willing to bet that the answer is no. And that would be the same answer for just about every single one of us normal, regular people, right? The average person. The average 9-to-5er. It's just some interesting psychology. So it's interesting psychology. It's not even a psychology. We're not even saying that if we don't know, then nobody else can know. That's not it. Where I'm coming from, I think that there are people that know some things, right? And they're withholding it from the rest of us. That's what I think. So that's kind of the opposite of if I don't know, then no one can know, right? That's the opposite of that. I'm like, I think some motherfuckers know. And I think that they're withholding a lot of information from the general public, right? So it's not that it's the general public that doesn't know. If I don't know, chances are the majority of the general public doesn't know. Is that an illogical extrapolation? Somebody please chime in. Let's talk about this. I don't care, flat earther or not. Yeah, my favorite pseudoscience topic that Globers peddle is that gas pressure can exist without containment. Which is interesting because Samuel Robotham, that Zetetic stuff, he's, Earth Not a Globe. He wrote that book, Earth Not a Globe. Sounds like a troll name. Well, shoot. Don't everybody go quiet all at once. Yeah, I know. Gas pressures, they're kryptonite, Cyman. I know. They tried to invoke gravity and motion in every direction as their gas pressure. I could swear that's what that is. Like, you're trying to invoke this thing called that you call gravity, and Earth moving in like every damn direction at once. That's your gas pressure. That's your containment for gas pressure, dude. Go back to basic physical science, kiddies. The whole thing about it is that Earth produces gases, various types, right? Yeah, a lot of the gases are made right here on Earth. And you've got this, what they call the atmospheric pressure and barometric pressure, right? All of these pressures. Gas pressure. You can't have it without containment. You try to invoke gravity for down, you try to invoke gravity for up, you try to invoke gravity and motion as everything. Like, because gravity, well, for up and down? Fuck, dude. I love it when they hammer on about why down? Why down? Hey, Donkey, did you get a... There it is. Yeah, Zetetic Astronomy. Samuel Early Robotham. Donkey, did you get a chance to look at that, the greatest laser experiment in history? Did you ever get to see that? You watch that? FE Core? Yo, Donkey Kong, did you change your name to I'm Crying for Help, bro? What the hell? Oh, dude, you're funny. Oh, yeah, and another thing, Globies, if you can show me water moving up a hill without a siphon, that'd be cool. Like, just show me a river that runs uphill. You know, for a globe. Questions, comments, concerns? Dead air? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place on Earth to talk about the Earth. Don't divert to the sky. The sky is not going to tell you about the ground. We are here to observe the ground. We know that water seeks level on its surface. Physical science wasn't lying about that. And I'm going to tell you right now, flat earthers didn't make that up. We're not making up our own science, as I'm sure many of you Globers have accused us of, but we're simply citing a pre-existing physical science for the behavior of water. Water is going to take the shape of the container that it's in, and it is going to seek a horizontal equilibrium across its entire surface. And, well, what do we know? The Earth's surface is, 71% water? The surface of Earth is 71% water, and water is going to be level on its surface. I guess this is why the term sea level was coined, right? It would make the most sense. Happy 420 to everybody out there who doth partake. I mean, I'm monologuing to fill the dead air. It's okay. Yeah. Yes. I'm reading through the voice text comments, and that St. Samuel Robotham in the YouTube chat about a psych major is telling us that we create our own reality. They joined that field to try and self-diagnose their own fucked up brain. Oh, yeah. God rockin', I've seen that. Pyramids and ancient cities and stuff like that beyond the Arctic ice, and even it's actually in the ice. It's covered in ice, snow and crap. Yeah. You've seen there's pyramids all over the place. There's pyramids in the ocean. There's pyramids in Bosnia. There's pyramids in China. There's pyramids in Antarctica.
the clothing looked like was the Antarctic type clothing that those statues were wearing too. I mean, it looked authentic. I mean, I can't really say for sure, but it looked authentic to me. You never know, I guess. There's all kinds of old ancient maps that I've seen that showed the Antarctic region that had cities and showed people and animals and various different things. Really old maps that, you know, showed actual cities and people there. And now this shows up. This just got released not long ago. When did you see it?
No, I've been doing a lot of research on this. And I've seen very similar things like this. I don't know. I dig. I'm a mole for information. So someone might be like, I just found this, or this person might have just made this video, but this is information that has already existed, right? So like, I don't know. Some people find it faster than others. And there's pyramids everywhere, dude. And I think that they were part of like a free energy kind of grid system.
Yeah, on this video, it only shows, I think, one pyramid, but it shows there's one city, a full city with buildings everywhere, and then big giant structures with columns like the kind you see like the Roman cathedral columns and all kinds of it, and then statues of people that look like they're wearing this Antarctic, their clothing. It's like really thick and goes all the way to their ankles, and it's something you'd definitely want to wear if you were living in a cold region like that. So I don't know. It's a pretty amazing video. I suggest anybody that's interested in wondering anything about the ice wall or what might be behind it. This seems authentic to me. Who knows? I'm not making any claims here, but I found it very, very interesting. So I'm sure many of you would as well.
Heck yeah, I'm going to take a look at that, and I'm going to save it to my playlist, my plethora of, oh my gosh, hundreds of things. I'm always like watching something and listening to something and picking it apart in my head. Have you seen how there's like a lot of structures, pyramids and stuff like that they look like motherboards, like circuit boards and stuff? Like,
yeah, from the aerial view, when you look down at the city, when the pyramids and all the other buildings, the whole city looks like a motherboard. Yeah, is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one good example of that is the Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico. It's exactly that look when you view it from above. It looks just like a motherboard grid. It's amazing.
Let's see if I can find this, because I've got some pictures of it. They're just absolutely wild. Motherboard. This is how I know that Earth is it's got this like electromagnetic, electrostatic field. This like, they knew about this toroidal field of energy, right? They already knew, like, way back then, and they had already figured out how to harness that energy. Like, it's not new. There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. I've got a lot of weird videos of some like old technology, like the 1800s.
Yeah, well, I think, anytime you're closer to the creation, when you're closer to the beginning of the creation, you're going to be closer to much more knowledge. I think back in the very beginning of time, whenever that was, there was probably a lot more information available, about these sorts of things you just mentioned, the free and whatnot. Yeah, I think it's just being closer to the beginning. I think you're going to find there was more information available. That's my opinion, anyway.
That's what I think too. I'm still trying to find these in my downloads, maybe. Some wild technology. I think it's time for me to reorganize my files. Dang it. Well, when I find it, I'll post it. Oh, there it is. If I could remember where in the heck this is at, that'd be great. But these pyramids that go in like this connective, it's like a circuit board. You always find them right next to water. Like I wish I could remember where those pyramids were at, but those were like recently discovered, like from an aerial view. Oh yeah, here they are. Oop. He said, we're going to harness the Earth's electromagnetic field, and we're going to harness the power and the energy, and it's so cool. Is it just a coincidence? No, I don't think so. This is not Dubai. This is a motherboard. See, this is why I think, okay, look, Earth's electromagnetic field, right? And I'm pretty sure that most of us here are smart enough to know what a neodymium magnet is, right? Like, and how it has the magnetic ley lines on it. When you look at it, like, who was it? It was Ken. You know who Ken is? Tattooed Monkey. He was showing his neodymium magnet and how the ley lines on it make the flower of life pattern. And I find that really cool because like a cross-section slice of DNA has that same pattern, and I don't know, there's just so much to it. It's pretty incredible. So I view Earth as like this massive like a neodymium magnet. It's got its own, it's got this electromagnetic field. Be pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I'm sure if we knew everything that was truly going on with this earth, that would be jaw dropping to all of us. There's just so much mystery still.
Yeah.
I think you're hitting on some pretty good points for sure. I've seen and felt about the same kind of, had the same kind of feeling that you're having about many, many things that I've seen over the last 4 or 5 years. So, yeah, you just never, the thing of it is, they just keep hiding as much as they can, and they have for a very, very long time now. So it's going to be very hard to put it all together where it's really totally cohesive. But yeah, I do think that you're definitely onto something for sure.
Yeah, hold on. I'm still posting some of these motherboard pictures. These are crazy.
You tell us, what is the curvature? That sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff. Because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot a curve, something like 66 foot of drop with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's Ireland. All around, it's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that. Because, people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
No, water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
And so not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such. Where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved
surface. The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, yeah. Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something. It's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is
something saying.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because some of you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
Actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
wait,
so.
quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's a non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah.
How
do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
Like, he asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question, is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with. So you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind. But, you know, anyway.
I get that. But the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call. 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to explain
when your conclusion is in your premises. It is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me
I know it's not very nice. but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then. Maybe
No, I shouldn't
I'm
go.
not
I'm
speaking
still,
about your disabilities.
I'm still very
You can have your
intelligent. I
disabilities,
just
that's
I am
fine.
mentally disabled.
I'm not
and he is
saying
being
anything
very
about
mean
that.
to me.
I clearly specified.
No,
why
you're a bully.
I clearly specified
you bully disabled people.
why
Anyway,
I call you a sophist.
The subject is
And I
done.
clearly
You're a bully.
specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
That's
because
just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know of. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly,
and
the smart people who
sociopaths
have
and
the intelligence
psychopaths.
to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't what
I've seen
stupid people do
plenty
because
of
they
dumb
understand.
sophists, my friend. It has not. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
Just
but
like
it
you
is
have
correlated
proven here
with it.
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim. No, I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold up. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
No, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like, it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop
I'm
complaining about
attractive
shit.
and I'm smart. I love. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a
shall we?
victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women can be
but it's
great
not really
if you
the
meet good
topic.
women and you speak to them
It's
nicely.
just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you
Anyway, moving on,
pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If any.
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go. It should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly the moon must be very far away, we're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on. Yeah.
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking at
on just the surface of the Earth. There is the things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into like a constant circle about, can you find the curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find the direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh,
no,
I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
Correctly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do you need to go to see the curvature, April?
Like many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends.
You are saying now.
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average the stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people think about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
Do you believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
How people...
That's a false equivalence.
Man-made
theory is not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use, I don't know, fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't
And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
How you? What is that in UK? That hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland. Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
What? All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill...
Wait a second. It's latitudes?
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, you know, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, you know. And I'm 200 meters above the sea level also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meters in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, you know, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking, Yo-Yo Smasher, that's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world? Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on the
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I didn't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to present
I'm just gonna
something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being
yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving and gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't a sphere. So your question.
Okay, so what is it?
Invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is. So how big is it? How big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius
has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's
that's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe
use it as a premise in your
argument. Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great. But enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic. Whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. Horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, bearing in mind the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly.
You don't want it?
1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it will. Are you kidding me?
At a 1 foot observer height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again, then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My airtime?
You have the airtime for. Okay, now you're gonna waste it on not talking. So you're either gonna not talk about the topic or you're not gonna talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical...
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know?
How can you know? Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too grand, that I can't show you them.
They're not too
laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
so something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hear my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. Okay. So how can we directly observe it, given the dimensions you've claimed we should? It's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature... What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach? Right,
well, like you say, we should see the effects of it, the main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you have to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this, yes?
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right. But now you're just talking about why.
If you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the things.
It's not irrelevant because you
It is
cannot
irrelevant.
see-
It's a false
you cannot
equivalency.
see directly.
Okay, gotta mute you again. It
Yeah,
is
this is-
irrelevant
this is a
because
false
it's a false equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because, as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it, doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a picture. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, CB, and if you're new to this channel, or have not done so already, hit the subscribe button and the join button, and the link in the description to join the conversation. Express your views on the nature of Earth. Please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Sharing the show increases a more diverse audience, and in turn increases the panel for a more diverse conversation. And we are joined by Amitai, Breath Entropy, or Putty, Jamsy, Humble H, Jenna Massey, Mike Power Swan, Obvious It B, Original, Plum Bob, Sasha, Slow Mo Moonbuggy, Truth Acknowledged, Wat Wheat G Van Dyke, Ethergris, Stunny, and a whole bunch of people listening on YouTube. So welcome, one and all. I've got some clips that I will maybe just get the party started. So let me just generate those and we can talk about that. Maybe start a little conversation and get the fire stoked for the day. Give me a moment. It's good to see you all. Shout out to Toby Dog in the chat. And give me just a moment. I'm going to play a small clip. Maybe we'll just lower the volume real low and we can talk about it. It's not too long of a clip. I'm terrible at multitasking, so let me stop talking. Get the clips. 1 second.
I'm out here observing absolutely no motion of Earth and watching the sun do its thing across the sky. Pretty cool stuff.
Beautiful day. Yeah, it's been a beautiful day here in Ohio, so no complaints here.
Here in the next couple months, Oklahoma is going to get pretty humid, but right now it's real nice. Very nice day.
Yeah, we've had a few nice days here that have been just beautiful, so I've been trying to get out and about. So let me just put a couple links in the bottom. Man, dude, I watched a video last night, and it's just crazy how you can see the Glober mind virus, not just in the people that we talk to, but it's spread out to other people. You watch a podcast and you'll notice that person has that mindset. I've spoken to people on the live stream that have that same mindset. So I do have some small clips that are regards to that clip last night. So let me just try to stop juggling all this stuff at once and get y'all set up.
And in this next clip, we are going to analyze the psychology of somebody who believes in the globe.
Let me see here.
Roll that beautiful beam footage.
This is what I'm talking about, how you've got to be a field reporter for the Flat Earth, at least for the 24/7 Discord. You've got to be out there when you get advertisements, commercials, recommendations in your news feed that have a certain hint to Flat Earth. Take a screenshot, take a little recording. These phones nowadays are really awesome about being able to, quickly grab what's on your screen. And so I would recommend y'all do that more often. And if you need a channel somewhere somewhere to gather all these links or these screenshots, we can make channels in the server. I have a whole server of my own. You guys are welcome to join, and I'll make you a channel if you want. But it's a good place to organize your stuff. Because here's the thing. When I joined this server, I noticed that the golds and the admins and the mods would have access to the bot, the memes, and somebody says something, and they can just boom hit a meme real quick. I always wanted to be able to do that. Some people are very good at referencing them really quickly. So if you want to have that same ability, but you don't have bot command, you can just either start your own server, start a file somewhere, join my server, however you want to do it. But you can find other ways to access stuff really quickly. I even mentioned this in one of my songs. I was like, got a whole folder with no earth curve. So, yeah. If you need something like that, hit me up. I can help you out with that. But it's good to get all your stuff organized in one place, so you don't have to scramble looking for it in the future. I'm having a hard time uploading this clip. Hold on. Yeah. See, this is the thing too. You have to be on it when it happens. In the moment, you hear something like, "Wow, that's globe related." You gotta whip out your screen recorder or whatever and capture that, because you'll forget. I know I will. So I have some clips, but kind of acting up. Let me just throw this one on, and we'll talk about it. I'm going to lower the volume if I can.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like. Otherwise, it's irrelevant. And if at the point at which you lose free speech, it doesn't come back.
I think the issue some people have is that a lot of people were brought back. I mean, some people were brought back who were previously banned for spreading things like QAnon conspiracies. You have people like Andrew Tate who were brought back, who were previously banned for things like hate speech. Do you think you prioritize freedom of speech over misinformation and hate speech?
Well, you know, who's to say that something is misinformation? Who's the arbiter of that? Is it the BBC?
You're literally asking me?
Yes.
Well, no, you are the arbiter on Twitter, because you own it.
Yes, I'm saying, who is to say that one person's misinformation is another person's information? At the point at which you say that there is this is misinformation, like who is going to decide that?
You accept that misinformation can be dangerous, that it can cause real-world harms, that it can potentially cause...
Yes, and the point I'm trying to make is that the BBC itself has, at times, published things that are false. Do you agree that that has occurred?
I'm quite sure the BBC have said things before that turn out to not be true.
Right.
In its, whatever it is, 100-year history, I'm quite sure.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to pause it there for a moment. I want you guys to just kind of pay attention to the interviewer. I'm not a big Elon guy. This just came across my feed and I watched it. This is only maybe 5 minutes. I think we're like halfway through. But hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, so just want you guys to pay attention to the interviewer. Just the way he acts and how... Think about the people that you've dealt with when they've come into this platform. So Elon, like I said, not a big Elon guy, but listen to how he kind of puts him to the fire. He tries to hold the interviewer accountable to the things he says. So take some notes and watch how he does this. Let's continue.
Even if you aspire to be accurate, there are times when you will not be.
We've spoken to people very recently who were involved in moderation, and they just say there's not enough people to police this stuff, particularly around hate speech in the company.
What hate speech are you talking about? I mean, you use Twitter,
right?
Do you see a rise in hate speech?
I mean,
But just a personal anecdote. Like, what do you? I don't.
Personally, my For You, I would see I get more of that kind of content. Yeah.
I just want to pause it there. So Elon asks him, do you personally experience this thing? Do you experience X? And he goes, yes. And here, in this location, this is where I experience it. All right. So now that's been noted, let's continue.
To me, but I'm not going to talk to the rest of for the rest of Twitter.
So you see more hate speech personally.
I would say I would see more hateful content in that.
Content you don't like or hateful. What do you mean to describe a hateful thing?
Yeah, I mean, just content that will solicit a reaction, something that may include something that is slightly racist or slightly sexist, those kinds of things.
So you think if something is slightly sexist, it should be banned?
No,
is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying.
Well, I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand what you mean by hateful content. And I'm asking for specific examples.
Just gonna pause it there again. Love how Elon's asking him to be very clear and specific about what you're saying. People love to blanket statement things. Oh, well, that's a hateful comment. What do you mean by that? What specifically was the comment and what was hateful about it? And so, notice how the interviewer continues.
And you just said that if something is slightly sexist, that's hateful content. Does that mean that it should be banned?
Well, you've asked me whether my feed, whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one?
All right, so let's pause there for a moment. He says, in my feed, personally, this is what I experience. All right, so now Elon's going to ask him, all right, well, give me one example. You know how we do this here too. Give me one example. People will go, well, there's many examples. Fine. How about one?
One example.
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I
you
don't.
Can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't actually use that For You feed anymore. Because
this is where they start becoming weasel earthers. He goes, personally, in my experience, in my For You section, this is what I experience. Elon goes, okay, well, give me an example. He goes, well, I don't use my For You section. Dude, are you serious? Like, this is what we deal with here as well. They don't like being trapped in a corner. They know you've got. So he's going to do anything he can to kind of weasel out of it. Oh, well, I don't actually use my For You section. You just claimed that that's where you experience this thing. So let's continue.
I just don't particularly like it.
But you said
actually, a lot of people are quite similar. I only look at
hang on a second. You said you've seen
following.
more hateful content, but you can't name a single example, not even one.
I'm not sure I've used that feed for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and
so I just want to pause it there. This is the ridiculousness and the mental gymnastics that we deal with as well. He brought up his whole point was based off of his For You section. And then when Elon asks for, in one specific example, he starts to divert away. Oh, I don't actually use my For You section. Dude, what? Let's continue.
How did you see that hateful content?
Because I've been using Twitter since you've taken it over for the last 6 months.
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen the For You hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
And you can't give a single one.
And I'm saying...
Then I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yes, because you can't give me a single example of hateful content, not even one tweet. And yet you claimed that the hateful content was high.
Well...
That's false.
No, what I claimed...
You just lied.
What? No, what...
Okay, see... Yeah. Did you notice how the interviewer kind of had his tongue, he was biting his tongue? Well, so this is where the moment where he's looking for a way out. Now, watch see how he scratches and claws his way out of this little corner here.
What I claim was there are many organizations that say that kind of information is on the rise. Now, whether it has on my feed or not, I mean, right, and
literally
if you look at something
one.
like this.
So here sorry to pause it so much, but I don't want to get us flagged or anything because it's just it's a DC somebody's news clipping, so just trying not to get a channel flag. But he shifted the claim there too. He goes, the original claim was, here's what I experienced personally on my 4U. Then he goes, well, actually, the claim is, it's well known and mainstream says blah blah blah. And so this is an example of moving the goalpost. So the only reason I'm playing this is only about a minute left. Is just to kind of show the nature of how people act. It's not just in Globe Earth, Flat Earth conversations. It's across the board. There's certain people that have a certain, I think Mickey calls it a mind virus, and I actually kind of like that. So it's this mind virus that people have, and you can see it pretty when you have an eye for it. You can see it really well. So let's continue listening to this guy.
The Strategic Dialogue Institute in the UK, they will say that. So
look, people will say all sorts of nonsense. I'm literally asking for a single example, and you can't name one.
Right, and as I already said, I don't use that feed. But
then how would you know that?
I don't think this is getting anywhere.
You literally said you experienced more hateful content, and then could.
I don't think this is getting anywhere, bro. You brought up that this is happening in a certain place, and when asked for an example, you're sprinting away from that original claim. The parallels are just unreal. So it's just this is when my ears perk up when I'm listening to videos like this. I'm like, man, this sounds like if this guy was debating Flat Earth, this is exactly, he would act the same way. Change the topic a little bit, but the behavior would be the same.
Who are we talking to? Who are we talking to?
Hey, Jemsy, what's up?
Hey, man. Heaven is up.
Just everyone was on mute, so just trying to fire up a little conversation. So looked like it worked.
Bro, I got this.
I'm not talking.
I got this.
Talking to the.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I think you're cutting up a little bit, but I have this kind of like a private chat between people that I know and families, and they were sending the link since this morning for the SpaceX rocket launch. And being kind of silly, like, look, the government hired thousands of people to go watch the launch. They all paid actors, They talking like that, talking smack like that.
So they were gaslighting.
Did you watch the video? Did anybody watch the launch?
Hell no, I didn't. I don't care about that stupid grass.
Look, you should watch it because the space rocket, it went up 39 miles. Is that space? 39, kilometers. 39 kilometers. It went up 39 kilometers. And he did the separation. He started doing the separation. And then while doing the separation, it was still going up in altitude. I don't know how. And when it started to come down, it was still going up. and then exploded. After the last step, it just exploded in the air. So the Globers were they were so happy that it exploded for some reason. People were just yelling and all that stuff, right? But people were like, "Yay, we blew up a rocket! Great advancement! We blew up a rocket! Yay!"
That's a sign of well, as my grandfather would put it, that's a sign of retardation.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Bro, listen, SpaceX and these people that I know who they are. I've seen these people in real life. And they're putting this SpaceX on my face like this is something, right? And like I'm trying to say, they got nothing on me, but look at the video and the max altitude that they show is 39 kilometers, which is that's not even that high.
That's not quote unquote space. The fuck?
The SpaceX rocket that doesn't go to space.
Right. Yep.
This is they put in this. This is a massive history-making moment. This is the biggest rocket ever launched, or something like that. They're putting this as this is going to the history books, and our children's are gonna be talking about this day. This is how these fuckers are putting that shit.
Wow. Yeah, more and more of the children's children, they're going to be talking about how the space rockets that never went to space. That's what they're going to be talking about the next 10 years.
The space rocket that went up 39 kilometers. Yay. And then it came back down. It goes up and comes back down. Good job, guys. It's never done before. It has never been done before.
Yeah, it's some silly stuff.
They have it all over the news, you know. Pretty sure you guys don't get those feeds, but I did get the feed from people that I know of. They send me the links. You know? They had to show me.
Why rocket explode?
Because rockets go big, bad, boom.
We call that failed mission in our country.
Failed mission, yeah, right. And this is for
what's up, guys?
celebrating.
So actually, my best friend actually works at SpaceX down in the Port of Brownsville, and he says they knew something was going to fail. So to them, success.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they knew they were going to. That's why they were celebrating, because they knew they were going to fail.
His exact
and
words
also
were.
They knew that the space rocket wasn't gonna reach space.
Okay, I'm sorry. His exact words were, "We flew out of our bounds. It was not a fail. We knew something was going to happen." That was what he said.
We just wasted billions of dollars because we knew it.
And you buy that original?
What's going on, man?
And you buy that?
No, I don't buy it, bro. I mean, look, dude, my best friend, he's a smart dude, man. You know, ex-military, smart guy, but now he just builds rocket parts for SpaceX. But it's so compartmentalized in there, man, that no one's gonna know anything, dude. Really, honestly. So it's crazy how that shit works.
Does your friend go to those places where they clap? Is he one of the clappers?
No, he works in the hangars, so he's with all the mechanics and all that stuff.
Does he have any insight of what happens during the clapping? Is there like some sign that tells people clap now?
No, I've never asked him, and honestly, he'll just get offended, dude. So it's not even worth it.
Yeah.
You a flat earther yourself, original?
What's up, brother?
You a flat earther?
I am, man. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. I'm new here. Hi. Came in with a bang, I guess.
It's funny how they'll try and, cover their tails like that with these silly statements.
We flew outside our bounds, guys.
What do you mean by that? Like, what, they pushed the rocket beyond its limits?
Yeah, but past its limits. And pretty much, like I said, they knew something was gonna.
Did he say why they pushed it?
No, I didn't ask. Okay. I just put a meme. I just memed him and put science.
Yeah.
Next time we'll be successful. We need to try.
They always have to blow up a rocket here and there, to keep up the notion that space is hard. We're trying our best, guys. Space is difficult.
Space is fake and gay. NASA wants to probe Uranus.
Look, I can go with Earth is flat, but don't take me space, please.
Sorry, you can't have space. You can't handle space.
Please don't take space.
Because we didn't go, and that's the way it happened.
And then when he was asked what was the scariest part, he said, "What was the scariest part?" He said, "It didn't happen."
I want to know when they are say we, who are we?
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, he was like, if it happened, then it would be scary, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, I've heard all kinds of arguments from Globers and moon landing believers, and they try to validate that. That's not what he meant, and he was talking about nothing scary happened on the journey. I'm like, dude, he said it didn't happen, not that nothing scary happened. What was the scariest part? It didn't happen.
You know them, they're always going to find an excuse if they're looking for it.
I think as Buzz has gotten older, he's just been like, I can't stay holding on to this. Like, it's bugging him more and more, it seems.
He keeps looking over to his handlers like, okay, are they going to reel me in this time? Can I say a little bit or something?
I've thought about that too, Toby Dog. How often do people in a submarine put on scuba gear and then go outside of their submarine to work on it in the abyss? Spacewalks don't even make sense from a logical safety first point of view. Yeah, because you would have to have some sort of like even bigger chamber, right? Like a equalization chamber or something. You'd have to go into one hatch, and then you'd have to seal that off, and then you'd have to like go into another hatch in order to like open that up to the outside of your rig. It's just, and they don't. It's just ridiculous. It's really silly. Yeah, submarine walks, bro. Spacewalks, subwalks. It's speculated that space is water. Anyway, NASA training pools. Well, they're just training, or that's just for the movies. I'm like, you don't fucking get it. It's all a movie. It's all theatrics. NASA's using that for them. They're using that pool for movies. That's how they made fucking wires and CGI and green screens is how they made Sandra Bullock look like she was legit in space on like a $2.4 million budget. Right? And NASA has, what the fuck's their budget? Like $100 million a day right now or some shit? What's the NASA, the daily budget? Or maybe it went up. Oh yeah, no, it went up to $24 billion a year and like $100 million a day or something. That's their budget to LARP. Big ass LARPing budget.
And it's still a boring LARP.
Bunch of frat boys that just turned into old frat boys LARPing. Not even that good of a LARP, man. I think who was it?
The 39 kilometers is 24 miles. Airplanes can't go that high. So what's the whole accomplishment that this rocket did? If airplanes can do this,
I mean, I think the record set was 59 miles up in an X-15.
A long time ago.
A long time ago. You know,
Airplane does not explode.
The airplane didn't explode, right?
Right. 59. That's 59 miles up, and that X-15 did just fine. But the SpaceX rocket couldn't reach more than what? You said 34 kilometers?
Yeah, 24 miles basically. That's what they showed.
That's great.
They said it's a success because it's some new type of rocket. So for this rocket, it's impressive.
It blew up. That's not impressive. It failed.
Only about 10,000 more rockets and we'll get to Mars. In increments of 24 miles, you know?
They still haven't been to the damn moon. We're going to throw our trash on Mars. Why not throw it to the moon? It's closer.
They're getting there, Jenna. It's just you just don't understand the high-level science of it. It's more efficient to go to Mars first and then circle back to the moon.
Yeah, is that why they're practicing in Greenland and Devon Island, which has the same exact identical terrain as what they show us as Mars to be? Yeah. I'm like, hey, that looks like Mars. Wait a minute. And that's the funny thing. I was actually just watching this little video documentary on the Greenland, like what it looks like where it's like not icy or whatever. And it looks just like Mars terrain. So I started digging further into that. The stuff I found was incredible. I was like, let me go to Google Earth, right? Let me go to my Google Maps and like really look at this. You get under the cloud layer and you're like, holy shit, there's Mars. There's the same hills. There's the same everything.
Just need a color filter, that's it, to fool the population of the world. I'll just change this to be reddish. There you go, Mars. And they come in here, so why do you think NASA's stuff is fake? It's like, because I can fire up Photoshop and replicate it in 5 seconds.
Same hills, same rocks, same dirt, same terrain, absolutely identical. Mars, Mars, to the best of my knowledge, right, simplistically, is one of the wandering lights in the sky, right? One of 8 wandering lights. It's not terra firma. It's not. They haven't been able to prove that. Instead, they've been found out. They've been found out as liars, faking Mars right here on Earth. Everything they've ever said, any little story they've ever made up, it's all here on Earth.
Yep. This is the stage right here.
Yep.
Nowhere
robots. Robots, aliens, hybrids, Mars. It's all here on Earth, right here on Earth. Extraterrestrials. That word cracks me up more now than it ever did. Extraterrestrials. You break down the word, it just
I never really
land.
bought into the whole UFO stuff, even when I was a Glober.
Yeah.
Every single video or anything about it just like always just ended on like, oh, this shit happened, but we don't actually know if anything happened, you know? It's like never proved a single thing.
Extraterrestrials, so like extra land beings. So like if there's extra land on Earth that say we don't know about, there's like a civilization there, then those could be considered extraterrestrials, extra land beings that maybe we didn't know about right here on Earth. When Dave Weiss put it that way, I was like, mind equals blown, right? Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah, I've heard him say it, yeah.
Yeah, Dave Weiss. He was, as far as I know, the first one to put it that way. And I'm like, you know what? I can't even refute that because that makes a lot of sense. Like outer,
it's just a breakdown of the word, you know.
Yeah,
And then applying it in actual what reality is, you know.
Yep.
I mean, if we had no idea about Australia, for example, and they came over, they'd be extraterrestrials, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what gets me. Extraterrestrials and then outer space, because if there's more land on this earth that maybe we don't know about, then that can be considered outer spaces, right? Like outer space, you know?
Yeah, we just don't know, though.
I'm about to mute out because I live in the hood and people like to blare their music really fucking loud.
Well, you should blare some FE music back at them.
I sometimes do. I'm actually like out on my porch and like I'll sit out on my porch with the volume like way up, listening to my
Put on like Globe Tarts from Chocolate Saying or something. That's the best one, man.
Globetards from Chocolate Saying.
Yeah, you heard it?
Probably. I've heard a lot of FE music.
Yeah, I think that's the de facto best FE song that's been produced to date.
I'm working on a parody. I just got to figure out how to put it together with the lyrics and the music. And the music video, oh my gosh, I need to be able to cut up the music video because it's Tom Petty's.
How y'all doing?
Hey, what's up, Miggy?
Nothing much. I'm on break. Looks like we got a guy named Original or lady. I'm not sure. Someone named Original's in here with VC Verified.
Original, come on.
What up, bruh?
Bro,
is that Gypsy?
SpaceX just sent their Starship flagship model rocket to the heights of 39 kilometers up. And by the last step that it was supposed to separate from the whatever boosters to turn back down, it exploded. It went up as high as 24 miles, bro. 24 miles, bro.
24?
Yeah, 24 miles, bro. That's, you know, people are happy.
Who was telling me that earlier? Somebody was in there telling me that a rocket, but it blew up, right? Exploded?
Yeah, it was a failure. After a failure, therefore, we are celebrating it as a success.
The hell, bro? Didn't they go higher than that in the moon landing?
Bro, airplanes can go 50 miles.
Oh yeah, I mean.
So these people are celebrating like it's you know, like they're actually out there yelling their lungs out, saying "Victor!"
Pats on the back,
don't know.
huh?
It's kind of weird.
Handshakes and pats and party hats and all kinds of good stuff.
Popping out the champagne, bringing out the celebration dinners, everything.
That's like, that's crazy. That's like being in a competition and coming in dead last and being like, yeah, but I did it. I did it.
Hey, Miggy, we just blew up. We blew up billions of dollars. Let's go celebrate.
Yeah.
You know what's weird is it's our money they blew up. So essentially, we're the ones looking at our whatever we paid for it blow up.
That's why I'm not cheering for it. Those retards can cheer for it. What the hell, man?
So my tax dollars just blew up in the middle of the sky, and you guys are happy? How?
Yeah.
Thank you for your donations.
Yeah, right.
We'll take more donations. Give you a light show.
Yay!
I'm kind of like pushing a little bit because I have people that I know, and they were sending me this link of the rocket launch. Proof that we're doing something for humanity, and we trying to go out there into space and explore the solar system. People actually still, like right now, today, 2023, thinking that this is a next step. Today we move a step forward to go colonize the solar system. This is a step forward, guys.
I wonder who was it? Was it like family members that were sending that to you? Like Jamsey, come on. Look at the rocket, bro.
Like that. There's a group, and there's family members in the group, and there's a bunch of friends in the group. But the friends, not the family members. The family members are always cool with me, but the friends are like, today SpaceX. Yeah, they call it. They say he said, oh, today they're gonna launch the Starship. I'm like, the Starship that is not gonna go to the stars. Just making fun of them.
Well, they said that it was
that can't reach the stars. Amazing.
Yeah, they get all happy with that stuff. Somebody say something?
Yeah, I have a delay when I talk, so I'm not trying to interrupt anybody, but when I talk, like there's like the Discord register is only like a second after I start speaking. So yeah, I was gonna say that you should respond that we already had one giant leap for mankind, so there's no reason for a big step at this point.
Well, they kind of like put in it like, oh, this is the private sector doing it. It's not what we did 60 years ago. It's different now.
Yeah, of course, we're taking steps back.
It's regular people, not just an organization. It's just like you and me are doing it, kind of thing.
Yeah, of course, we're not getting funded by the government or anything, obviously.
Obviously, Elon is not a made-up character that is going to take us to Mars, made up by von Braun in the 40s, I think he wrote that book.
I know about that. I know all about that.
So obviously, Elon is not a character put up there in the public eye for people to worship. Obviously, he's not that.
Can't be too much of a coincidence.
And recently, he was speaking about the logistics and how we're gonna make it to Mars. Elon.
It's kind of funny when they asked him, so do you think like billionaires and rich people are going to want to go to settle and be the first people to colonize Mars? He's like, no, I don't think so. He's like, because there's a real threat and a danger of like every second that you're away, you could die like from life support giving out, or just anything could kill you up there. It's like, but he made it sound like rich people wouldn't want to go. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Speak louder, guys. Speak louder, because I have a scammer calling me. I want him to hear this conversation.
A scammer? Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
And Alderon's not far away, it's Californication. Why is Alderon not that far away?
Yeah, the lady on the phone heard you guys, and she got intimidated, and she hung up. So, good job.
Yeah, it usually gets rid of those scammers.
When I know it's a scammer, I answer the phone like, "Thank you for calling tech support."
Thank you for calling tech support here in Mexico. We have some extra avocados. Would you like some? Oh, that's a good idea, man. Speak to them in Spanish. Hola, hola, ¿quién sí me hablas? Oh, sí, sí, sí. Whatever they say, I just say whatever in Spanish. Then they're gonna refer my number to a Spanish center, and they're gonna get the Spanish calls. Fuck me. Yes. You speak Spanish. Get him.
I get those calls about like insurance, and we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. And then as soon as I'm like, oh, okay, so you should know what car I have on file then, right? And then I'm like, can you tell me what car I have? What kind of car do I have? And then they'll just hang up. They just hang up. Tell me what kind of car do I have, right? Like, I own my car. I don't owe anybody anything for my car. It's bought and paid for. It's mine. What insurance, dude? My insurance is paid up.
Okay, is my mic working?
No.
No? Okay.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. No, I'm just kidding. You're coming in pretty loud and clear.
Go back on mute. I'll go back on mute.
Hey, Dave, that's Dave Hinkle.
GMC.
Hey, Dave, do you observe the new advancements on, history that we did today? Going
like
39 kilometers.
Yeah. Historic space flight that blew up. That was cool.
Yeah. Amazing.
History was made again in space today. Exactly.
The rocket that blew up in 1982, and then those astronauts died, but they didn't actually die.
Yeah, but I wasn't alive in 1982, so it doesn't count.
Allegedly.
I have the.
Anyway, I came here to prove the globe and to chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. Before I start, if you guys start asking for actual demonstrations of any of the claims of the globe, I'm going to deflect and be dishonest and use sophistry, and I'm going to call you stupid science denier. Is that okay?
No.
It's fine, dude. We're used to it.
Because if you start asking for actual demonstrations of any of the claims, I'm not going to respond. I'm going to deflect and change the subject and talk about the sky, okay?
Yeah.
If we do that to you, Hank, just call them conspiracy theories, flat earthers, and that'll do it.
Okay.
Right, I'll be headed back to work, guys, but I'll be listening.
I don't feel like actually doing this now. It's the average glober that comes in here. This is Dave shutting up.
Any glober that needs a backup to defend the globe, Dave is here. So you come.
Yeah, we got Original sitting in the chat. I don't know, does anybody talk to him or her?
Original. Habla español. Original. Habla español. Original.
Wasn't Original the guy with the friend from SpaceX?
Is he really? No kidding.
Yeah, I think so. If I'm not confusing him for somebody else.
Original. He's playing maybe PlayStation, Xbox, or YouTube. Let me check his YouTube channel. Bro, you have 1,000 subscribers, bro. I'm subscribed. Now you have one more. Hey,
I got 101 subscribers today.
Wait, Biggie. I am subscribed to you, am I?
I don't know. You want me to, here, let me put the thing on there.
Is it like a new thing or the same?
Yeah, you know you're a part of the Wig Snatchers, right? Like you're a legendary Wig Snatcher. So
I've done it a few times, but
I know. There's only 11 of us in the whole server, which is why I was telling everybody to try it out when they see a glober in here. I told them the way that you're gonna get the tag is if they don't have a rebuttal to when you tell them something, or they rage quit, because they get upset because they hear a bunch of truth. Either one of those will be a Wig Snatch.
I've had a few of those
I'm gonna
instances
go
in
for
here.
Witch Snatch. If I'm already working like, I'm gonna go for Witch Snatch.
Yeah, go for it. Just remember, give me the clip on the stream, like Helio stream. Just clip it out and then send it to me in the DM. Then I'll make a video of it. It's gonna be in the video series called the Wig Shop.
Cool, fair enough.
So just remember, if you do get your wig, to clip the audio and then send it to me.
I'm gonna definitely have to start doing that because I've had some really great moments in here where I've made people just go completely dead silent, and they're like,
Yeah, you gotta give me the clip, and then I'll give you the tag, the legendary Wig Snatcher, and then I'll make a video of the audio clip, and then it'll be featured on my channel.
Shoot, I gotta find the one where I made Matthew go silent.
Yeah, if you find it, send it to me.
Heck yeah, man.
Is this mic on?
Yeah, it's on Wave. But before, I'm going to go ahead and take off because I got to get back to work, but I'll catch you guys after a while.
Hey, so I don't normally have my mic on when I'm driving home from work because I want to concentrate on my driving, but I had to jump in about Elon's rocket today. And, that kind of makes me wonder if that exploded on purpose and they were trying to break through it, if you believe in the firmament. I know it's not Sunday yet, but that's a thought that went through my mind and I wanted to share.
Thanks for sharing. Nice speculation, which you pointed out. So fair enough.
Anyway, so I can't really turn the button off to quit talking on my cell phone while I'm driving here. So if I start making some road noise, feel free to go ahead and mute me because it's going to be about an hour before I get a chance to hit that button. But it's good talking to y'all. Now I'm going to pay attention to the traffic because I'm in the middle of downtown LA. The freeways are so jammed up, I've got to take surface streets. So right now I'm going right past the Fabulous Forum, which some of you may have heard of, and I've got the SoFi Theater of Forum, whatever the heck it is, right in my view.
Watch out for the Coriolis green. I heard it was bad today in California. Coriolis.
The weather's nice, but the clouds, the sky, you can see some patches of bluish gray, but there's a lot of yellowish gray, crappy looking man-made clouds that are spread around. It's typical for LA. So, Jenna, are you still there?
Reading you loud and clear.
So one thing I wanted to mention, I'm kind of new to this Discord. I've only been here for a few months, but you seem to be a little bit newer than me, and you just came in kicking ass. I mean, I'm not a flat smacker. I'm not out to prove anything to anybody. I proved it to myself. I discovered FE in like late 2017, early 2018, something like that. But I go to some events. I went to that last big meetup we had with Mark Sargent down at Sunset Beach. And I like hanging out with some of the people and being able to talk about stuff that you can't really talk about on this channel. And just getting other people's other people's impressions and ideas and observations about what all is going on. Because, FE is just the small tip of the iceberg as far as I'm concerned. It just ties everything together. But yeah. I'm not going to get into that because it's not Sunday. One thing I found really interesting was a couple of weeks ago. I don't remember who you were talking to, but you were talking about foods and eating healthy foods and stuff like that. And that's a topic that my wife and I are really getting into right now, just trying to eat healthier and being kind of upset at them. Even when we try to eat healthy, the food that you can get unless you grow it yourself and you know what's in the soil, you can't really trust what's out on the markets nowadays. But my wife loves pickles, and you were saying something about pickles, and it was something about a preservative or something that's in there to watch out for. Do you remember that conversation?
Was that me? I don't know if that was me that said that, but
you were talking to somebody. It might have been Miggy. I don't remember who it was.
Oh, dude, I don't even remember at this point. But I know that there's, in a lot of these processed foods, there's a lot of preservatives and stuff. And all of these like vegans or vegetarians that are eating these like Morningstar burgers, like it loses all of its nutritional value as a plant when it's had to be processed this many times to taste like a meat product.
Oh, absolutely. Everything's processed. My goal in life is to be able to move as far away from LA, and I'm right in the heart of it, to move as far away from LA as I can, have some property where I can have my own garden and have fresh water to use. I'd like to put up solar, wind, and or aqua-powered, if I live near a river or something, and hook up a little paddle wheel to go.
Yes.
But I'd like to be totally self-sufficient. I've designed a house. Have you ever heard of Earthships that they have in Taos, New Mexico?
Earthships?
Earthships. Look it up.
You designed those? You designed it and built it yourself?
I did not build it. I did design it in a 3D CAD program. This is, like I said, this is my goal of what I want to do. But
I want to work with something like that as well. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's been one of my dreams, actually, to do something like that as well.
You're not interrupting at all. You're a welcome participant in this conversation. Are you familiar with Earthships in Taos, New Mexico?
Yes, I'm very familiar with that kind of stuff, yes. I'm on mute right now. I'll be listening.
That's wild, because I've spent some time in New Mexico, and I know they make all kinds of really cool type of houses there. I saw somebody who had like a whole like yard and house and walls made of like adobe mud and bottles and tires and just repurposed resources. It was quite incredible to see that. And it was in New Mexico. It's like adobe house with glass bottles and stuff. It's great. Really great looking.
Do a Google search for Earthship, all one word, and Taos. That's Taos, New Mexico. But that's not, I got the idea from there. And one of the things that I like is because it's surrounded by earth, it keeps a constant temperature. So with the proper ventilation, and it's easy to hook up ventilation systems for it, you can keep a constant 50 to 60 degrees all year round, whether it's freezing outside or 100 degrees outside. And by proper utilization of the vents to get warm air in when it's colder, or like cooler air in, it seems like a wonderful idea. Now, I want to do it a bit different. And I don't have an image to show you in front of me right now. But picture a cargo container, those big square boxes that come across on the cargo ships, and they transport them onto trucks, and they bring all your goodies to Walmart. What I'd like to do is get they have a taller one. It's 9 feet tall, I think, instead of 8 feet tall. And you can get them as long as 40 feet. And you can pick them up for as low as $3,000. Now, I play around with electronics, radio waves, frequencies, and stuff. I know a little bit about electronics, enough not to get electrocuted, hopefully. But they have a thing called a Faraday cage. And what a Faraday cage is, it keeps radio waves and radiation from penetrating. It reflects it out. So if you've got a cell phone and you're inside a Faraday cage, you're not going to get any calls. If you want to go ahead and watch Netflix, if it's coming on cable, it's okay, but Wi-Fi ain't going to work. So these cargo containers are all made out of steel, except for the floor, which is wood. And what I would like to do is I'd like to ideally have a piece of property that's on a hill, and the hill is facing towards the south. And then what I would do is I'd get the 40-foot cargo container. Well, first I'd level a notch out, an L-shaped notch. So a level, yes, level like our Earth, and make a 90-degree going up, back on the hill a ways, back 40 feet. And then
place for, whoops, wait a minute, there. And then I'd go ahead and place 4 of these cargo containers side by side. So the doors on them are facing towards the south. And then I could go ahead and fasten them together, cut doorways to go in and out. That's a whole other story. But what I would do is on the front, I'd have some angled windows. So I could have a planted area where I could have all my food and everything growing on the inside. So even during the winter time, they'd be able to get sun and I could still grow food. I got that idea from the Earth ships in Taos, New Mexico. So I want to do something similar like that. Now, when I cut out the notch on the side of the mountain or the hill, then I'd fill it all back in with dirt. So you wouldn't see any metal. All the top would be covered over with the dirt, the sides, and that way it should keep a constant temperature, just like the Taos, New Mexico houses. And if ideally, if I can put up solar panels. I've used to live in the Antelope Valley in California where it was windy and people had the wind turbines to generate electricity. A lot of people had wells up there too, but the water source kind of sucked because there's a lot of meth cookers up there and they dump all their trash down in the well and it would screw up the water down the roadways for other people. So having a good clean source of...
I'm looking at these Earth ships, and yeah, I have seen these. I know exactly. I just didn't know what they were called. And yeah, this is a similar idea to how I want to build my house. And yeah, using shipping containers and all of that. Buried underground.
So the Earth ships, those are nice, okay, and they're efficient, but they don't really protect you from EMFs and from 5G and all that other crap. But these metal containers, they're in the ground. They are grounded. Bada boom. And, you could still run a grounding cable, or not a grounding cable, a grounding rod, knock a 6-foot copper rod down into the ground and get that attached to, the cargo ship just to make sure you've got a good solid ground. And what that would do is that would protect you from all the EMF. Just within the past couple of months, I've taken a very big interest in EMF radiation. I've got a friend that works for I don't know whether it's a city or county government agency, and he does checks for quality control. And he checks, EMF radiation, he checks air quality, does all that kind of stuff. So I found out, he's a flat earther too. So, we've been getting along really, really good. He's also has a biofeedback machine. Now, my username's Wave Mixer. I've been working with waves, sound waves, electrical waves. I work with electrical energy, 2-phase, 3-phase electrical, 380 volts. Excuse me, let me get a drink here. But I understand waves very well. And I also understand frequencies. Okay, I've been playing with that. I used to modify CB radios when I was 10 years old to get extra frequencies that they weren't supposed to be able to get. And I've played around with amateur radio. I've been through all that kind of stuff. But to get back to frequencies, I've noticed that everything in our existence has a frequency. So the sun will revolve around once a day. That's the frequency. The moon will cycle all the way around once every 28 days. So 28 days is the frequency. The human ear can hear from 20 hertz, which that's 20 pulses per second. That's the lowest sound on an average. Some can hear a little bit lower, and that's your very deep bass. And then you've got the highest frequency that you can hear is 20,000 hertz. And that's a super high-pitched dog whistle to where it starts going out of the spectrum. Once the energy frequency increases, it's undetectable by sight or by sound. But that doesn't mean it doesn't affect your body.
Right.
Excuse me. Now, your whole body, well, first of all, the Earth has a frequency. The Earth's frequency is
520.
Yeah, you're close. It's 6.83.
Okay.
Darn it, 7.83. One of the two. You know, if you look at my little logo thing in there, in that white bar in the center, it's the black numbers are there. But the bottom line is that's the Earth's frequency.
Right.
And humans, we all have our own frequencies. You talk about, you know, being in tune with somebody. You know, the human body, it's not just one frequency. Each organ in our body has a separate frequency. And there's a guy by the name of Rife, R-I-F-E, and in the 1900s, he discovered the different frequencies for the different parts of the body. And they have machines, and it's called biofeedback, and there's different ways of checking, you know, testing biofeedback. One of them, you know, they use in a lie detector test to test muscle tension. But the device that I was hooked up on, it actually has like a set of earphones, set of headphones that you'd wear to listen to music, but there's no speakers in it. There's 2 LEDs on each side, so a total of 4 LEDs. And you put it on, and it does a reading, and it scans over 900 parts, almost 1,000 parts in different areas of your body, and checks that it does. And it checks those frequencies to see if they're in frequency. So, you know, just like if you're in an orchestra, in a band, and one of the instruments is out of tune, it makes the whole band sound bad. You can tell. It's like, hey, something's not right here. You know, I don't know if you can hear it. I can hear it. But
yeah, I've got an ear for that kind of stuff.
Okay. So this biofeedback machine checks the frequencies of different things like your heart, your liver, your eyes, your eye lens, your bones. It has 2 different scans that it does. It does one for a male, it does a different type for a female, and it checks all the appropriate organs. And so my friend that had this machine that's been teaching, that he's a flat earther and has been teaching me about energy and all this kind of stuff, he didn't know about any of my medical conditions, and he put me on this machine, and it talked about several different conditions that I had that, you know, nobody would know unless I told them. And he said right here, you know, okay, here, you got this, you got this, you got this, and you got this, you know, problems with this. You should need to, you know, check into it. And I said, well, I already know about these problems, and this thing's right on. And it kind of blew me away. So now that machine, let me preface by saying he's not a doctor. The machine is not medical equipment. And it doesn't do medical therapy. Okay, let me just get that straight right away. I don't want to come to any false conclusions and make any kind of statements that I can't verify. So I wouldn't even want to say that this is a medical device. I wouldn't want to say this is a medical treatment. So with that being said, he noticed that I'm diabetic, took a look at my pancreas and some of the other organs working around my pancreas, and showed, look, you know, these are, you know, really, they're very weak. They're not functioning very well at all. And so, you know, he said, you know, you want me to try to go ahead and do a therapy to it? Now, what the therapy does, it takes that specific organ and it looks at it and listens to it and says, oh, you're off frequency. So what it does is it sends that frequency that's the correct tuning specifically to that organ. And so it just goes blip, 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 and hits it with the right frequency to try to get it back in tune. Now, some things help right away. You know, some people, you know, last weekend there was this lady, and he did a scan on her and did the metatherapy, and she says, wow, you know, my back stopped hurting. It's been hurting for years. Now, I don't know if that's a miracle. I don't know if she was just psyched into it. I don't know what. But I know that I'm diabetic, and I know he did a therapy on me. And if there's any diabetics out here, you know, there's 2 types of insulin that we have to take. One is called a basal insulin. You take that once a day. That's your long-acting insulin that you take every 24 hours. And I got to grab a drink here. I'm getting all dry again. And there's what's called a bolus insulin. And the bolus, what you do is you have that with your meals to go ahead and counteract the carbohydrates. And you have to calculate how many carbs that you have as to how much insulin you go ahead and take. And it's kind of like playing whack-a-mole. So you eat something that brings your sugar up, you take the insulin to knock it back down again. And that's a game that, I've been playing for a while, and it sucks. I hate needles. To make a long story short, or to try to shorten up this what should have been a short story, he gave me a treatment, and for 2 days after, I did not have to take my bolus insulin. So I still took the long-acting 24-hour insulin, and I stayed within my range. And for 2 days, I didn't have to take the extra insulin to whack that mole back down. The mole didn't come up that high. I'm not saying it didn't come up at all, but it stayed within acceptable levels. And between it finding stuff on me, and so my wife did a scan, and it found stuff with her. Between those two things, and between not having to take insulin for 2 days, it rocked my socks off to the point where I went out and I bought one of these machines. So what I've been doing is, I've been working with my wife and myself and giving each other treatments to try to go ahead. Now, it's not an excuse for no exercise. It's not an excuse for eating poor food. But what it is, it's like saying, hey, look, man, you've been dragging this guitar around, banging it around. Here, let me get it back in tune for you. So is it going to fix it? Is it going to make it a new guitar? Hell no. But it's something to go ahead and it's helped me to get focused on trying to keep what I eat, and what I don't eat. And I know how stuff reacts. And for maybe, I don't know, about in the past 2 weeks, I've had to take, the extra insulin with a meal 2, maybe 3 times, but only a couple times. And that's because I was crazy and I pigged out and I ate something that I shouldn't have. But between trying to, eat stuff that's better for me, stuff that I know doesn't cure my sugar, and trying to get my pancreas and a pancreanal zone, or